Chapter 1780 Competing for the Elixir. Yang Kai searched for the void spirit crystal in the cracks of the void while secretly calculating the passage of time. He felt that the time was almost up, so he stopped. In less than half an hour, he had gained some, but not much. He only found 5 void spirit crystals bred and born in the cracks in the void. At this moment, he was standing somewhere in the crack of the void, looking ahead with a thoughtful expression on his face. When he was acting in the void crack, he noticed that in this crack, the space power fluctuations in many places were very unstable, and there were strange power fluctuations. If he guessed correctly, these unstable places are exactly where the countless space cracks in the Lost Land connect the void. In other words, going out from these unstable places is equivalent to going out from the space crack. In order to verify his thoughts, Yang Kai stepped forward directly. The next moment, he left the void crack and returned to the Lost Land again. Looking around, there is no Qiao Beoguang around, and behind him, there is a space crack visible to the naked eye, lying across the sky. I just clearly walked out of this crack. Looking at the crack in the space behind him, Yang Kai nodded secretly. It seems that his guess was not wrong. In the space of the void crack, all the unstable positions are connected with the crack in the Lost Land. It's just, I don't know if this place is still Medicine Valley. Yang Kai carefully looked at the surrounding environment, and after a while, after seeing the surrounding scenery clearly, he looked happy and said to himself, "You are lucky. This place is obviously within the scope of Medicine Valley, because there are various medicinal aromas in the air, and, not far from him, there is a low fruit tree with 3 pale yellow fruits hanging on it. This is a location that has never been searched for. It's not surprising when you think about it, the area of Medicine Valley is huge, and there are not many people entering here. Coupled with the interference of Qiao Beoguang, the time for everyone to search is greatly shortened, so there must be a large number of geniuses in Medicine Valley at this moment to bow." Yang Kai made a wrong step, and came to the low fruit tree, squatted down and looked carefully for a moment, raised his brows, and grinned. He has already recognized what kind of spiritual fruit this is. It was actually the rumored longevity fruit. This thing is useless for cultivation, but it can prolong life, and the effect is excellent. Although warriors live longer and longer as their strength increases, if there is no accident, it is not a problem for a Void King Realm powerhouse to live for 3,000 to 4,000 years or even longer, but a person's lifespan always has a limit. At the end, the physical body will also wither, the power of qi and blood will dissipate, and then it will enter reincarnation. Usually at this time, these strong people will start to look for panacea to increase their lifespan, hoping that they can live longer, and then make a breakthrough so that their lifespan will be longer. But general panaceas are of no use to these strong men, only Void King level panaceas can have an effect on them. And in the star field, how many virtual King level panacea can increase lifespan? How many people can refine? The panacea that can increase the lifespan of the strong in the Void King realm is like a rare existence. And the longevity fruit in front of him can be refined into a longevity pill, a panacea that can increase his lifespan by at least 100 years. Although a person can only take 3 pills at most and it will have no effect, and the effect it can play is getting smaller and smaller, but if you take all 3 pills, it is not a problem to increase your life expectancy by 200 years. 200 years is enough for those Void King realm powerhouses to do a lot of things. If they make another breakthrough in these 200 years, the lifespan will increase greatly. It can be said that if something like longevity pill is refined and sold to the right people, it will definitely be expensive. There is only one life. Who dare not cherish it? Even for those Void King realm whose lifespan is far from over, who wouldn't want to prepare one just in case? This is a panacea that can be passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. Yang Kai was thinking about all kinds of information about longevity fruit and longevity pill, and at the same time happily collected the 3 fruits carefully, making sure that his collection method would not cause any loss of their medicinal effect, and then used a wood in the box, carefully sealed them and threw them into the space ring. After harvesting, Yang Kai was in a good mood and continued to explore around. It is true that no one has come here, and in the following time, Yang Kai made a lot of gains and made a lot of money. After half an hour passed, when the Qiao Beoguang struck again, he found a space crack nearby and escaped into it, searching for the void spirit crystal in the void. Estimated that the time was almost up, and then returned to Medicine Valley from the void. So many times. As expected, his time was not wasted at all. Not only could he harvest elixir in the Medicine Valley, but he could also collect void spirit crystals in the void cracks. Under the alternation of the 2 phases, his gains were greater than anyone else. Sure enough, being convenient to others is convenient to yourself. Yang Kai sighed secretly. If he hadn't been concerned about Luo Lan's reputation at that time, he would not have chosen to enter the space crack to escape. If he hadn't chosen to, he wouldn't have discovered such an efficient way to use his time. It was an unintentional move that gave him a huge reward for his efforts. As time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been in Medicine Valley. He went back and forth between Void Crack and Medicine Valley, and collected more than 200 pieces of Void Spirit Crystals, as well as nearly 100 pieces of spiritual herbs. Such a harvest can be called terrifying. You must know that the value of both the Sky Spirit Crystal and those medicinal materials is extremely huge. And Yang Kai is sure that other people's gains are definitely not as much as his own. But since he separated from Luo Lan, he hasn't met anyone else, which makes him very strange. At a certain moment, Yang Kai walked towards his left side following the strange medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. His divine sense sensed the existence of other people nearby, and there were not just one, but 3 people. 2 of them are together. Among these 2 people, one is the second layer Void King, and the other is the third layer Void Return. The third person is alone. Yang Kai and the 3 of them formed a triangular shape at the moment, all approaching in the same direction, obviously because everyone was attracted by the fragrance of the medicine. Because there were not many people entering Medicine Valley, Yang Kai immediately figured out who the other 3 were. The side of the 2 together is easy to confirm, because among the warriors returning to the third layer of the void, apart from himself, only Zidonglai and Shuiyu have such a cultivation base, but the breath of the other party is not Shuiyu's breath. Then of course Zidong is here. The one who brought Zidong is undoubtedly Zilong, the owner of Zixing. The father and son must be inseparable in Medicine Valley. That single Void King realm expert, Yang Kai can also infer his identity from his aura, Shu Wei. It was the elder who used the phantom butterfly to overshadow his abandoned nest. Yang Kai was able to discover them through his own spiritual sense investigation. Of course it is impossible for them not to discover Yang Kai's existence. Therefore, the moment Zilong and Zidong came to each other's investigations, the speed increased a lot. No doubt they wanted to rush to the source of the medicinal fragrance before Yang Kai and Shu Wei, and compete for the unknown place of Genius Precious. Zilong did this out of confidence in his own strength. At the second level of the Void King, in the entire Medicine Valley, only Ghost Ancestor and Niguankan are the enemy, and the others are really not in the eyes of Zilong, especially Yang Kai, the younger generation. He feels that he can do it with a single finger. Run Yang Kai to death. On the other side, after hesitating for a while, Shu Wei also accelerated and rushed forward. Facing the temptation of genius and earth treasure, he is not prepared to retreat, even if the opponent is Zilong, not to mention, as the elder who abandoned the lair, he does not need to buy Zilong's account. Offended once. As the speed of the 2 sides increased, Yang Kai also moved. The 3 parties, a total of 4 people, all approached the middle position at an extremely fast speed. I don't know how to live or die. Zilong thought that with his own strength, he would be enough to deter Yang Kai and Shu Wei, making them turn around and flee, but he didn't expect that these 2 guys had no intention of dodging but wanted to compete with him for the elixir. This annoyed him a lot, and he felt slighted and disgraced. Forget about Shu Wei, although his strength is not as good as his own, but he is still at the Void King realm. If he wants to take him down, it will take a lot of effort. In this kind of place, Zilong doesn't want to waste time with Shu Wei. But what is that kid who returns to the third layer of the void? He even wanted to compete with himself for attention. Doesn't he know how dead characters are written? Father, do you want me to take him? Zidonglai asked in a deep voice with a flash of cold light in his eyes. He has long been unhappy with Yang Kai. As the young master of Zixing, he was able to enter here entirely because Zilong brought him here. Shuiyu is a handsome young man who can be compared with him, so she is naturally qualified to set foot here. But which onion is Yang Kai? Zidonglai had never seen Yang Kai before, and had never heard of his name. This guy unexpectedly came to this treasure land just like himself and Shuiyu. He felt that the grade of this place was lowered a lot because of Yang Kai's entry. Entering the same place with an unknown idiot, this is an insult to him. Only by killing it can this humiliation be washed away. So when he noticed Yang Kai's existence, Zidonglai was eager to try, and wanted to use his own strength to tell Yang Kai that the huge gap between these geniuses and him told him that not everyone could enter the Lost Land. If you dare to come in, you will have to pay the price. It's just a clown, why bother with him? Zilong snorted coldly. If he dares to appear in front of you, it's not too late for you to do it. Yes. Zidonglai nodded when he heard the words, and said with a sneer, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts. As soon as these words came out, Zidonglai was stunned for a moment, because in his perception, Yang Kai not only did not shrink back because of the hidden danger ahead, but his speed was getting faster and faster. Interesting, there are really people who don't know how to live or die in this world. Zidonglai smiled sinisterly, looking at Yang Kai's direction, as if wishing that Yang Kai would appear sooner. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1781 Stalemate. When Zilong and Zidong came to talk, Yang Kai had already judged the location of the elixir from the intensity of the surrounding medicinal fragrance. After all, he has stayed in this medicine valley for a long time and collected many medicinal materials, and Yang Kai himself is an alchemist, so he still has some experience in this area. I was lucky, the unknown elixir was the closest to my side, and the area in front of me was filled with a lot of space cracks, so if Zilong and Shu Wei wanted to get close to the elixir, they would definitely be blocked. These space cracks delay the speed, but they are not likely to be affected by it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai accelerated his speed again. Suddenly, Yang Kai's nose sniffed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, more than one. At this moment, he smelled different medicinal fragrances again, mixed with the previous fragrances, making people smell a bit messy and difficult to distinguish. Yang Kai raised his head eagerly, just in time to see 5 small lavender flowers fluttering in the wind on a hillside hundreds of feet away. The flowers are about the size of a palm, with 9 petals, an inexplicable charm flows on the flowers endlessly. And behind these flowers, a huge spatial crack stretched across the sky, looking like an open animal mouth, trying to swallow these 5 strange flowers. This is... Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he recognized what it was in the next moment, enlightenment flower. This is the enlightenment flower that Ghost Ancestor mentioned before. Ghost Ancestor passed through Medicine Valley by chance before, and collected a few enlightenment flowers outside Medicine Valley, and realized the preciousness of Medicine Valley, but because of many scruples, he couldn't go too deep. Even so, he is very satisfied with what he has gained, because things like enlightenment flowers can help warriors understand the way of heaven and martial arts, and improve their own realm, especially for Void King realm powerhouses. When practicing, holding a petal of the enlightenment flower in your mouth will definitely have unexpected miraculous effects. The efficacy of the enlightenment flower varies greatly depending on the age. The newly born enlightenment flower will only bloom for 300 years. When it blooms, there are only 3 petals, and every 100 years thereafter, 1 more petal will be added, until 9 petals are the most. 9 is the ultimate number. The enlightenment flower with 9 petals is at least 900 years old. Afterwards, as the medicine age increases, the number of petals will not increase anymore, but the color of the enlightenment flower will slowly change, from the initial whiteness to dark red, blood red, and then purple. Each transformation will consume a lot of time, much more difficult than the growth of petals. The 5 enlightenment flowers in front of me are already lavender, that is to say, the age of these enlightenment flowers is at least 3,000 years. This kind of thing, the improvement of the Void King realm powerhouse should not be too scary. If any Void King realm powerhouse collects these 5 enlightenment flowers, he will not even need other panacea when practicing in the future. The last petal is enough, and it will definitely ensure the steady improvement of one's own realm. So as soon as Yang Kaiyu discovered these 5 enlightenment flowers, he realized their great value. Of the treasures of genius and earth that I collected before, only the 2 Brahma holy fruits can be compared with the value of the enlightenment flower, and the others are not high enough. Yang Kai's heart was on fire, and when he made a wrong step, he was ready to rush to the enlightenment flower and snatch it away. But just as he made a move, his whole body suddenly tensed up, and his whole body felt cold for no reason. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a purple light, striking from the left side like a shocking sword. There is an indescribable artistic conception contained in this purple light, and its power is extremely terrifying. That is definitely not an attack that can be made by the Void Return Mirror. The person who casts such a move is definitely a Void King realm, and in the Void King realm, this person's strength is definitely not low. Zilong. Yang Kai immediately knew who was attacking him. He heard from Shuiyu that the exercise that Zilong and Zidonglai practiced is called Ziqi Changhaju. This exercise is well known in the entire star field. It is Zilong's family past exercise. Breaking through to the 2nd level of the Void King in his lifetime is entirely because of this exercise. To practice this technique, one must get up early every day, absorb the purple chi that is produced between the heaven and the earth when the sun rises in the east, and cultivate to the extreme. The purple chi can melt rivers and oceans, and easily destroy lands of millions of miles. Under normal circumstances, a strong person like Zilong would rely on his status. Even if he had a blood feud with Yongkai, he would not be able to sneak attack such a junior. If Zilong wanted to kill Yongkai, he would do so openly and with absolute strength. He is fully capable of this. But the current situation is a bit different. Zilong undoubtedly discovered 5 enlightenment flowers. Knowing how precious and rare they are, it is the key to his promotion to break through the Void King's 3rd level. How can Zilong be pedantic? Yongkai is obviously the closest to Wu Daohua, followed by him and Zidonglai, and Shu Wei is still 500 feet away. If you don't delay Yongkai's speed and let Yongkai rush to the enlightenment flower, then he will be afraid. So at the moment when he found Wu Daohua and Yongkai, Zilong didn't even think about it, and directly made a move. Although this was a random blow from a Void King 2-layer powerhouse, it was also extremely terrifying. Definitely not the general Void Return Mirror can dissolve it. After making a move, Zilong's speed increased sharply, and he didn't even look at Yongkai. In his eyes, there were only 5 lavender flowers, and there was a hot light in his eyes. As for whether Yongkai is dead or alive, that is not what he needs to care about. It's just an ant, why should he care? On the other side, Yongkai yelled, and flicked his 10 fingers like a gust of wind. With the sound of chi 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 chi, hundreds of golden blood threads shot out. These golden blood threads were intertwined and intertwined, instantly weaving the appearance of a shield, blocking in front of Yongkai. It's not over yet. Yongkai looked dignified, and through the shield transformed from golden blood threads, he circulated the Saint Yuan all over his body, and blasted dozens of punches in front of him. Bump bump, the holy Yuan surged, and the violent power splashed into the void. The golden bloodshot shield's light suddenly dimmed for a moment, and was directly scattered, turning into golden bloodshot again, but the purple light remained undiminished, still attacking Yongkai. The blown punches collided with these purple rays of light, colliding and blending with each other. Yongkai let out a muffled snort, and involuntarily flew backwards. In midair, his face paled slightly. Although he didn't suffer too much trauma, but this time he suffered a little loss. Staring at Zilong, who was approaching towards enlightenment Daohua quickly, Yongkai's face showed a look of horror. It's not that he hasn't fought against people at the 2nd level of King Shu. Luo Hai back then was at the 2nd level of King Shu. But Zilong gave him the feeling that he was much stronger than Luo Hai. This person has definitely reached the peak level of the Void King's 2nd level. Perhaps as long as there is some chance, they can break through to the 3rd level. Master of Purple Star, well-deserved reputation. Zilong also gave a sound of surprise. While running towards Wu Daohua, he turned his head and glanced at Yongkai's position, with a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect Yongkai to block his own attack. Although he looked embarrassed, and it was just a subsequent blow by himself, he didn't use his full strength, but a Void Return Mirror can do this, which is enough to make people amazed. This kid is a bit weird. Zilong pays for himself. The blow he had just let Zidong come to resolve it. The lowest level was a serious injury, but looking at Yongkai, his face was only slightly pale, and there was nothing serious about it. He is actually better than his son. When did such a young man appear in the star field? And which unborn old monster cultivated this person? In an instant, many thoughts turned in Zilong's mind, and the look of looking at Yongkai became a lot more dignified. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of exhalation from the depths of Medicine Valley. Father, Zidonglai, who was following Zilong, changed his complexion and exclaimed in a low voice, with a sense of panic in his voice. Qiao Beoguang is coming. Judging from all the previous experiences, the speed at which Qiao Beoguang covered the Medicine Valley was extremely terrifying. If he didn't find a place to hide in time, he would definitely be covered by Beoguang. So Zidong couldn't help feeling a little flustered. At this time, Zilong is less than 100 feet away from the Dao Enlightenment Flower, closer than Yongkai to the Dao Enlightenment Flower, and the fruit of victory is within easy reach. But it was such a small distance that made it difficult for him to move forward. A look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face, but in the end he didn't dare to rush forward. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Zidonglai with his backhand, and found a space crack nearby. Hide behind the crack. Not far away, Shu Wei, who had been running towards this side, also stopped quickly, and also hid behind a crack in space. So is Yang Kai. It was also fortunate that there were so many space cracks in this area, otherwise, the three of them could only risk rushing towards the Enlightenment Flower and hide beside the space crack behind the Enlightenment Flower. For a while, the three of them stood still, and the distance between them and Wu Daohua was almost the same, still presenting the previous triangular situation, sandwiching Wu Daohua in the middle. Silently, the 7 luminaries of precious light struck and permeated the entire Medicine Valley. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment, only the faint sound of breathing came out. Yang Kai took a deep breath, glanced coldly at the place where Shu Wei and Zilong were, sat down cross-legged, and threw a healing elixir into his mouth. Although he blocked Zilong's attack just now, his Saint Yuan was surging, so he had to stabilize it first. Fortunately, it's not a big problem, Yang Kai just ran for a few weeks, and there is no serious problem, the rest, just wait for the effect of the medicine to resolve. Zilong's face was always gloomy, his eyes were fixed on the 5 Dao Enlightenment flowers, motionless, but Zilong standing behind him was looking at Yang Kai with contemptuous and disdainful eyes, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. And that Shu Wei looked left and right even more, as if he was planning some ghost. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1782. What is your name? Hey hey hey. When the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly laughed treacherously. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes around, and asked with some displeasure, "What are you laughing at, kid?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and didn't make a sound. Zilong narrowed his eyelids, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. A mere void-returning mirror dares to ignore him. He simply doesn't know how high the sky is and how thick the ground is. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he could still bear it. On the contrary, Zidonglai, who was beside him, shouted at Yang Kai with a straight face, "Boy, didn't you hear what my father asked you? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to dig out his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong, and flicked the non-existent earwax, sneered, "I have to answer his question. What is he? Things. What are you?" Yang Kai believed that he had no grievances with Zilong and Zidonglai, but just now Zilong shot directly at him. If not for his strong strength, he might have encountered an accident. The opponent is at the 2nd level of the Void King, and if he attacks himself, it is considered a big bully, and it is still a sneak attack. It made Yang Kai very angry, and Zidonglai was so domineering and arrogant at the moment, which made him look down on him even more. So Yang Kai was not polite to the father and son at all. Hearing his rude words, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes was even stronger, and Zidonglai laughed back angrily, "Okay, you are kind. This young master has not met such a kind guy for a long time. You wait for this young master, half an hour later, this young master will personally take your life." "Zidong is here." Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression, "I don't know if you have heard a sentence." "What?" Zidonglai looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Dogs that can bite people, don't bark. Those who yell like you are generally not good at biting people." Yang Kai chuckled. "Are you scolding me?" Zidonglai's face suddenly became stern, and his tone was low and cold. "So what if I scold you?" Yang Kai laughed loudly, with a look of madness, winking at him for a while, dancing and continuing to provoke. "Come and beat me, come and beat me, come and beat me to death, idiot." Zidonglai's lungs were about to explode. Thinking of him as the young master of the Purple Star, he has a high status, and his own cultivation is not bad. No matter where he goes, he is praised and supported like a star. See who doesn't like it. If you give an order, that person never lived to see the sun the next day. How had he ever been provoked by someone like this but was powerless? In normal times, he would have rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson, but in this ghostly place, in the Medicine Valley covered by the 7 luminaries of precious light, no matter how much he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to express his anger, just think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the Qi Yao Beoguang and rush to Yang Kai. He has never encountered such a heart-stopping thing. He just feels extremely bored, wishing he could really rush over and beat Yang Kai up. Zidonglai looked at Yang Kai with vicious eyes, spraying out the anger of hatred. "Stupid." Yang Kai snorted coldly, spit in the direction of him and Zilong, with a look of disdain. "You wait, half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master." Zilong said cruelly. "Do you only know how to bark?" Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zidonglai looked angry, as if he wanted to say something, but Zilong glared at him, and said lightly, "Why waste your time with him? After half an hour, he will be dead, and you talk so much to a dead person do what? Zidonglai's heart fluttered, and he realized that his father was not satisfied with his performance, so he hurriedly accepted the teaching humbly, and nodded in agreement, although he no longer wasted saliva with Yang Kai, but his expression became more sinister. Obviously he was thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai after half an hour in his heart, and he was ashamed. Ha 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 ha. On the side, Shu Wei laughed out loud, clapping his hands while laughing. Interesting, interesting, really interesting, boy, you are really interesting. I found out that I am suddenly very interested in you. He has been standing not far away and watching with cold eyes, watching Yang Kai unscrupulously offend Zilong and Zidonglai, with a look of recklessness, feeling refreshed in his heart and feeling that Yang Kai's mind is not normal. Didn't he know that after the Qiao Beoguang retreated, he would definitely die? And judging from his cursing and provocation just now, Zilong will definitely not simply kill him, but will definitely torture him a lot. This kid is simply making himself uncomfortable. If he can swallow his anger and evacuate at this moment when the Qiao Beoguang recedes, he may be able to save his life, but now. Shu Wei looked at Yang Kai's gaze, just like looking at a dead person. How about you boy, are you interested in joining forces with the old man? Shu Wei suggested with a smile. Cooperate with you. Yang Kai looked at Shu Wei, curled his lips and said, I'm not interested, I haven't forgotten how you treated me before. Young man, speak a little morally. Shu Wei's face turned cold. Yang Kai actually called himself young master in front of him, which was simply scolding himself. Do you need it for someone like you? Yang Kai sneered. Seeing the friction between Yang Kai and Shu Wei, Zidonglai immediately smiled. At this moment, he also felt that Yang Kai's brain was not normal. Among the three parties present, he was the weakest. He didn't know how to hide his strength and bide his time, forget it, but he is still so defiant and extremely arrogant. After offending one party, he offends the other party. This is simply the rhythm of seeking death. How did such a person with no eyesight cultivate to the third level of void return? Elder Shu, this kid seems to look down on you a little bit. Zidonglai sneered, at the same time sowing discord. Shu Wei frowned, and ignored Zidonglai. After all, the existence of Zilong made him extremely afraid, and he didn't want to follow Zidonglai's words, so as not to fall into his trap. Moreover, if you want to obtain the Tao Enlightenment flower later, relying on your own strength alone is definitely not enough. Although Yang Kai seems to be out of his mind, he has resolved Zilong's attack just now, and his strength is not bad. Maybe he can with the help of his power to delay Zilong's speed, as long as there is such a momentary opportunity, he can get the flower of enlightenment and then flee away immediately. He can't beat Zilong, but it shouldn't be a problem to escape. Forget it, this old man doesn't care about you as much. Shu Wei waved his hand seemingly generously, and continued to look at Yang Kai. Actually, this old man didn't have much enmity with you before, it's just that there was some misunderstanding before. Misunderstanding? Yang Kai chuckled. Then this misunderstanding is a bit big. Shu Wei frowned, and said sincerely, boy, in this place, it's normal for people not to kill for themselves. The old man's previous actions were indeed wrong. If you want to pursue it, the old man can compensate you. He mentioned it lightly and didn't say what he wanted to compensate specifically, and then continued, but let's not mention this matter for now, the old man wants to cooperate with you now, what do you think? How to cooperate? Yang Kai asked casually while dissolving the effects of the medicine in his body. Simple, later on you and I will join forces and have a few tricks with the owner of the purple star. You should know the preciousness of the enlightenment flower. If you and I don't join hands, no one will get the enlightenment flower, and it will only benefit others in vain. Shu Wei said seriously. Yang Kai raised his brows, but didn't answer immediately, he seemed to be thinking. On the other side, Zilong's eyes flashed. He looked at Shu Wei lightly, and said, Shu Wei, you are presumptuous, you think you can snatch the enlightenment flower from me by joining hands with this kid. Shu Wei laughed loudly. Whether you can take it away or not, you have to try it to know. The 5 enlightenment flowers are right in front of you. Shu doesn't want to miss it in vain. This is something that Shu will fight for with his life. In that case, I will wait and see if you and this kid can achieve what you want. Zilong looked indifferent, and after he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, as if he was not shaken by foreign objects. Boy, have you thought about it clearly? Shu Wei urged Yang Kai, you can look around, there are a lot of spiritual flowers and herbs here, besides the enlightenment flower, there is also a Tianying grass, you know this Tianying grass, what is it for? This is something that can be used to refine the Void King pill. If you can get it, you will have a greater chance of being promoted to the Void King realm in the future. There are a few Wenxin orchids over there. This Wenxin orchid is a test the good thing of mood. You have achieved such an achievement at a young age. Your mood must be unstable. Wenxinlan is a rare treasure for you. If you get it later, the old man only asks for a flower of enlightenment, and everything else you get will be returned all of you. The old man said so. Is it sincere enough? It's really sincere. Yang Kai nodded. Then you agree. Shu Wei smiled. Yang Kai shook his head. Shu Wei's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, are you kidding me?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Old man, are you really a fool to think of me as a young master? If you slap your lips a few times, you will be driven by ghosts and obsessions. Can you grow up with a little IQ? You have lived a lot of years to the dog. Young master has never seen such an idiot like you." Saying that, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, with a heartbroken look. After being scolded face to face by him, Shu Wei's complexion was already gloomy to the extreme. His eyes were spewing fire, as if he was the same as that Zidonglai, wishing he could rush over and beat Yang Kai right now to relieve his hatred. Now it was Zidong's turn to laugh loudly. "Elder Shu, this kid just doesn't know what to do, so you'd better not waste your saliva with him. What's your name?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him again, with a venomous tongue, spraying venom. "Can you keep your mouth shut and be a biting dog? My memory doesn't improve at all. If I were your father, I strangled you to death when you were born, and it seems that your father is no better than you can give birth to such a stupid son." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1783. I need to cooperate with you. The smile on Zidonglai's face froze instantly, and his face twitched continuously. Even Zilong suddenly opened his eyes and stared deeply at Yang Kai. It's because he has a good mind and recuperation, and he was angered by Yang Kai. If it wasn't for Qi Yao Beoguang's ability to swallow the power of the soul, he would definitely use the soul skill to turn Yang Kai into a real idiot and make him shut up completely. But right now, even if he has any opinion on Yang Kai, he can only bear it and can't really do anything to Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai also saw this, so he was so unscrupulous. "I, Zidonglai, swear, I will make you suffer all the tortures in the world later." Zidonglai gritted his teeth and said in an extremely resentful tone. He was really angry. He was repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai in front of his father, and even implicated his own father. How could he bear this kind of thing? It is necessary to ask Yang Kai to pay an extremely painful price in order to resolve the hatred in his heart. "I'm so scared." Yang Kai looked at Zidonglai coldly, "But boy, such things as vows are not something that can be done casually. If you fail to achieve it by then, you will be punished by God." Zidonglai glared at Yang Kai, without saying a word. He can see that he is not Yang Kai's opponent at all. After all, he has no such experience before, and was provoked by Yang Kai several times. He has completely lost his mind, and his face is almost distorted. On the other side, Zilong frowned. Zidonglai was blinded by anger. He might not be aware of the insidiousness of Yang Kai's words just now, but as a Void King realm expert, he has rich experience. How could he not know the serious relationship? Yang Kai's words sounded fine on the surface. It was just an unnecessary verbal dispute with Zidonglai. But if you think about it carefully, it is extremely vicious. Because once Zidonglai fails to do what he said in his oath, then the existence of Yang Kai will definitely become his demon. Zidonglai is now at the 3rd level of Void Return Realm, and if he breaks through, he will reach the Void King realm. This level is extremely critical and important. If the inner demons attack Zidonglai when he breaks through, it will cause him serious damage. Huge interference. Maybe it will be the failure of the breakthrough, and the ending of the soul flying away. So when Zilong heard what Yang Kai said, he realized how sinister Yang Kai was. This kid is not a person with abnormal brains at all, but why does he want to challenge his limit time and time again when he is obviously alone and alone, not only offending himself, but also offending Shu Wei? What on earth is he trying to do? Does he have such confidence that he can escape under the noses of himself and Shu Wei? It's because Zilong's cultivation base is extremely high, and he is well informed, so he doesn't know what Yang Kai is thinking at this moment. But judging from the current situation, this kid is absolutely not allowed to stay. As long as he lives, he will become a demon that interferes with Zidong's promotion, so, he must die. Zilong secretly made up his mind. Once the Qiao Beoguang receded, he would use all his strength to abolish Yang Kai, and then let Zidong fulfill his oath. After abolishing Yang Kai, he would go to compete with Shu Wei for Enlightenment Flower. He is confident that with his own strength, it will not be difficult to achieve this step. "Boy!" Shu Wei yelled again in an impatient tone. I will ask you one last question, do you want to cooperate with me? Get out. Yang Kai turned his head to look in Shu Wei's direction, with a look of disdain on his face. Who are you? I need to cooperate with you. Okay. Shu Wei was also very angry by Yang Kai, and said coldly, then I will see how you will die later. Yang Kai is sure to die, there is no doubt about it. Shu Wei believes that he doesn't need to make a move at all. Zilong will not let Yang Kai go, so he is too lazy to win over Yang Kai, and is ready to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai chuckled, stood on the spot and stretched his body, twisted his neck, shook his shoulders, a crackling sound came out, it seemed to be talking to himself, and it seemed to be saying to Zilong and Shu Wei listened, it's almost done, I won't waste my saliva with you guys. He put on an air of being ready to do something big. The other three were all taken aback, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. But in the next moment, the eyeballs of the three of them suddenly widened, staring blankly at Yang Kai's movements, all of them showed surprise expressions on their faces. I saw that over there. Yang Kai took a step forward with an indifferent face, and then he took a step forward, and then took another step forward. 2 steps down, he has come to the edge of the safe space provided by the space crack behind him. As long as he moves forward an inch, he will rush into the Qiao Baoguang. The situation is extremely dangerous. What? Feeling certain that you will die, you want to commit suicide? Zidonglai sneered. He couldn't think of any other possibility, and even though it was unlikely, it was already the closest guess he could get to the truth. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him, and ignored his intentions, just took another step forward and stepped forward. Ha ha, Zidong laughed loudly, it seemed that he didn't need to do it himself to get rid of his anger. But just as his laughter started, it stopped abruptly. In his field of vision, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. And at that moment, Yang Kai's whole body surged with a wonderful energy fluctuation. Where did you go? Zidonglai was stunned, but the next moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure suddenly appearing on the other side. Zidonglai followed the trend, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Who was the figure that suddenly appeared? Not Yang Kai who disappeared under his nose just now. At this moment, Yang Kai has come to another safe zone, and this safe zone is the place where the 5 enlightenment flowers grow. Behind the hillside where the 5 enlightenment flowers grow, there is a crack in space. It is the protection of this crack that prevents them from being covered by the Qiao Baoguang. When Yang Kai appeared, he happened to be standing next to Wu Daohua. Zidonglai's face was blank, he looked at Yang Kai, and then at his previous position, he couldn't figure out what kind of shocking secret technique Yang Kai had used, which could cross the barrier of space in an instant, appeared in a place hundreds of feet away. Beside him, Zilong's eyes shrank, as if he had seen some terrifying scene, his pupils revealed an astonishing light. Space power, Shu Wei yelled, pointing in Yang Kai's direction, and shouted in a broken voice, Boy, you are proficient in space power. How can you be proficient in space power? Shu Wei's expression was like seeing a ghost in daylight, unpredictable and wonderful. Space power. Zidonglai was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized what Shu Wei was talking about. For a moment, he looked at Yang Kai, full of disbelief and jealousy. The power of space is an extremely partial power. It is difficult to get started, and it is even more difficult to master it. There are hundreds of millions of fighters in the entire star field, how many of them understand space power? This number will definitely not exceed 1,000 people. And among these thousands of people, how many people can cultivate the power of space to a high level? Zidonglai didn't know, but he knew that such people were definitely rarer than Shu Wang level alchemists. Their purple star also has warriors who practice space power, but it is impossible to achieve Yang Kai's ability to ignore space barriers and teleport a distance of hundreds of feet. That is a real teleportation, not an illusion that cannot be captured because the speed is too fast. The warriors who practice space power in Zixing only know the superficial method of repairing the space magic circle, and they can't even use their own space power to do other things. Even so, the status of those few people in Purple Star is extremely high, and their treatment is higher than that of ordinary worshippers. Those few people can be regarded as the treasures of Purple Star. But right now, comparing those few people with what Yang Kai had done, it was nothing short of a difference. If Yang Kai's attainment in space power is a master, then those few people are apprentices who have just entered the martial arts. Even with Zidonglai's eyesight, they are completely incomparable. What kind of opportunity does this unknown kid have? Why can he cultivate space power, and even reach this level? Zidonglai looked at Yang Kai's eyes almost bursting into flames, the flames of jealousy were blazing, and the depths of his heart were extremely unbalanced. I am the young master of the Purple Star, and I am in a good situation. Why didn't I get started in space power? If you can master this kind of power, it will definitely be more powerful than practicing any powerful exercises. Zidonglai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. So that's how it is. Zilong took a deep breath, and the expression on his face that he was sure of winning was no longer there. Instead, he was extremely dignified. It turns out that this is what you relied on, no wonder you dared to speak so rudely before. Yang Kai smiled and did not deny it. Not many people know about his proficiency in space power, and he has been hiding it all the time, but at this moment, facing the attraction of the 5 enlightenment flowers, he has no choice but to expose it. Enlightenment flowers are extremely rare, especially the 5 lavender ones in front of me, they are very old. If you miss this time, it will be difficult to find enlightenment flowers in the future. Choose the lesser of 2 evils, this is Yang Kai's choice. Boy, you seem to be called Yang Kai. Zilong's demeanor is undoubtedly much better than that of his own son. After knowing that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, although he was shocked, he quickly stabilized his mind and asked. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, he had vaguely heard Shui Yu call Yang Kai before, so he remembered his name. So what? Yang Kai looked at Zilong with a sneer. Zilong chuckled, not angry at his attitude at all, but said kindly, "It was my fault that I attacked you before." He had a sincere look on his face when he spoke. Father. Zidonglai looked at Zilong in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1784 was stimulated to go crazy. His own father is the owner of Purple Star, one of the most powerful people in the whole star field. Stomping his foot, the whole star field would tremble 3 times. He actually gave in to a young man who had provoked and insulted him before. Zidonglai could hardly believe his ears, and secretly felt that the world was simply too crazy. Shut up first. Zilong glanced at him indifferently, extremely majestic, and as soon as he touched his eyes, Zidong immediately dared not speak again. Is this an apology? Yang Kai grinned. Zilong frowned, and said lightly, if you say yes, then it is. Well, since it's an apology, then I'll accept it reluctantly. Reluctantly. Zidonglai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Let the owner of the Purple Star apologize. Not only does this kid not know how to be grateful, but he also says that he is reluctant. Doesn't he know what an honor it is? This bastard is simply unforgivable. But, what do you want to do? Yang Kai ignored Zidonglai's gaze, but looked at Zilong with a smile, and asked meaningfully. Apologizing for this kind of thing, it's over with a slap in the face, there is no loss at all, so Yang Kai didn't take Zilong's words to heart at all, but the attitude of the other party made him secretly vigilant. He didn't believe that Zilong couldn't see the demons he had planted for Zidonglai just now. He didn't believe that Zilong was really so generous that he didn't care about his previous provocations and insults. The owner of this Purple Star, the city is really terrifying. I don't want to do anything to you, but I want to ask you, are you interested in joining our Purple Star? Zilong looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, sending out an invitation. Join Purple Star. Yang Kai chuckled. That's right, although your cultivation level is not at the Void King's level, based on your performance just now, this seat can give you the status of an elder guest. Elder catching. Zidong couldn't help it anymore, and couldn't help but let out a low cry. Zixing's elder catching is not an elder catching of any sect family, it represents a kind of strength, a kind of status. Now there are only 7 elder catching in Zixing, each of them is a Void King realm expert, and Zixing's catching elders have always been in the Void King realm. But now, Zixing's master is personally inviting a martial artist who returns to the 3rd layer of the Void to join Zixing, and promises to use such an identity. If this kind of thing is said, the entire star field will be shaken. Elder Kei Ching. Yang Kai chuckled, without the slightest hint of emotion, shook his head and said, no need, I've always been idle and don't like to be restrained, so this Elder Kei Ching is inappropriate. Is this person a fool? Zidong looked at Yang Kai like an idiot, didn't he know how important the words Elder Kei Ching represented? Just reject it without thinking about it. Zidonglai kept moaning deep in his heart. Elder Kei Ching is not bound by my Zixing, everything is free, my little friend seems to have misunderstood my proposal. Zilong explained patiently. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Kai. No need to explain, I know what Elder Kei Ching is, but I don't want to join any forces. Zilong narrowed his eyes, and said with a faint smile on his face, Little friend, stop thinking about it. You're very talkative. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, not giving him any face. Zilong's face immediately sank. Haha, boy, you were right to refuse. Shu Wei gloated at the side, don't believe his rhetoric, if you really agree to him, you will be in trouble in the future. But your temper is really good for this old man appetite, do you want to consider joining the abandoned lair? You have offended this guy now, and it will be difficult to mix in the star field in the future, but I am not afraid of their purple stars in the abandoned lair. I will guarantee it with the old man. It is no problem for you to join, with your kid's ability and character, you must break into a world in the nest soon. You are also very wordy. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Shu Wei, and sneered, two old foxes, you think I don't know what you are planning? You want to delay time. As soon as this remark came out, both Shu Wei and Zilong's expressions changed slightly, obviously being taken into consideration by Yang Kai. Although Shu Wei and Zilong did not deal with each other and were enemies, but seeing Yang Kai near the water, the two naturally felt a sense of crisis. Baoguang retreated. After being told by Yang Kai, Zilong's face suddenly became ugly, and he said coldly, boy, being too smart is not a good thing. Don't think that you can escape from the palm of this seat if you are proficient in a little space power, you just return to the void. Mirror, I don't understand the horror of the Void King realm at all, and this seat, even in the Void King realm, is a very strong existence. If you want to rely on your own space power, it is a big mistake. Now I will give you have a chance, pick the enlightenment flower and give it to me, I will surround you and never die. He has completely torn skin with Yang Kai. Ha ha ha, Yang Kai laughed, how amazing is the Void King realm. I have killed more than one Void King realm. Rampant, Zidonglai frowned at the side. Even a genius like him who can leapfrog battles can't pose any threat to a Void King realm at the peak level of the Void Return Mirror. On the contrary, it is easy for others to kill him. There is an insurmountable moat between the Void Returning Mirror and the Void King realm. So he subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. But he didn't know that Yang Kai had really killed more than one Void King realm, but also killed a Void King two-layer realm. Even though he had borrowed the power of the Star Emperor token, it was also an experience. If Zidong came to know, he would definitely feel ashamed. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you guys. Yang Kai turned around with some disappointment, although he had been chattering with Shu Wei, Zilong and the others, but he had been calculating the time for the Qi Yao Baoguang to recede in his heart. There is still a stick of incense, plenty of time. Wow, what a fragrant medicine. Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly, and then took a deep breath of the fragrance from the 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Well, as expected of the Dao enlightenment flower, the Dao Yun contained in it is really extraordinary. I feel that my bottleneck is a little loose, what should I do? While talking, scratching his ears and cheeks, looking very embarrassed. He was bluffing over there, pretending to be good when he got a bargain, but Zidonglai's eyes were red when he heard it. Just taking a sip of the aroma of the medicine loosened the bottleneck. Yang Kai's cultivation level is the same as his, they are all at the peak of the Void Return 3 layer, and there is only a chance to be promoted to the Void King realm, and now. Yang Kai has undoubtedly seized this opportunity. However, Zidong came, so he could only hide 100 feet away, watching helplessly but could do nothing. This kind of thing caused Zidonglai to suffer physically and mentally, and he wanted to rush forward to replace him with his body. His fists were clenched tightly, and there was a cracking sound. No, 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 promotion in this ghost place is tantamount to seeking death. Quickly suppress the floating energy mechanism, and make a breakthrough when it is safe in the future. Yang Kai yelled again. Zidonglai was really about to vomit blood. The opportunity he dreamed of was placed in front of Yang Kai, but he suppressed it abruptly. Is there anything more shocking than this kind of thing in the world? Zidonglai felt that meeting Yang Kai in the Lost Land this time was simply the biggest nightmare of his life. He has been beaten to pieces by Yang Kai. Boy, are you enough? Seeing that his son's expression was wrong, Zilong couldn't help shouting at Yang Kai. Hey, Yang Kai squinted at him, then rubbed his hands together. His saliva was about to flow down when he met a beautiful woman who was stripped naked. Wu Daohua grabbed it. With just a slight tug, the Dao Enlightenment flower was pulled out by Yang Kai's roots, without any damage to the roots. In fact, it is reasonable to say that collecting this kind of genius treasure should be cut off from somewhere on the stem. After thousands of years, it may be able to bloom again. Alchemists would do this when collecting medicinal materials. But Yang Kai felt that even if he left Wu Daohua with a glimmer of life, he would only benefit Zilong and Shu Wei in the end, so he did it directly and did not give these two old foxes any chance to take advantage. Hey, this is the legendary enlightenment flower. It's not bad. It has 9 petals, and it's still lavender. It looks like it's at least 3,000 years old. Now it's developed. In the future, it will be promoted to the Void King realm, and it will be easy to cultivate. Don't be afraid that there are no good things left, even if you don't need it, it's good to take it out in exchange for something, I believe many people will like it. Yang Kai took out a jade box from his space ring while talking, and put the jade box open it, and carefully put the enlightenment flower into the jade box. His movements were slow and orderly, and the whole process was clearly seen by Zilong and Shu Wei. Inexplicably, the two Void King realm powerhouses felt that their hearts were bleeding. This bastard definitely did it on purpose. Shu Wei and Zilong had such a thought in their hearts at the same time, and they hated Yang Kai even more in their hearts. This kind of thing is like a hungry person who has not eaten or drank for a few days, suddenly a table of delicious delicacies from mountains and seas appears in front of him, but not only can they not eat these delicacies from mountains and seas, but they have to endure eating by the people sitting at the table side evaluation torture. Yang Kai is undoubtedly sitting at the table and eating uthi, and chatting endlessly about this delicious guy. The second plant, hee. Yang Kai picked another enlightenment flower and put it in his jade box while speaking. The action is exactly the same as before, and it is outrageously slow. Zilong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to look anymore, so he simply couldn't see it. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at ch8296929 Dian Hanji. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1785 It doesn't matter to call you grandpa. Zilong really couldn't bear the face of a villain like Yang Kai who was so arrogant when he succeeded, so he closed his eyes resolutely, not to look at the scenes that disturbed his mind hundreds of meters away. But, Yang Kai didn't intend to stop there. His voice still came to Zilong's ears continuously. Hey, why is this enlightenment flower not as big as the first one? The petals are too shabby, and the crooked melons and dates are malnourished. It looks like the medicine is definitely not very effective, that's all, let's put it away, it's better than nothing. Zilong's body trembled slightly, and his Saint Yuan almost ran away. On the other side, Shu Wei's forehead was also covered with blue veins, obviously choked by Yang Kai's anger. However, he didn't close his eyes like Zilong did, instead he stared at Yang Kai's movements, praying that Yang Kai would save some soup for him to drink after eating a large piece of meat. But after looking at it for a while, he realized something was wrong. This kid is too vicious. When he collected the enlightenment flower, he pulled out all the roots, leaving nothing behind. Shu Wei sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that these 5 enlightenment flowers might not be his own, so he took a deep breath, and followed Zilong's appearance, closing his eyes, not seeing as pure. Wow! Yang Kai shouted, as if he had discovered a new continent, his voice was full of surprise and excitement. Shu Wei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them incessantly, and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, wanting to see what was going on with him. Even Zilong couldn't hold back this time, narrowing his eyes and looking forward. Who knows that there is nothing wrong with Yang Kai, he just smiled, and while putting the third enlightenment flower into the jade box, he continued to talk to himself. It's so dangerous, I took the wrong box, it was almost a waste the medicine worked. Shu Wei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just looked away with a cold face. Next, the 4th flower, the 5th flower. Yang Kai is like a bumpkin from the countryside who has never seen the world. Every time he collects, he has to yell, comment on enlightenment flower, and make a lot of long-winded words. Following his words, the moods of Shu Wei and Zilong also fluctuated. Those voices were like a stick, constantly stabbing their hearts, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. When Yang Kai collected all 5 Dao enlightenment flowers and kept them well, Shu Wei and Zilong couldn't help exhaling softly, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of finally being relieved. At this moment, it seems that the world has become much brighter. The harvest is good. Yang Kai patted his space ring, smiling all over his face. Shu Wei laughed sinisterly. We'll talk about it after you take these things away. Although I know that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, and can even teleport a distance of hundreds of feet, but Yang Kai is just a void returning mirror warrior after all. He and Zilong are both Void King realm, the strength gap is huge, he will not let Yang Kai go leaving easily, he believed that Zilong would definitely not. When the Qi Yao Beoguang dissipated, it was the time for him and Zilong to attack Yang Kai. Only then can it be truly determined who the enlightenment flower really belongs to. Right now, this kid is just taking care of it, not really owning it. Whether I can take it away, you just wait and see. Yang Kai replied lightly, not worried about the upcoming crisis at all, and immediately, he set up a pergola with his hands, and made a gesture of looking around after walking around, his eyes fixed on a certain direction, and he said loudly, hey, these Wenxin orchids are not bad, we can't let them go. I don't know what's going on in this area, not to mention the large number of space cracks, but also a kind of genius land treasure that is not only the flower of enlightenment. When the three parties were in a stalemate before, everyone had already discovered this. In addition to the enlightenment flower, there were several Wenxin orchids and a Tianying grass here. Wen Xinlan can be used to hone the martial artist's state of mind cultivation, it is very rare, and Tianying Sao is a main medicine for refining the Void King pill, which can increase the chance of success when the Void returning mirror is promoted and broken through. The panacea is also of great value. It's just that, among these three kinds of geniuses and treasures, Wu Daohua is undoubtedly the most valuable, so everyone's attention was on Wu Daohua before, and they didn't pay too much attention to the existence of Wen Xinlan and Tianying Sao. But now, the enlightenment flower has entered Yang Kai's pocket, so he will naturally change his target. Fortunately, those Wenxin orchids, like the enlightenment flower, grew behind a certain space crack, and were not covered by the Qi Yao Beoguang. Instead, it was the only Tianying grass, which was shrouded by the Qi Yao Beoguang at this moment. Strictly. So when he heard Yang Kai say this, Shu Wei couldn't help but thumped in his heart. It's over, Wen Xinlan can't escape this kid's murderous hands now. Shu Wei's face darkened. The fact is indeed the case, after Yang Kai finished speaking, he had already stimulated the power of space, and went directly to the position where several Wenxin orchids grew. Just like he went to Wu Daohua just now, he broke through the barrier of space and moved tens of feet in an instant. Zilong stared at Yang Kai all the time, as if he wanted to get some clues from his movements, but he soon found helplessly that the space power was too mysterious and he couldn't see how Yang Kai moved at all. I only felt a strange fluctuation wrapped around Yang Kai, and he disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place. The power of space is so profound. Zilong frowned deeply, feeling powerless in his heart. However, he has become more and more determined to kill Yang Kai, not to mention that if this kid is alive, his son Zidonglai will definitely have a demon in his heart, but this time he and Yang Kai are also very unhappy, so if a young man really grows up, if he is promoted to the Void King realm, it will also do great harm to Zixing. How terrifying would a Void King realm proficient in space power be? Zilong couldn't imagine it. This danger must be nipped in the bud. Hello you all. When Zilong was contemplating, Yang Kai greeted him and Zidong with a smile. Wen Xinlan is only 40 feet away from where they are, so Yang Kai is relatively close to them at this moment. Boy, just go crazy, I will definitely want you to look good later. Zidonglai glared at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth and growled. Having been humiliated by Yang Kai so many times, he doesn't seem to have a memory at all, he only knows to keep saying harsh words to show his powerlessness. Hee. After Yang Kai replied with a deep smile, he ignored Zidong's arrival, but squatted down and carefully collected the few Wenxin orchids. What made Zilong and Shu Wei secretly exhale at the same time was that Yang Kai didn't bluff this time, and kept silent throughout the collection process. It seems that with the passage of time, this kid gradually felt uneasy in his heart. The two secretly guessed in their hearts. After a short while, several Wenxin orchids were also properly preserved by Yang Kai and stored in the space ring. Haha, boy, you have nothing to do with that Tianying Sao, right? Shu Wei stood in the distance and laughed loudly. He was so angry by Yang Kai just now, but now he finally found a reason to ridicule Yang Kai, naturally not letting go of this opportunity. He looked at Yang Kai proudly, and sarcastically said, boy, aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, you can pick the baby grass from that day and show it to the old man. Whether it is the enlightenment flower or the Wenxin orchid, the growth position is excellent, and it has never been covered by the 7 luminaries' precious light, so Yang Kai can use his own space secret technique to easily collect it. But the heavenly infant grass is different, it is now completely covered by the 7 luminaries' precious light. Even if Yang Kai has great abilities, he still can't even think about collecting this spiritual grass. Shu Wei's provocation is obviously disgusting Yang Kai, and he wants to treat him in his own way. Zilong smiled faintly, and echoed, Elder Shu, why bother to make things difficult for him, how could he do such a thing? If he can do it, I will cut off my meridians immediately. Zidonglai was even more arrogant. Hearing what he said, Zilong couldn't help but frowned, secretly felt that his idiot son was just looking for trouble. It's okay to ridicule and provoke Yongkai, it's nothing to blame, but it's a bit too ignorant to say something like coming out of a meridian up. How can such words be said casually? But Zilong didn't reprimand him, because in his opinion, it was really impossible for Yongkai to collect the heavenly infant grass. These three guys said one sentence to another, as if they were eager to see Yongkai's jokes. Yongkai stood in place, looked at Shu Wei, then at Zilong and his son, chuckled lightly. It seems that you don't remember the pain, it seems that I am still too soft-hearted. When collecting Wen Xinlan just now, Yongkai didn't provoke them anymore, mainly because he felt that it was meaningless, some things are irrelevant, and he felt boring after doing too much, but he didn't expect them to provoke him instead. That being the case, then wait to pay the price, Yongkai snorted coldly in his heart. Boy, don't talk about what you have or what you don't have. Anyway, you can't pick Tianying Sao. If you have the guts, take all the things here, and don't leave anything to the old man. Shu Wei shouted. What if I can take it? Yongkai looked at him coldly. Shu Wei was stunned, and laughed loudly. Speak wildly. You should show the old man. Yongkai curled his lips, shook his head and said, Old guy, if you want my young master to go in there to collect Tianying grass, I can't do it without paying a little price. Qi Yao Baoguang can't just break in casually, I have to risk a lot big risk. Shu Wei rolled his eyes and shouted loudly, if you can really take it away, it doesn't matter if I call you grandpa. Yongkai was stunned, never thought that Shu Wei would do so much in order to provoke him. It seems that this old guy has a lot of hatred for him, wishing that he would rush into the seven luminaries' treasure light now to seek his own death. Sniffing, Yongkai looked at Shu Wei with a light smile. You said that. So what if the old man said it? Shu Wei stiffened his neck. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1786 Talk Like Fart. Since this is the case, then you can wait to be called grandpa. Yongkai laughed loudly, and while speaking, his figure flickered, and he had already come to the back of the space crack closest to the Tianying grass. This crack is less than 20 feet away from where the Tianying Sao is. After Yongkai stood still, Shu Wei, Zilong and his son all stared at him, watching Yongkai's movements with an attitude of watching the show. No one thinks that Yongkai can succeed. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yongkai stretched out his hand and popped out a golden blood thread. He has never tried how terrifying the power of the Qi Yao Baoguang is. He only heard Ni Guang say that it is dangerous, so he doesn't know whether his golden blood thread is useful or not. The golden light flashed, and under Yongkai's cautious control, the golden blood thread pierced into the seven luminaries' precious light little by little. But the next moment, Yongkai's expression changed slightly. Because when the front end of the golden blood thread came into contact with Qi Yao Baoguang, there was a chirping sound, and under the influence of Qi Yao Baoguang, the front end of the golden blood thread was directly corroded clean. This is not over yet. The power of corrosion along the golden blood thread, all the way towards Yongkai, the speed is extremely fast. Yongkai was startled, and quickly threw the golden blood thread out, and before it hit the ground, the entire golden blood thread was corroded and completely disappeared. Yongkai couldn't help showing a look of horror. The terrifying power of the seven luminaries' precious light really lived up to its reputation. The golden blood thread was condensed from his own golden blood, and since it was condensed until now, it has never damaged any of it, but now, under the corrosion of Qi Yao Baoguang, it disintegrates in an instant. Qi Yao Baoguang ignores any defense, not only has the ability to corrode flesh and blood, but also has the power to annihilate the soul. The characteristics of the golden blood thread are just restrained by it. Judging from this situation, as long as it is a living creature with flesh and blood, once it is contaminated with the seven luminaries' precious light, the consequences will be very serious. On the other side, Shu Wei and Zilong, who were paying attention to Yongkai's movements, were also secretly shocked. It was also the first time for them to see the power of the seven luminous lights. The two Void King realm had to pay for themselves. But soon, Shu Wei sneered loudly, "Boy, you don't seem to have any skills. This is the end, you should continue." Yongkai glanced at him and sneered. The reason why he popped out the golden blood thread just now was mainly to test whether the power of Qi Yao Baoguang is as good as the rumors, and now it has achieved the results, so naturally it will not continue to test. How to collect the Tianying Sao, he already has a plan. In any case, the heavenly infant grass is very valuable, and Yang Kai doesn't want to let it go, and he doesn't want Shu Wei and Zilong to get the heavenly infant grass. After ignoring Shu Wei's ridicule, he sat down cross-legged directly. Immediately, he stretched out his hand, and a stone man with golden light and looking stupid suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Stone puppet number 2. The second stone puppet is Yang Kai's Dharma body that was originally in Ling Shaozong. When this stone puppet was born, it was born with a lack of intelligence. Although it survived, it did not have its own intelligence and could not act on its own. So Yang Kai used it as his Dharma body. And because when it was born, Yang Kai injected a lot of golden blood into it, so it looks golden, and it is a little different from the other stone puppet. This Dharma body has not been very useful all the time. When fighting with the enemy, it is enough for Yang Kai to have Huo Nao Luyan and Xiao Xiao, and the existence of Dharma body has been hidden by him. But now is a good time to take advantage. Yang Kai didn't dare to release Xiao Xiao rashly, after all Xiao Xiao was his great help. If something happened in Seven Luminaries' treasure light, it would be a big loss. The stone puppet race is not made of flesh and blood, so it should not be afraid of the Seven Luminaries' precious light, but it is born with a lack of intelligence, let alone the power of the Seven Luminaries' precious light to annihilate the soul. The only thing to worry about is Yang Kai's own Ray God. If the Dharma body stone puppet wanted to act, Yang Kai had to pour the distraction nourished in his own sea of consciousness into the Dharma body, so that Yang Kai could control it to act. I just don't know if the Qiao Baoguang will pass through the body of the Dharma body and cause damage to my distraction. But this kind of thing has to be tried to know. Yang Kai made up his mind, then reached out and pointed towards the head of the Dharma body. The ray of distraction that had been nourished in the sea of consciousness was immediately poured into the Dharma body, and the dull eyes of the Dharma body instantly became lively. And Yang Kai himself, at this moment, feels that he seems to be divided into two. Not only does he have his own vision and perception, but he also has the vision and perception of the Dharma body. It feels so wonderful. Controlling the Dharma body, he moved his hands and feet a little while standing still, adapting to his heavy body. What is this? On the other side, Zidonglai showed a look of astonishment, staring blankly at the golden stone puppet, confused. He had never seen such a strange existence before. The stone man didn't look like a dead puppet, but seemed to have his own life, which was extremely strange. Although the aura from the stone man was not strong, it was something he had never seen before, so he wanted to ask his father. He thought that with his father's experience and insight, he would know a thing or two, but Zilong was silent for a long time before softly saying, "I don't even know what this is as a father." Zidonglai was shocked immediately. There are actually existences in the star field that the father doesn't even know about. He couldn't help looking towards Shu Wei, but soon he found that the elder who had abandoned the lair seemed to be ignorant of the strange creature, observing with a frown and a dazed look on his face. He didn't even know, where did this guy named Yang Kai find this thing, so that the two Void King realm couldn't tell the history. Zidonglai was shocked. But at the next moment, Zidonglai's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered subconsciously, he didn't want this thing. Although he can't recognize the stone puppet, he can also see that the stone puppet is not made of flesh and blood. It should be no problem for such a thing to enter the Seven Luminaries' precious light. In this way, Yang Kai can really take the remaining Tianyingzhao, take it away. Realizing this, Zidonglai's face darkened, thinking of what he said just now from menopause, his mood was suddenly not good. Shu Wei also felt bad. Zidonglai just said that he wanted to cut off his meridians, but he said he wanted to call Yang Kai grandpa, if Yang Kai got the Tianying grass. Damn it, why hasn't the Qiao Baoguang receded? Shu Wei kept cursing in his heart, wishing he could use a secret technique to dispel the Qiao Baoguang and then attack Yang Kai. In the attention of the three people, Yang Kai had already controlled the Dharma body to take a step forward and entered the Seven Luminaries' precious light. As soon as you stepped into the area covered by the precious light, Yang Kai felt his whole body sink, as if 1,000 caddies of boulders were pressing on him. This Seven Luminaries' precious light actually has the power of the Void King realm domain. The place covered by the light, the space is extremely viscous, and it is extremely difficult to move forward. Fortunately, after a short observation, Yang Kai found that the ray of distraction he entrusted in the Dharma body did not show any damage, and the 7 radiance precious lights were all isolated from the Dharma body, unable to invade the body. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. It seemed that his guess was correct. Qiao Baoguang ignores the characteristics of defense and is aimed at flesh and blood. It is not the existence of flesh and blood, and will not be restrained. In this way, if there are any geniuses and treasures found in the future, if it is not easy to collect them personally, the Dharma body can be dispatched. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai continued to control the Dharma body to move forward. His distraction inherited his will and understanding of the realm of cultivation, so although the Dharma body itself is not very powerful, it can still use the power of space. A wave of space secret technique lingered around the Dharma body, greatly reducing the pressure on the Dharma body, and the speed suddenly increased a lot. The distance of 20 feet was shortened at an extremely fast speed under the step-by-step advancement of the Dharma body. Shu Wei's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He could see that the remaining Tianyingzhao would also be unable to escape Yang Kai's clutches. This was not the crux of the problem, the crux was what he said just now. Naturally, it is impossible for him to really call Yang Kai a grandpa of a younger generation. If he shouts this, he will not have to show his face in the future, and go back to the abandoned nest to hide for a lifetime, and he will never see anyone. But if you don't fulfill it, you will inevitably be ridiculed by Yang Kai again. Shu Wei has experienced the profound skill of this kid's poisonous tongue. He secretly had a headache and his face was ugly. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the Dharma body had already arrived in front of the Tianying grass. Although the palms of the stone puppet race were wide and thick, under Yang Kai's control, the Dharma body still perfectly collected the Tianying grass, and then turning around, step by step, he returned to where Yang Kai himself was. When the Dharma body returned, Yang Kai took the heavenly infant grass over, took out the box he had prepared earlier and put it away for storage, and then took back the distraction and the Dharma body with a smile. Immediately, he turned his head and looked towards Shu Wei. Shu Wei's eyes dodged. "Why, won't you admit it if you lose?" Yang Kai sneered, "Didn't someone call me grandpa just now?" Shu Wei suddenly became a little annoyed, and stared at Yang Kai with a straight face, as if he would fight if he dared to slander. He made up his mind to play tricks, and Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him anyway. Yang Kai sneered, and looked at Zidonglai again. "Didn't someone say that they wanted to cut off their meridians just now?" Zidonglai said angrily, "What are you, dare to let this young master cut off his meridians?" Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. "It turns out that you all talk like farting." Zilong snorted coldly. "Boy, the old man advises you, keep a line in life, so that we can meet each other in the future. Why do you have to do everything?" "Leave a line," Yang Kai sneered, "it's not necessary for you rubbish, is it?" "Boy, pay attention to what you say. Don't forget, the 7 luminous lights will recede in a while. What will happen to you at that time, you can imagine it." Zilong squinted at Yang Kai, his eyes Lu Senran was cold. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1787. I will accompany you all the way. That's right, boy, obediently take out all the things you collected just now, throw them on the ground, and then kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. The old man promises that after the precious light dissipates, I won't shoot you, and save your life. Shu Wei also shouted from the side. The two Void King Realm powerhouses lost face to the extreme this time, so they hated Yang Kai deeply, but fortunately for the two of them, Qiyao Baoguang was about to retreat soon, and they endured Yang Kai for half an hour, and finally it was time for him to pay. When paying the price, both of them were extremely happy in their hearts. Once the Qiyao Baoguang recedes, even if Yang Kai is proficient in space power, so what? As soon as the domain power of the two Void King Realm powerhouses came out, it was hard for him to fly. As long as Yang Kai is captured, not only can the hatred in his heart be relieved, but the enlightenment flower, Wen Xinlin and Tianyingzhao collected by Yang Kai before must belong to him. They secretly looked forward to that moment. "You think you're going to beat me?" Yang Kai looked at Zilong and Shu Wei disdainfully. To their surprise, there was no panic on his face, but a look of victory in his hands. His expression seemed to show no fear at all. Zilong frowned, not knowing whether Yang Kai was bluffing or really relying on something. "Boy, what the hell are you planning? This old man advises you, obediently cooperate with this old man, so that you still have a chance to survive." Shu Wei shouted in a deep voice. "It's ridiculous, how can there be such an ignorant guy like you in the world?" Yang Kai laughed, and suddenly said with some loss of interest, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to play with you. This Qiyao Baoguang will fade away in a while. All right, I'll take a step first, you guys just wait slowly." While speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand gently. "Let's take a step first." Zilong frowned even deeper, and a horrified guess suddenly appeared in his heart. Could it be that this kid? Before he finished his thoughts, his eyeballs suddenly widened, and he stared at Yang Kai's movements in shock, with an unbelievable expression on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw Yang Kai turn around, step into the crack in the space, and then disappear without a trace. This kid actually got into a crack in space. Zilong gasped. On the other side, Shu Wei also opened his mouth wide, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. The shocked look on his face was no better than Zilong's. He. Zidonglai was already a little incoherent, pointing at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared. He didn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Old Shu changeling. After a long time, Zilong took a deep breath, and said with a gloomy expression, "It seems that we all underestimated his attainments in space power." Shu Wei nodded and said with a serious expression, "That's right, dare to break into the cracks of space unscrupulously. This kid's attainments in space power can't be said to be unprecedented. I'm afraid it's unprecedented." Old Shu changeling, I don't need to tell you, you must know how terrifying a martial artist who is proficient in space power is. He is now in the third layer of Void Return Realm. If he finds a chance to be promoted to Void King Realm, in the future. He has no future, the old man will find an opportunity to kill him here. Shu Wei's face was full of sternness. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. Since that's the case, let's not talk about the grievances between you and me. I will try my best to find his traces, and we must wipe out the roots in this lost place. Both of them realized the horror of Yang Kai's future. They were frightened, they didn't dare to let Yang Kai continue to grow, and they made up their minds to end Yang Kai's life in the Lost Land. They negotiated in a few words and formed an alliance for the time being. At this moment, Zidonglai, who had not been able to calm down, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Shu Wei's back and shouting, he. Zilong was stunned, turned his head to look towards Shu Wei. The next moment, his pupils shrank and he shouted, "Dangerous." Hearing the shout, Shu Wei finally realized. Before he could turn around to look, there was a voice behind him that he was familiar with and hated to the core. "Ha ha ha ha, grandson, grandpa is here to teach you a lesson." It's Yang Kai. Shu Wei's complexion changed drastically. He never thought that Yang Kai could come out from the crack in the space behind him and launch a sneak attack on him. A scorching force came from behind, and at the same time, strong wind hit the ears. Shu Wei screamed badly at the same time, ferociously mobilized his Saint Yuan, which turned into a thick layer of protection on his back, and at the same time turned around hurriedly, wanting to face Yang Kai. His movements are fast, but Yang Kai is even faster. As soon as his Saint Yuan was mobilized, Shu Wei felt a fist hit his back. There was a terrifying force in that fist, and the force of the fist exploded, almost hitting his bodyguard Saint Yuan, scattered. Fortunately, his cultivation level is higher than Yang Kai's, otherwise this punch alone would be enough to make him lose his fighting power. Even so, this punch was not easy to bear. Shu Wei only felt the qi and blood in his chest, his face turned pale slightly, and his body involuntarily staggered forward. And not far ahead is the seven luminaries' precious light that everyone avoids like snakes and scorpions. "No way!" Shu Wei exclaimed. His whole body broke out in cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, he directly released his Void King Realm field, bit the tip of his tongue at the same time, spit out blood, and stomped his feet on the ground fiercely. In an instant, his feet were inserted 3 feet into the ground, and his body that was rushing forward suddenly stopped. Chi. The ear-piercing sound came out, and Shu Wei showed despair. Although his reaction was not slow and everything he did was extremely reasonable, he still couldn't completely stop his forward trend. One arm was swept by the Qiao Baoguang, and in an instant, there was a piercing pain on his arm. Looking around, the flesh and blood on this arm was also corroded at an extremely fast speed, exposing the white bones and meridians. This is not over yet. Yang Kai, standing behind him, has already made a second blow. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, Shu Wei was furious, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Boy, don't underestimate this old man." While speaking, his body burst into dazzling light, and with the sound of hissing, waves of terrifying energy shot out from the pores of his body in all directions. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified, realizing that this was Shu Wei's desperate fight, and he couldn't take the lead, so he quickly retracted the attack, pulled back, and at the same time sacrificed the golden blood thread, condensing the blood shield to block in front of him. Dang 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 dang. A series of sounds came out, and Yang Kai's blood was not smooth after being hit by a force. He looked at Shu Wei, who was close at hand, sneered lightly, and didn't continue to shoot, but jumped back and fell into the space crack behind Shu Wei. At the moment when his figure was about to disappear, his cold words reached the ears of Zilong and Zidonglai, "Father and son, I will hide in the cracks and follow you all the way, you will not be too lonely." Hearing this, Zidonglai couldn't help shivering, the soles of his feet were a little cramped, and the next moment, he turned around quickly, facing the space crack behind him, his eyes widened, staring at him firmly. As if afraid that Yongkai would kill him again. The existence of Yongkai has completely become his nightmare. Ah! On the other side, Shu Wei screamed. In this moment, the terrifying corrosion of Qiao Beoguang has already eroded half of his arm, and it is rapidly spreading towards his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, with a ferocious expression on his face, desperately mobilizing Sheng Yuan, trying to resist the damage caused by Qiao Beoguang. But no matter what he did, he found it was all in vain. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Shu Wei became cruel and slapped himself on the shoulder. The remaining arm fell to the ground, and a stream of blood spattered from the shoulder. When the pain hit, Shu Wei's face was as pale as paper, and his figure staggered slightly. He quickly used his power to stop the flow of blood, and at the same time took out a few elixirs from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even dare to sit cross-legged and refine, but turned around immediately, just like Zidonglai, watching the crack in the space behind him vigilantly, in case Yongkai came back again. Although Yongkai's sneak attack failed to kill him this time, it crippled one of his arms, which was a remarkable achievement. The atmosphere was extremely solemn, neither Shu Wei nor Zidonglai dared to take a breath, and their minds were extremely nervous. Even Zilong didn't dare to take it lightly and pay attention to the cracks in the space behind him. Time has never passed so slowly. When there was a sound of inhalation from the depths of the Medicine Valley, and when the Qiao Beoguang receded like a tide, Zidonglai exhaled fiercely. Relatively safe place. The same is true for Shu Wei. He had been bitten by a snake for 10 years and had been afraid of well ropes for 10 years. When he saw the space crack, it was as if he saw an annoying guy jumping out of it and attacking him. But, even if the Qiao Beoguang recedes, there is no need to worry about Yongkai's sneak attack for the time being, but Shu Wei's crisis is still not resolved. With a pale face, he stood on the spot, watching Zilong not far away vigilantly, and Sheng Yuan secretly condensed, putting on a posture ready to escape at any time. Although he and Zilong had temporarily reached an agreement to deal with Yongkai together, he did not forget the hatred between Abandoned Lair and Zixing, and the gap between their positions in cultivation realm. If Zilong took action against him now, Shu Wei reckoned that he might be in danger. In his heyday, he might still be sure of escaping his life under Zilong's hands, but in his current state, it's difficult. Old Shu Changeling, I advise you not to think about running away. Zilong looked at him indifferently. You should know a thing or two about my Zichi Changhaju. With my means, it is not something you can compete with now. Shu Wei smiled miserably, cursing endlessly in his heart. He really came here for whatever he was afraid of. Zilong is obviously planning to make trouble. He has no intention of letting him go. If he really escapes, Zilong will definitely take action. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woai Xiao Hua Ti. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1788 Tragic Shu Wei. Brother Z, why bother? Shu Wei squeezed out an ugly smile. Shu has never been your opponent from the beginning to the end. If you really want to kill me, Shu has no ability to resist. But Brother Z, don't forget but that kid said that he will always hide in the cracks. Young Master Ling is only at the Void Return 3rd layer. If he is successfully attacked by that kid, Brother Z should know what the consequences will be. Of course I know this. Zilong's expression remained indifferent, but what does this have to do with you? I will pay attention to the safety of the dog. You can't say that. Shu Wei shook his head. If the old man is around, it can distract that kid's attention to some extent, right? Zilong frowned, as if he was in deep thought. After a while, he raised his eyes and said, Elder Shu is right. Shu Wei suddenly let out a breath. However, Mr. Shu, your own situation is not optimistic now. Even if you can contain it, what is the result? I would be happy to take this opportunity to kill you and avenge those disciples who passed away in my Zixing's early years. Zilong narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a murderous intent flickering in his pupils. Shu Wei had just let go of his heart, and lifted it up again. While secretly screaming, he also scolded Yongkai bloody in his heart. If it wasn't for Yongkai's sneak attack just now, why would he be reduced to what he is now called Tiantianying, called the point where the land is not working? Zilong snorted coldly. Elder Shu, don't say that I won't give you a chance. I will give you two choices now. First, I will kill you, and it will be over once and for all. Shu Wei bit it, and asked in a deep voice, what about the second one? Hand over your soul imprint, and from now on, obey my orders. Zilong put his hands behind his back, and the old god looked at Shu Wei from the ground. You choose yourself, you are also a person who has experienced big winds and waves, and you must make a decision, a wise decision. Hand over the brand of spirit and soul. Shu Wei's face turned cold, and he almost wanted to turn against Zilong on the spot, but when he thought of the possible consequences, he still suppressed his anger forcefully. Surrendering his soul imprint means that he must obey Zilong's orders in the future, if not, he can make his life worse than death with just one thought. But if you don't hand it over, you will definitely die. Shu Wei suddenly found that Zilong disgusted him more than Yang Kai. Yang Kai was just playing some scheming tricks, and he didn't talk about people, but Zilong, as the master of Zixing, a famous figure in the star field, actually did such a dirty thing. It is really shameless. There is not much time, and my patience is limited. Elder Shu, think about it quickly. Zilong's words were soft, but when they fell into Shu Wei's ears, it was like a reminder to make him suffer. He looked embarrassed, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I admit it, you want the brand of the old man's soul, and I will give it to you. However, Brother Z, please don't embarrass the old man too much in the future." Quote. Zilong nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Of course I won't embarrass you, because the one who received your soul brand is not me, but Guzi." "What? It's Zidonglai," Shu Wei yelled, looking at Zidonglai with an angry look on his face. Zidonglai was also taken aback for a moment, but the next moment, he looked ecstatically, looking at his father gratefully. Even if he is the young master of Zixing, he still has some rights to mobilize Zixing's Void King realm powerhouses to do things for him, but this kind of mobilization is also very limited. Which one of those Void King realm powerhouses is not eye-catching? If you want them to do things for you, you have to pay a price every time. But now there is a chance for him to completely control a Void King realm powerhouse. This kind of good thing is like a pie in the sky. Zidonglai was so happy that he was dizzy all of a sudden, and he was so grateful to his father. After thinking about it, Zidonglai's face sank, and he looked at Shu Wei and said, "Why, does Elder Shu think that as this young master, he is not qualified to control your soul brand? If so, this young master doesn't matter, this young master the Lord never does what is difficult for the strong." Quote. What he said was decent, without losing his identity as the young master of the Purple Star, but Shu Wei cursed in his heart. Nowadays, people treat people like knives and others like fish and meat. How can there be any room for him to resist? What's more, he has already made concessions before, even though now he knows that things are different from what he guessed, he doesn't have much resistance. Sometimes things are like this, after one step back, the second step, the third step. After thinking for a while, Shu Wei squeezed out a smile and said, "The young master is serious. The dragon among the young masters will surely surpass the old man in future achievements. How dare the old man think so? It is an honor to be able to serve the young master." "You are very good," Zidonglai smiled. At this moment, the gloom created by Yang Kai was swept away. Zidonglai was extremely happy, and secretly felt ruthless in his heart. If he saw Yang Kai again, he must let Shu Wei kill him, let out a mouthful of anger. Although Shu Wei is missing an arm because of the Qiao Baoguang, this kind of injury does not actually have much impact on his Void King realm strength. As long as he recuperates well, he is still a fearsome powerhouse. "Elder Shu, please," Zilong urged to avoid having long nights and dreams. Even if Shu Wei was unwilling, he still had to condense his own imprint of the soul, and walk towards Zidong step by step, came to him, and engraved the imprint of his own soul in his body. And in the whole process, Zilong has been watching him vigilantly, so that he has no chance to play tricks. After doing all this, Shu Wei felt lost. From this moment on, he was no longer the elder who abandoned the lair, but a servant and a thug who followed Zidonglai. He no longer had his own freedom. Thinking of this in his heart, Shu Wei's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he felt his sea of consciousness suddenly churning, and there was an almost unbearable pain in his head. Even if he is a Void King realm powerhouse, he can't resist this kind of torture and suffering. He couldn't help screaming, and fell to the ground stiffly, holding his head in his hands, and kept rolling. He quickly realized what had happened, braced himself, gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, why are you?" "Well, it's really effective." Zidonglai looked at Shu Wei, who was lying on the ground and screaming miserably, without the slightest expression of pity on his face. A soul imprint exerts pressure. Shu Wei's cry became more and more desolate and violent, and he kept wailing, young master, stop quickly, if this continues, the old man will be out of his wits, ah. Old man, Zidonglai's eyes flashed coldly, who do you call yourself old man in front of? Who gave you the qualification? Ah, old, the old slave is wrong, the young master should stop, the old slave will not dare any more. Ha ha ha, you are clever, it looks like you will be a good dog in the future. Zidonglai laughed, his face was full of sickness, and he was very satisfied with torturing a Void King realm expert like this. Yang Kai had repeatedly insulted him as a dog that could only bark without biting, and now he vented his resentment on Shu Wei. Okay, Elder Shu is your senior after all, don't do this in the future. Zilong glanced at his son and ordered lightly. Yes, Zidong replied, and then let go. The great pain in Shu Wei's consciousness dissipated in an instant. Even so, he was still unable to get up. He lay on the ground for a long time before he staggered up. A trace of hidden hatred flashed in his lowered eyes. Thinking that he is a Void King realm expert, or an elder who abandoned his lair, now not only is the imprint of the soul controlled by others, but he is also humiliated and tortured by a junior, how can he swallow this resentment? But now that people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads, Shu Wei will naturally not be so stupid as to show it to his face. He hid everything very well, and only waited for an opportunity in the future to make Zilong and his son double repay. Elder Shu, you don't have any opinion on this young master, right? Just now this young master was just a novelty, and it was just a little experiment. After all, this young master has never controlled the soul mark of a Void King realm powerhouse before. It feels very strange. Zidonglai stared at Shu Wei, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and asked. Don't dare. Shu Wei gasped and bowed his knees. Young master can call the old slave by his name in the future, but the elder Shu will never dare to be called the elder. As for what happened just now, the old slave naturally dare not care about it. That's good. Zidonglai nodded in satisfaction. Follow this young master carefully and protect his safety. When this young master becomes stronger in the future, it will naturally benefit you. Yes, Shu Wei nodded respectfully. By the way, since you entered this medicine valley, have you gained anything? Take this young master to have a look. Zidonglai seemed to remember something again, and asked with bright eyes. Shu Wei's face twitched slightly, and his heart ached, but he didn't dare to resist at all, quickly took off the space ring in his hand, handed it to Zidonglai, and said with a flattering smile, I put all the old slaves' things in it, young master take a look, if you like anything, just take it. He had to do this, and now that his life was in the hands of others, of course he couldn't keep that little thing. Zidonglai was not polite at all. After receiving the space ring, he released his spiritual sense to investigate. After a while, he showed joy, and kept taking out valuable treasures from Shu Wei's ring. These things not only include Shu Wei's harvest in the Medicine Valley, but also his own storage. The abandoned lair is a gathering place for all kinds of evildoers. Shu Wei is an elder, so killing people and stealing goods is a common occurrence, so there are quite a few good things in his ring. All these good things are of great value, and even a character like Zidonglai can't bear to miss them. One by one, things were taken out and put into Zidonglai's own space ring. Shu Wei's heart was bleeding, but he didn't dare to show it. Instead, he stood aside and forced a smile to accompany it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1789 Mutation. Zidonglai suddenly cried out in surprise, and took out a token-like thing from Shu Wei's ring. The material of the token is very strange, it is neither gold nor wood, Zidonglai's eyesight can't recognize what it is, the token is dark, with a big, Emperor, engraved on the front. There are extremely profound connotations flowing in the words. Zidong took a look at it, and felt that his soul was impacted by the connotations, and he couldn't help but change color in shock. Star Emperor Token. Zilong, who had been standing silently by the side, saw the token, and snatched it from Zidonglai's hand with his hands, with a scorching light in his eyes and a divine thought. Check it out. This is a piece of Star Emperor Token. The Star Emperor Token is something that the great Emperor personally refined back then. It is a legendary existence in the entire star field, and few people have seen it. As a member of the strong group, he will naturally be familiar with the secrets of the Star Emperor Order. What's more, there is also a Star Emperor Token in Purple Star, which is kept by a Supreme Elder of the Void King's third layer realm in Purple Star. With the help of the Emperor's power in the Star Emperor Token, retreat all year round, comprehend the supreme martial arts, in order to break through. The Unsealed Star Emperor Token. Zilong searched for a while, and found that the Emperor's supernatural powers that were originally sealed on this Star Emperor token had already been used by someone, and he couldn't help showing a faint look of disappointment on his face. This piece was obtained by the old slave from his early adventures. Shu Wei explained with a smile, feeling extremely distressed in his heart. If the Star Emperor order had not been unsealed, how could he have fallen into this world? It is rumored that the Great Emperor refined 9 Star Emperor tokens in total, each of which sealed one of his supernatural powers, whose power is unpredictable. No one can speculate on how strong the Great Emperor is, but it is no problem at all to kill Zilong and his son with the help of the Great Emperor's supernatural powers. If the supernatural power sealed in this Star Emperor token still existed, Shu Wei would have used it long ago, and it would be impossible for him to hand over his soul brand and be controlled by others. Father, I have heard people say that there is a shocking mystery hidden in the token of the Star Emperor. Is this true? Zidonglai looked at the token of the Star Emperor in Zilong's hand curiously and asked. The young master is right, but this is also the first time I have seen the real Star Emperor token, and I have only seen some records in various classics before. I don't know if there is any shocking mystery hidden, but there is indeed such a rumor. Zilong replied lightly, but even if there is any shocking mystery, it cannot be seen with just 1 or 2 Star Emperor tokens. Yes, maybe you need to collect all 9 pieces to get a glimpse of the clues. Collect 9 yuan. Zidonglai was stunned for a moment and then laughed. I'm afraid no one in the world can do this kind of thing. The Star Emperor token has been lost for so many years, and it has long been lost in various parts of the star field. The boy only heard that there is a piece at the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Not only the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but also the Sword League. Sword League also has it. Zidonglai was a little surprised. Don't underestimate the Sword Alliance. Although the Sword Alliance is relatively the weakest among the 3 major forces in the star field, it still cannot be underestimated. In the era when the Great Emperor lived, our 3 forces and the Great Emperor have all come here in the past. He also helped the Emperor with some small favors. The Emperor gave each of our 3 families a piece of the Star Emperor token that sealed his supernatural power, as a thank you gift, and the Star Emperor token of our Purple Star Constant Luo Chamber of Commerce and the Sword League came in this way. Is there such a thing? Zidonglai was shocked again and again, and even Shu Wei was stunned to listen. Although he is the elder of the abandoned lair, he still doesn't know anything about this secret. It's been too long. Zilong sighed slightly. After tens of thousands of years, the Star Emperor tokens owned by our 3 forces have already been used when their respective disasters approached. If it weren't for such a Star Emperor token, maybe our 3 families the rise and fall of power is like the ebb and flow of the tide. There is no immortal dynasty in the world. The only power that will not fall is the strength of the individual, which is the real eternal power. You have to remember this. Yes, the child has been taught. Zidonglai nodded respectfully, secretly feeling ruthless in his heart. After returning this time, he must be close to death, and he will never leave the test until he reaches the Void King realm. If one day he can cultivate to the level of the Great Emperor, then he will become a new legend in the star field, replacing the Great Emperor. What kind of glory would that be? While speaking, Zilong had already put the Star Emperor token into his space ring. Although this Star Emperor token has been unsealed, its value is still huge. And Zidonglai also returned the space ring to Shu Wei, but the good things in it were gone. Shu Wei let out his spiritual sense to check it out, and suddenly felt distressed to death, as if he had been cut off a few caddies of flesh, cursing constantly in my heart. Let's go, be careful of those space cracks, that kid may really hide in the cracks all the time, looking for a chance to sneak attack. Zilong scanned the surrounding space cracks and led the way. Zidonglai followed quickly, while Shu Wei was pale and helpless. Among the cracks in the void, Yang Kai roamed freely. After sneak attacking Shu Wei, he returned to the extremely safe space of the void crack, and happily began to search for the Sky Spirit Crystal. The words before leaving were just to intimidate the enemy. He would not be really bored to the point of following Zilong and the others, not to mention that this kind of sneak attack is enough to do once, and then come the second time. Others must have taken precautions this time, so it would be a waste of time to say that it was really done. There are so many good things here, how could Yang Kai waste time on those guys? So after leaving a word, he left gracefully. He also thought about the target of the sneak attack before. After all, Zilong is a second-level Void King. He was not sure that he could succeed in the sneak attack, so he could only target Shu Wei. Although he failed to kill him, but let him his arm was swept by Qiao Baoguang, and he also recovered some interest. If the prediction is correct, Shu Wei had to cut off his arm in order to save his life. Shu Wei, who was severely injured by this, will undoubtedly be seriously injured. Maybe Zilong will not let him go and let his blood splatter on the spot. What Yang Kai didn't expect was that Zilong didn't kill Shu Wei, but let his son accept his soul brand. Now that the 7 luminaries' precious light has just receded, there is plenty of time to search, so after Yang Kai shuttled half a cup of tea through the cracks in the void, he casually found a weak spot in the void and returned to Medicine Valley. The surrounding area was quiet and there was no sign of a single person. Yang Kai began to search for the genius treasure with great interest. After waiting for half an hour, he returned to the void crack again. Repeatedly, Yang Kai gained more and more. At the same time, he was silently counting the time in his heart. Before entering, Ni Guang once mentioned to him that in this lost land, a person can only stay for a month at most before returning to the star field through the entrance, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Because the ancient atmosphere left here is too strong, it is not suitable for today's warriors to stay for a long time. Once they stay for too long, they will inevitably encounter the suppression and rejection of the laws of heaven and earth here. Just as Qian Tong was repelled by the law of the dark star, at that time, all kinds of tidal power of heaven and earth will be added to the warrior, and that kind of power cannot be resisted by human beings at all. But it's still early now. Yang Kai estimated that since he entered the lost land, it has only been about 11 or 12 days at most, and even if the consumption of the return journey is calculated, he still has at least 10 days to stay here. So he wandered around Medicine Valley with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. With the passage of time, the number of genius treasures that can be found in Medicine Valley has also been greatly reduced. Think about it, although Medicine Valley is big, it still has a limit. After searching, all the good things that could be found have been collected. Even the harvest of sky spirit crystals began to shrink significantly. On this day, it took Yang Kai a full half a day to harvest a total of 3 space spirit crystals and 1 not-so-good medicinal material. Compared with entering Medicine Valley on the first day, this kind of result is extremely shabby. It's time to join Ghost Ancestor. Yang Kai stood in place, preserved the medicinal material, put it into the space ring, and muttered to himself. Now that the harvest is starting to decrease, it doesn't make much sense to act separately from the Ghost Ancestors. If they get together, they can take care of each other. Thinking of this, Yang Kai began to urge Sheng Yuan to pour it into the mark left by the Ghost Ancestor on his shoulder. He stood there and waited for a long time, but he didn't see the Ghost Ancestor. It seems that the Ghost Ancestor is not within 1,000 miles of him, so he cannot sense his call. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and was going to try again in another place, but at this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The moment he heard this sound, Yang Kai instinctively thought that the Qi Yao Baoguang was about to attack, but the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Every time the Qi Yao Baoguang comes and recedes, the time is extremely fixed, and he can grasp it exactly, but this time is clearly not yet the time for the Qi Yao Baoguang to attack. According to his silent calculation, at least there is still one. The Kung Fu of Tea is right. Not only that, but the sound was wrong. Because the Qi Yao Baoguang is the precious light breathed out by the divine bird Qi Yao Peacock, so every time the Qi Yao Baoguang hits, there will be the movement of exhaling from the depths of the Medicine Valley. And the sound coming into the ear at this moment is definitely not the movement of breathing, but rather, the sound of the wind blowing by the flapping of wings, whining. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and he looked up at the source of the sound. At this moment, a strange cry came. To my ears, this cry is somewhat similar to a cat's meow, but it is quite loud and clear, straight into the sky, like a sharp sword, trying to pierce through this lost land. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness shook, causing a stormy sea. Immediately afterwards, 7 colors of light lit up in the sky, covering half of the sky. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1790. The Divine Bird Leaves the Nest. What's the situation? Yang Kai exclaimed, standing where he was, looking at the scene in the sky with trembling eyes. Over there, it is the place where the sound is heard every time the Qi Yao Peacock breathes, and it is the place where the divine bird lives. Yang Kai has always been curious about how strong this divine bird, the 7 luminaries peacock, is, but he has never been able to figure it out. However, judging from the power of the Qi Yao Baoguang it breathed out, the divine bird is definitely no worse than the 3rd level of the Void King. Perhaps even more terrifying than the Void King's 3rd layer realm. He also thought about going to see what the divine bird looked like, but he never made up his mind. But judging from the situation over there at the moment, it seems that there has been some changes in the divine bird, the 7 luminaries peacock. Could it be that some guy who doesn't have long eyes provoked it? Yang Kai thought this way, and secretly felt sad for the person who provoked him. If he provoked Qiyao Peacock, he might die without a place to bury him. Hey, that's not right. Yang Kai was stunned again, because at this moment he realized that although the movement over there was obvious, there was no wave of fighting at all, and it was obvious that someone had provoked the 7 luminaries peacock. When the 7-colored light covered the entire sky, a huge figure flew up from the ground and merged into the 7-colored light. Immediately afterwards, the 7-colored light retreated leisurely and fled towards the distance, gradually drifting away. Fly away. Yang Kai frowned, he could only make such a guess. The next moment, he looked ecstatic. The 7 luminaries peacock has been inhabiting a certain place deep in the Medicine Valley. No matter where it is, there must be something that attracts it to stay. That is to say, there must be some treasure in that place. Now that the Qiyao Peacock has flown away, isn't it a good opportunity to go and have a look? With this idea together, Yang Kai couldn't suppress it no matter what. He wanted to go over there to investigate. He stood there and struggled to think for a while, then Yang Kai gritted his teeth and quickly flew over there. At the same time, in a certain place in the Medicine Valley, Zilong stood in place, his eyes burst into fanaticism, staring at the colorful light that disappeared at the edge of the sky, and said in a low voice, "It's time, I didn't expect this luck to be so good. Well, after just over 10 days, I encountered the divine bird leaving the nest, ha 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 ha, what a godsend opportunity." Zilong has always been very calm, but now, his expression is very excited, as if he has encountered something good that never happens in 1,000 years. Shu Wei looked at it in a daze. But Zi Donglai immediately asked happily, "So, we can get the tree of immortality?" An old tree. Shu Wei's eyes widened instantly, he looked at Zi Donglai in horror, and said in surprise, "Young master, did you just say that it was an old tree?" He obviously also knew the existence of the tree of immortality, what it represented and what it meant, but he had only heard of it in rumors, and he even thought that such a tree of immortality did not exist at all. But just now, he actually heard the word Yunol tree from Zidonglai's mouth. Combining all kinds of things, Shu Wei immediately deduced that there is such a treasure as the immortal tree in the place where the gods and birds live. "What's the matter with you?" Zidonglai glanced at Shu Wei coldly. Just now he was also in agitated mood and accidentally exposed some important information, but it doesn't matter too much. Anyway, the 3 of them are going to go there soon. Yes, even if you don't say it now, Shu Wei will be able to see the tree of immortality later. Shu Wei looked embarrassed, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. "I don't know if I can get it for the time being, but it is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity." Zilong took a deep breath. "Go, if my prediction is right, the others will also rush there." Quote. "They're courting death." Zidonglai snorted coldly. "The tree of immortality, this kind of treasure against the heavens, only Zixing is qualified to possess it, and only he and his father are qualified to refine it. When the time comes, he will get the tree of immortality and enjoy it with his father. The father and son will achieve immortality. In time, how happy would it be to cultivate to the peak of martial arts and dominate the star field? Anyone who dares to snatch the tree of immortality from him will be damned." On the other side, Niguang and Shuiyu were also rushing towards the habitat of the divine bird with their heads buried. "Uncle Ni, how long will it take for the Qiyao Peacock to come back?" Shuiyu asked while following behind Niguang. "I don't know." Niguang shook his head. "Every once in a while, the divine bird will leave the nest for a while. This time may be short or long, depending on its own mood. If you can't get the tree of immortality, you have to take the nectar of immortality. Although that thing is not as precious as the tree of immortality, it is also one of the 3 holy waters, and a single drop can revive the dead, and it is a real life-saving medicine. Zilong and the others should go there too." Shuiyu frowned. "They will definitely not let go of this opportunity. We are prepared to obtain the undead nectar, how can Zilong not be prepared at all, but when we get to that place, how to snatch it depends on our own ability. At that time, you should be careful yourself, and I may not have much energy to take care of you." Quote. "I know, Uncle Ni, don't worry." Shuiyu nodded, looking ahead, wondering if that guy would be attracted by the news this time. If he could join him, it would increase his chances of winning. 2,000 miles away from the left side of Niguang and Shuiyu, Ghost Ancestor was wrapped in black air, staring at the direction of the change, and after a long silence, he lost interest and said, "Well, let's go and have a look, Boy Yang probably won't if you miss this opportunity to join in the fun. It's important to meet him over there. The things that can be collected in this ghost place are really getting less and less. The three Void King two-layer powerhouses were attracted by this movement one after another, and moved towards one direction and one destination, and the other Void King one layers were also not immune. Although most people don't know the existence of the Immortal Tree and the Immortal Wine, but they have the same idea as Yongkai, they all feel that there must be a treasure in the place where the divine bird lives, and naturally they will not miss such a rare opportunity. For a moment, all the people in Medicine Valley were attracted to them, and rushed forward with all their means. In the center of Medicine Valley, there is a huge flat land, surrounded by an open area, without trees or weeds, only a small green sapling 1 foot high, fluttering in the wind. This small sapling looks fragile, but its leaves and roots contain unimaginable vitality. The vitality is so strong that it can be seen with the naked eye, forming a visible halo around the small sapling. There were only 7 leaves growing on the sapling, and there were drops of dew on each of the leaves. The dew was round and flawless, milky white in color, and exuded a charming fragrance. There were only 3 drops of dew in total. This is the rumored nectar of immortality, a rare treasure grown from the leaves of the immortal tree. It is definitely something that cannot be met. It is rumored that immortal wine is a heaven-defying treasure that can bring the dead back to life. As long as a person dies for a long time and the body is not damaged too badly, as long as he takes a drop of immortal wine, he will be able to live again. Resurrection. Among the 3 major divine waters, immortal wine is the most valuable, because it is a life-saving treasure. A figure suddenly flew from a distance, and soon came to the empty flat ground. Judging from the speed of the person and the wave of Saint Yuan that emanated from his body, he was clearly a Void King first-level powerhouse. Meng Tong, that Void King realm expert who has no background and has been practicing alone. No one. Meng Tong glanced away, and found that he was the first to come here. He couldn't help being ecstatic, his small eyes rolled around, and he saw the old tree not far away. What is this? Meng Tong stared at the immortal tree in astonishment, but couldn't recognize it for a while. Although he couldn't recognize the everlasting tree, he could see the extraordinariness of this little sapling, not only the little sapling, but also its leaves, and the milky white dew-like things on the leaves are also treasures. Damn it, why did you leave Qiao Beoguang behind? I'm so angry, Meng Tong yelled, almost vomiting blood in depression. The divine bird had indeed left, and he was the first to come here, but within a radius of 10 feet from the Tree of Immortality, there were 7 radiances of precious light, which tightly wrapped the Tree of Immortality. Anyone who wants to obtain treasures has to break through the blockade of the 7 luminaries of precious lights. Meng Tong didn't dare to put himself in danger, he scratched his head anxiously for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. Swipe. The sound of strong wind came from not far away. Meng Tong's face changed, he realized that someone had felt it later, turned his head to look, and suddenly saw 3 rays of light flying together over there, and they came to him in a short time. Ray of light dispersed, revealing the figure of Zilong father and son and Shu Wei. Meng Tong frowned, and distanced himself from Zilong and the others indiscriminately. His eyes fell on Shu Wei's severed arm, his eyelids could not help shrinking, feeling sorry for him. He didn't know what happened to Shu Wei, that he lost an arm, and he didn't know how Shu Wei acted together with Zilong and his son, but he knew that he was alone, and he was definitely not a match for these guys. The heaven-sent opportunity was just missed, and Meng Tong sighed heavily, hating the existence of Qiao Beoguang. If it wasn't for Beoguang's protection, he would have snatched away the Tree of Immortality. Why would he stand here in a daze? Great opportunity. Zilong Yu smirked as soon as he landed. He didn't expect that he came here so quickly. Meng Tong was the only one here, and judging by Meng Tong's appearance, he obviously didn't know what to do. Since he was allowed to go there first, he naturally would not waste time, and immediately moved his body, intending to approach the Tree of Immortality. Brother Z, you are not slow. At this moment, a voice that made Zilong afraid sounded. When Ni Guang flew over with Shuiyu, he landed not far from him. Mr. Ni, you are also very fast. Zilong snorted softly, feeling extremely upset. Just a little bit. If Ni Guang came a little later, he would be able to get the treasure first. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1791 The Tree of Eternity and the Liquid of Immortality. The immortality nectar mentioned above is a description error, it should be, immortal liquid. In Xiaomo's setting, the 3 major gods are the soul-washing water, the life nectar and the immortal liquid. When writing, the immortal liquid I was confused with life Changyeji. The name of the following article has been modified. I hope it has not affected everyone's reading. I apologize here. Brother DB, please copy the above passage too. Don't ignore the author's preface and postscript every time. In addition, during the double period, ask for a monthly pass. Haha, it's still not as good as Brother Z. Ni Guangde laughed, and just glanced casually. He understood the situation at hand, and immediately said, before there are not many people, you and I should hurry up. 3 drops will not die. The original solution must be taken first. You and I each take 1 drop, and the other drop. Before Ni Guang could say anything, a voice came from afar. Oh. So this is the undead liquid. So, this is the rumored immortal tree. Hehehehe, it seems that the old man is really lucky. A drop of immortality liquid belongs to this old man. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of black air rushed towards him quickly. The black air was so black that it seemed to be able to swallow even the light. In the black air, the figure of Guizhu could be vaguely seen. Ni Guang and Zilong's expressions changed slightly at the same time, and they both turned to look at Guizhu. Ghost Ancestor stood still, then glanced at Ni Guang and Zilong, and asked with a chuckle, you two don't have any objections, do you? Zilong and Ni Guang looked at each other, and their eyes met for a moment, as if there was some communication. Soon, Zilong nodded. Since your cultivation level is enough to be on an equal footing with me and Mr. Ni, this 3rd drop of immortality liquid, let your excellency take it. That's what I mean too. Ni Guang nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, then, let's do it. Guizhu chuckled. Although he made Ni Guang and Zilong agree with him with his extraordinary strength, he was still at a loss as to how to obtain the undead liquid, so he was not in a hurry to be the first to act, but prepared to observe Zilong first. With Ni Guang's actions, make plans. In this short period of time, so many Void King realms came to the originally empty flat ground. Zilong seemed to be afraid of the long night and dreams, so he immediately started to do something. As soon as he raised his hand, a bronze-colored thing suddenly appeared like a giant python, and as his holy yuan poured in, the 2 eyes on the head of the thing burst into light, and the whole body it was like coming alive. Puppet. Ghost Ancestor narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood that Zilong had already prepared for it. A puppet is not a body of flesh and blood, so he should not be afraid of the terrifying power of Qiao Baoguang, so the puppet went deep into Qiao Baoguang to take the undead stock solution as the best and safest way. But, is it really that easy? Guizhu was suspicious in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He turned his gaze to Ni Guang again. On Ni Guang's side, a puppet was also released, but it was not a python-shaped puppet, but a human-shaped puppet. I don't know which master made that puppet. It is possible to treat it as a real person, and only by careful identification can one detect that there is no life in this puppet. As soon as the 2 puppets of different shapes appeared, they all rushed towards the place where the old tree was located under the urging of Ni Guang and Zilong. The giant python zigzags forward on the ground, while the puppet in human form sprints with all its might. After a while, the 2 puppets rushed into the Qiao Baoguang. At this moment, their speed dropped sharply, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, and they were struggling. Not only that, there was a cracking sound from the 2 puppets, as if a huge force suppressed them, making their joints inconvenient. The faces of Ni Guang and Zilong became extremely serious at the same time. Even though they were all prepared and brought the best puppets to help out, they still underestimated the terrifying power of the 7 luminaries' treasure light. Puppets who are not flesh and blood are not afraid of the erosion of the 7 luminaries' treasure light and the damage that ignores defense, but the ubiquitous pressure is not something a puppet can easily resist. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before my puppet will be crushed into powder by Qiao Baoguang. With this in mind, Zilong didn't dare to be negligent, and urged his mind frequently to control the giant python puppet to move forward. In an instant, the speed of the giant python increased a lot, and after a lot of effort, the giant python puppet finally came in front of the Tree of Immortality. At the same time, Ni Guang's puppet followed closely. Fiery looks burst out from the eyes of the 2, and at the same time, with a thought, they issued an order to their respective puppets. The next moment, the body of the giant python circled up, entangled the entire Tree of Immortality, and then exerted force, as if it wanted to uproot the Tree of Immortality. And the puppet's approach was even more straightforward, holding the roots of the Tree of Immortality with both hands, and exerting all its strength. The 2 Void King 2-layer powerhouses obviously have the same intention. In this way, the python puppet tightly strangled the humanoid puppet, and the humanoid puppet could not exert its full strength, only a dense cracking sound came from the 2 puppets. Ghost Ancestor's eyelids twitched, feeling a little annoyed in his heart. After all, he was one of the 3 drops of undead stock solution, and Niguang and Zilong had to kill the chicken to get the eggs without saying hello, which really made Guizhu unhappy. But soon, Ghost Ancestor laughed strangely, because he found that the 2 puppets had no cooperation, and instead restrained each other's movements. There is no damage to the bottom, it is still as new. Mr. Ni, let your puppet withdraw first. Zilong suddenly shouted, I guarantee that if you can get the Tree of Immortality, you will share it with me. While speaking, Zilong continued to stimulate the power of the giant python puppet. Niguang sneered, Brother Z, why don't you let your puppet quit first? I can also guarantee that if you can get the Tree of Immortality, you will also share it. The 2 looked at each other, and they both saw the distrust in each other's eyes. At the same time, they snorted coldly and ignored each other again. The situation suddenly stalemate. At this time, Kong Fa from the ridge of the galaxy also rushed over. Seeing the situation in front of him, Kong Fa couldn't help being stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what was going on for a while. If you are happy, you will meet Shu Wei. After all, these 2 guys are like raccoon dogs, and they like to work together the most. But as soon as his footsteps moved, Shu Wei shook his head at him without a trace. Kong Fa stopped immediately, looked at Shu Wei thoughtfully, and then at Zi Donglai who was beside him. His face became serious. He also discovered that Shu Wei was missing an arm, and now he didn't know what happened, but he was standing with Zixing's people. Before he understood the situation, he didn't dare to act rashly anymore, but looked left and right, and the next moment, he came to Meng Tong's side, clasped his fists and said, Brother Meng, may I ask what's going on here? Meng Tong glanced at him, but didn't hide anything, and simply explained the current situation. Meng Tong has always been alone, so he has no hatred with the spine of the galaxy. On the contrary, sometimes he will go to the abandoned lair and the spine of the galaxy, because in these 2 places, he can often find what he needs cultivation materials, and Kong Fa have also had a few connections. So in the face of Kong Fa's inquiry, Meng Tong didn't hide much. It's the Tree of Immortality and the original liquid of immortality. Kong Fa's body shook, his face revealed a frantic look, and he looked towards the center of the arena, his eyeballs twirled, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Kong, be safe and don't be impatient. There are 3 Void King second layer powerhouses here. If you act rashly, the consequences will be serious. Meng Tong reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Kong Fa curbed the enthusiasm on his face, nodded slightly and said, Brother Meng said yes, but, looking at the current situation, it seems that none of them can easily succeed. This is the opportunity. Meng Tong whispered, wait until the moment when things turn around, maybe we can still get some benefits. Kong Fa took it for granted, and immediately stopped talking, but focused on observing. On the other side, Zi Donglai looked at Niguang, who was in a stalemate with his father for the Tree of Immortality, with a grim expression on his face. He felt that if it hadn't been for Niguang's obstruction, his father would have already acquired the Tree of Immortality, because of Niguang, the leader of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Guang, the father is helpless, really hateful. Suddenly, he saw the lonely Shuiyu standing not far away. He couldn't help his eyes brightened, and thought of a good idea. Shu Wei. With a movement of his mind, he sent a voice transmission to Shu Wei and called out. What is the young master's order? Shu Wei trembled all over, seemed to be a little frightened, and hurriedly replied. Have you seen Shuiyu? Of course the old slave saw it. Well, go, kill him. Zi Donglai ordered lightly. What? Shu Wei's face changed wildly. Kill him. Young master, he is the future successor of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Even a desperado like Shu Wei would not dare to attack Shuiyu easily. Otherwise, even if he hides in the abandoned nest, President Io will try every means he made it out, making his life worse than death. What? How dare you disobey my young master's words? Zi Donglai's expression darkened. The old slave dare not. The young master calmed down. Shu Wei quickly admitted his mistake, his face extremely pale. Just don't dare. Zidong snorted coldly, thought for a while, and said, actually, I don't want you to really kill him. After all, with his background, you may not be able to succeed. You just go up. It's good to just act. When Shu Wei heard this, he suddenly realized, what does the young master mean, to disturb Niguang's state of mind by attacking Shuiyu? Make him unable to fight for the Tree of Immortality with all his strength. Just no. Zi Donglai nodded slightly. I understand. Shu Wei felt relieved. As long as he didn't really want to kill Shuiyu himself, it would be easy, and he flattered him while speaking. The young master is indeed wise. Okay, let's go, Zidonglai urged impatiently. Shu Wei nodded indistinctly, shifted his gaze to Shuiyu, and without saying a word, the domain of Void King Realm erupted instantly, enveloping Shuiyu who was standing there watching. Shuiyu never thought that someone would come to attack her in this kind of place at this time, and she is still a Void King Realm. She was caught off guard and was tightly wrapped by Shu Wei's domain. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1792. Shu Wei's sneak attack caught Shuiyu a little off guard, but her reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized something was wrong, she activated her own potential field, relieving part of the pressure, and at the same time, the light flashed wildly on her body. The secret treasure was sacrificed by her and turned into a light curtain, covering her whole body. With the light curtain covering the body, the pressure brought by the field is greatly reduced in an instant. The jade ruyi in her hand is obviously a powerful secret treasure that can counteract the power of the Void King's domain, just like the Minghai Division mirror worn by the young master Jiyu Jianxin of the Sword League. It is impossible for ordinary people to possess such a secret treasure. It is not easy to refine this kind of secret treasure, and the materials consumed are extremely expensive, and ordinary warriors simply cannot afford it. But people like her and Jiyu Jianxin are bound to carry one or two with them, just in case they are needed. After all, people like them are just the Void Returning Mirror, and the Void Returning Mirror wants to compete against the Void King Realm. The biggest difficulty is the suppression of the potential field by the field. As long as this difficulty is broken, the Void Returning Mirror wants to survive under the Void King Realm. In fact, there is a chance. For them, this kind of secret treasure is a life-saving secret treasure. As soon as Yu Ruyi came out, Shuiyu's pressure was greatly relieved, her short body straightened up slowly, she turned her head, glanced behind coldly, and saw clearly who the person who attacked her was. Shu Wei, Shuiyu yelled, with a look of surprise on her face. She couldn't figure out what kind of trick Shu Wei was trying to sneak up on her at this time. After all, doing so would not benefit him at all, but would offend the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce instead. Was Shu Wei's head caught by the door? Third young master, offended. Although Shu Wei was unwilling in his heart, he had to be forced by Zidonglai's lustful power, and continued to bite the bullet and attack Shuiyu. The domain could not completely suppress Shuiyu. The secret treasure that looked like was sacrificed by him, and he poured the holy yuan into it, and the dagger trembled instantly. Go! With a flick of Shu Wei, the dagger turned into a streak of light and struck towards Shuiyu like an arrow from the string. Shuiyuehua's complexion changed, facing the blow of the Void King Realm. She didn't dare to resist it head-on, she quickly twisted her body, and dodged from the spot. At the same time the secret treasure of the bracelet was sacrificed again, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, the sky was full of phantoms of hand bracelets and secret treasures, making it impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Those countless bracelets lingered around Shuiyu's side, forming an airtight protective net. Jingle! A series of crisp sounds came out, and the phantoms of the bracelets touched the light of the dagger. One after another phantoms were struck and dissipated, and the power of the dagger was slowly worn away. Shu Wei, you're looking for death. Ni Guang also noticed the movement here, couldn't help being furious, and let out a deep shout. Shu Wei gritted his teeth and said nothing. He couldn't express the bitterness, and the bitterness in his mouth was stuffed with Coptus chinensis. He knew that after this incident, he was completely in trouble. Mr. Ni, my previous proposal is still valid, you might as well think about it carefully. Zilong's voice came out, calmly, as if he was sure of winning. Others don't know why Shu Wei was so hot-headed and attacked Shuiyu secretly, but Zilong knew that it was his son's idea, and now, only his son can let Shu Wei take action. Zilong is very satisfied with Zidonglai's decision. Ni Guang's face was sinking like water, while he controlled the puppet to compete with Zilong for the Tree of Immortality, while secretly paying attention to the situation on Shuiyu's side. Soon, he bit it, and said in a low voice, if the old man can't get it, you can't get it either. Quote. What do you want to do? Zilong's expression changed. Ni Guang answered him with practical actions, and the moment Ni Guang finished speaking, a dazzling light burst out from the humanoid puppet, and immediately opened and closed its limbs, fiercely attacking the giant puppet. There was a knocking sound, and the giant python puppet was hit with sparks flying everywhere. Ni Guang, Zilong roared, his face extremely ferocious. His puppet was already under great pressure in the 7 luminaries of light, and the damage was not small. Now it was attacked by Ni Guang's humanoid puppet, and the damage was even greater. Yes, the limbs are not functioning properly. Ha 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 ha. Niguangda laughed, taking advantage of the moment when the giant python puppet was repelled. The humanoid puppet controlling him grabbed a leaf impregnated with the undead stock solution, and then yanked it violently, pulling the leaf away. Down. The next moment, the humanoid puppet rushed out without looking back. However, during the attack, there was a sound like a broken bellows twitching on the puppet, and pieces of parts fell down. This puppet has obviously reached its limit. Its speed is also getting slower and slower, and it seems that it may collapse at any time. At the same time, Zilong's giant python puppet was not much better. After being attacked by Niguang's humanoid puppet, its limbs also functioned obscurely, its movements were ineffective, and its body parts also began to shatter. Seeing this situation, Zilong immediately knew that there was nothing to do, so he could only do the next best thing. He controlled the giant python puppet to bite a leaf impregnated with the undead liquid, bit it off, and then let the puppet return. The two puppets brought back a leaf of the tree of immortality, one behind the other, and also brought back a drop of undead liquid. Niguang and Zilong rushed forward quickly, neither daring to take it lightly. If at this time, the ghost ancestors suddenly started to snatch it, then all they did was making wedding dresses for others. On the other side, Shuiyu's situation gradually became precarious. Niguang was unwilling to give up the undying liquid and the leaves of the immortal tree that he was about to get, so he could only temporarily let Shuiyu seek happiness for himself. He believed that with Shuiyu's background, she would not be killed by Shu Wei so easily. Shuiyu did live up to his expectations, powerful secret treasures and various secret techniques emerged one after another, and the accompanying demon spirit Ziaji was also mobilized, but after all, there was a big difference between Shuiyu and Shu Wei, so the situation was still worrying. Little thing, how dare you bully the small with the big, it's too much. Guizhu, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly sneered, stretched out his hand and patted Shu Wei. After that hand was stretched out, a huge hand made of black air suddenly appeared on the top of Shu Wei's head, and there were countless ghosts entangled and dancing in the hand, making a tragic and terrifying wail. Ghost Ancestor made a sudden attack, causing Shu Wei's soul to tremble. He let out a strange cry, and never dared to attack Shuiyu again. Instead, he quickly sacrificed his own protective secret treasure, and at the same time circulated the Saint Yuan, striking towards the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the giant black hand trembled slightly from the beating, but it still slapped downwards, covering Shu Wei directly. The ground shook, and Shu Wei let out a muffled snort. After the giant black hands were gone, Shu Wei stood there with a pale face, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously wounded by the blow. The gap between King Shu's 2-level realm and the 1st-level realm can be glimpsed. After one blow, Ghost Ancestor did not kill them all. After all, although he is stronger than Shu Wei, it is not so easy to kill a Void King realm. Right now, there are more important things waiting for him to deal with. How could he be in the mood to follow him? Shu Wei entangled. The reason why he shot was entirely because of Yang Kai. In his opinion, Shuiyu is Yang Kai's woman, and he is the supreme elder of Ling Shaozong. How can he just watch Shuiyu being bullied by a Void King realm? If you really sit back and watch like this, you can't explain it to Yang Kai. If you dare to attack indiscriminately again, the old man will kill you. Guizhu gave Shu Wei a sinister look, and threatened viciously. Shu Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Shuiyu panted, glanced at Guizhu, and nodded slightly to express her gratitude to him, but it was Zidonglai who was extremely upset because of Guizhu's interference, and a look of puzzlement and anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why someone like Guizhu wanted to help Shuiyu. And after such a delay, Niguang and Zilong had already obtained the leaf of the immortal tree and the liquid of immortality respectively. Both of them took out the utensils they had prepared earlier and put the treasures in them as quickly as possible. It was sealed and stuffed into the space ring, and then he exhaled. No matter what, if you can get a leaf of the immortal tree and a drop of undying liquid this time, this trip is already very fruitful. As for the immortal tree, the puppets of the two have all been destroyed, and they can no longer go deep into the Qiao Baoguang to do whatever they want. Hey, little Yang Kai is here. Ghost Ancestor suddenly looked in one direction as if feeling something. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu's face brightened, and she followed his gaze, and she saw a ray of light flying towards him rapidly, and in that gleam, there was an aura that made Shuiyu very kind. After a while, Yang Kai appeared, and he was surprised to see so many people gathered here. He hurried quickly, but he was still late. He glanced at Shuiyu, nodded indistinctly, then rushed to Guizhu's side, and asked in a low voice, "Elder Supreme, am I late?" "Well, it's a bit late." Guizhu nodded, but it doesn't matter, the biggest treasure is still here, they can't take it away, ha 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 ha. Yang Kai heard the words, and immediately cast his eyes on the Yunol tree, squinting his eyes and carefully sizing it up, a shocked look gradually appeared on his face. He could feel that this fragile-looking sapling contained unimaginable vitality, and the milky white dewdrop-like existence on one of the leaves was definitely a priceless treasure. Eternal tree, undying liquid. Yang Kai whispered. Hey, do you recognize this thing? Guizhu looked at him in surprise. If he hadn't heard what Niguang and Zilong said just now, Guizhu would not have recognized the Yunol tree, but Yang Kai would have recognized it at a glance. I can't think of anything other than the eternal tree that can have such a huge vitality. Yang Kai's face was full of fiery color, there is an eternal tree here. No wonder the divine bird will inhabit here. The eternal tree is the treasure of heaven and earth. In terms of value, it is much higher than Yang Kai's 7-color warm god lotus. After all, the warm god lotus can only warm and nourish the soul, while the eternal tree can make warriors achieve immortal bodies. It is clear at a glance which one is more important. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1793. Well, this is indeed an immortal tree. The drop of immortality solution on the leaf belongs to this elder, and it was distributed with Niguang and Zilong just now, and the drop that belongs to them has been taken away by them. How can you go deep into the 7 luminaries' precious light to get the undead liquid? What means do you have? Ghost Ancestor looked at Yang Kai with a look of anticipation. Although Yang Kai is only at the Void Return 3rd layer, what he does can always surprise the Ghost Ancestor, so at this critical moment, he can only ask Yang Kai. What if this kid can do it again? Yang Kai really has a way, he has tested it before collecting that day's baby grass. The stone puppet can completely move in the 7 luminaries' precious light, although it is also affected to a certain extent, but the impact is not too great. So upon hearing Ghost Ancestor's question, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. How difficult is this? Quick, stop him, absolutely don't let him make a move. Zilong's face changed drastically, and he pointed in Yang Kai's direction and shouted loudly. Since Yang Kai appeared, his expression has become ugly, and now he is intimate with Ghost Ancestor, communicated in a low voice, and immediately knew that the situation was not good. The puppets brought by him and Niguang have been damaged and cannot be used. Everyone here has nothing to do with the Qiao Beoguang, and the stone man he has seen before is definitely the key existence that can determine the ownership of the Tree of Immortality. So when he saw that Yang Kai wanted to take action, he couldn't help it anymore, and said to Niguang while drinking, Brother Ni, let's not mention the grievances between you and me, just help me take down this kid. I have a strange treasure in my hand, which can resist the Qiao Beoguang. What? Niguangda was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. Although he is not very familiar with Yang Kai, but he had walked together before, and he didn't find anything special about Yang Kai. Now he heard Zilong talk about this matter so swearingly, he couldn't help being a little surprised. Knowing what the strange treasure in Yang Kai's hand is, it can resist the Qiao Beoguang. After all, the puppets brought by him and Zilong were specially refined, and there was only one of them, whether it was Zixing or Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. But even those 2 puppets couldn't stay in the Qiao Beoguang for too long. Although some of their damage was due to mutual attack, the biggest reason was the suppression of Beoguang. Beoguang's suppression was too terrifying. Can the strange treasure in Yang Kai's hand be stronger than those 2 puppets? Brother Ni, you don't want to watch the treasure fall into other people's hands, do you? Why don't you and I work together to get the rare treasure first, then get the Tree of Immortality, and after getting the Tree of Immortality, everyone will share it equally. Zilong spoke very fast, said calmly, seems to have no scruples about Yang Kai being next to him, as if he doesn't take him seriously at all. Niguang frowned, and glanced at Xueyu. He wanted to seek Xueyu's opinion. Xueyu shook her head slowly, her expression serious. Niguang understood, and said slightly, Brother Z, your proposal is really not very good, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Foolish. Zilong was furious. In the current situation, if he wanted to obtain the Tree of Immortality, he would have to rely on the rare treasure in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai stood with Guizhu at a glance. The 2 were definitely a group. Yes, Ghost Ancestor was very afraid, so he could only win over Niguang to fight together, but Niguang refused. Doesn't he know that if this situation continues, he won't even want to get the Tree of Immortality? It is such a rare opportunity for the divine bird to leave the nest. If you miss this time, you may never have the chance to acquire the Tree of Immortality and achieve immortality in your life. Zilong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Jia Jia, Ghost Ancestor laughed strangely from the side, and the black energy outside his body was churning, showing his displeasure, as the owner of Purple Star. It's really better to meet you than to be famous. Your performance really disappointed the old man. Huh, if you want to deal with the suzerain of this sect, you must pass the old man's level first. While speaking, there was a sound of howling ghosts and wolves coming from outside Ghost Ancestor's body, which made people shudder, and he stretched out his hand. Once the 10,000 souls banner was raised, it rose in the wind and turned into a huge ghost head that seemed to be able to swallow the world. Suspended in the air. The ghost head exuded a strong cold air, its big mouth opened and closed continuously, the mouth was dark, like a bottomless pit, extremely frightening. Zilong's face couldn't help but change. Uncle Ni, let's go to Yang Kai's side too. Shui Yu said softly. Ni Guang was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately, circulated the Saint Yuan to wrap Shui Yu up, and ran directly to Yang Kai and Guizhou. When he entered the Lost Lands, he didn't have a good impression of Ghost Ancestor. He felt that this guy had practiced sinister and evil techniques, so he must be vicious and difficult to get along with. But just now, when Shu Wei dealt with Shui Yu, the Ghost Zoo came to help, and Ni Guang saw this scene. Ni Guang was very grateful. So he didn't have much rejection of Shui Yu's proposal. He didn't know what the relationship between Shui Yu and Yang Kai was, but since Shui Yu said so, he obviously wanted to stand on Yang Kai's side. After falling down, Ni Guang slightly nodded at Guizhou, and Guizhou responded with a chuckle. The two powerful Void Kings in two-level realms joined hands in an instant. Zilong's face became even uglier. He stood where he was, staring at Guizhou and Ni Guang coldly, his mood fluctuating. He knew that if there were no accidents, the Eternal Tree probably had nothing to do with him, and the two Void Kings on the other side joined forces and already had an absolute advantage. But even so, they can't easily succeed. Zilong made up his mind to pay attention, and with a movement of his mind, he quietly sent a message to Shu Wei. After Shu Wei heard it, he quickly raised his head and waved to Kong Fa, who was standing not far away. "Brother Kong, come this way." Kong Fa's eyeballs rolled around, showing a bit of fear of Zilong. Shu Wei chuckled. "Brother Kong, Shu will not harm you, so don't worry." Kong Fa pondered for a moment, then nodded, and Shi Shiren walked over. Shu Wei turned his gaze to Meng Tong again. Before he could open his mouth, Meng Tong chuckled. "Everyone, leave now, Meng Mo will leave first, and we will meet later." After finishing speaking, he turned around directly and fled away at an extremely fast speed. He obviously didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. After all, the current situation is treacherous. The strong are opposing each other. Everyone is divided into two factions invisibly. He just wanted to get some benefits, and being involved in such right and wrong was not what he wanted. So he made a decisive decision and left immediately. He was the first to come, and also the first to leave. From this, it can be seen that this person is cautious in his actions, and it is not just luck that he can cultivate to the Void King stage. Trash. Zilong snorted coldly, quite disdainful of Meng Tong's courage. As soon as Meng Tong left, now he only has Shu Wei and Kong Fa, two Void Kings at the first level, and the other side has two Void Kings at the second level. Although there is one more Void King, he still does not have the advantage. The key is still on Yang Kai. As long as he can capture Yang Kai and snatch his rare treasure, it will be a complete victory. Interesting. Ghost Ancestor saw Zilong's constant movements, and smiled sullenly. "Yang Kai, you can do whatever you want, with this old man around, no one can touch you." "Yang Kai, don't worry, Uncle Ni will take care of you." Shui Yu also said beside her. Upon hearing this, Ni Guang nodded without hesitation. "I will." Since Shui Yu said that, how could he refute? While agreeing, he whispered in his heart, it seems that the relationship between Shui Yu and Yang Kai is even closer than he imagined. Otherwise, Shui Yu would not let herself help. Since that's the case, then I'll have to thank you too. Yang Kai laughed loudly without ambiguity, and directly sacrificed his Dharma body. As soon as the golden Dharma body appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Zilong, Shu Wei and Zidonglai had seen Dharma body before, and knew that Yang Kai would definitely use this rare treasure if he wanted to get the Tree of Eternity, but it was the first time for Guizhou, Ni Guang and others to see it. All of a sudden they were a little surprised. None of them knew what the stone puppet was. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, distracted by focusing on the Dharma body, and controlled the Dharma body to walk step by step towards the location of the Eternal Tree. Wishful thinking. Zilong was anxious in his heart, he couldn't help shouting. Stepping forward, the terrifying coercion of the Void King realm crazily approached Yongkai. Ha ha ha, Brother Z, Ni is here to learn the best tricks. Ni Guangda smiled, and also took a step forward, using his own pressure to meet him. Boom! With a bang, the coercion of the two Void Kings collided invisible, causing the surrounding space to tremble for a moment. The two groaned at the same time, their figures shaking slightly. In this confrontation, they were evenly matched. Ni Guang's eyes were bright, and he stared straight at Zilong with a burning fighting spirit. On the contrary, the latter gritted his teeth and shouted, Ni Guang, you would like to see the tree of immortality taken away by others. It's not too late. Ni Guang curled his lips, joining forces with you. Stop daydreaming. Even if I can't get the eternal tree from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, you, the purple star, can't get your hands on it. Okay, you forced me to do this. Zilong blushed furiously, and his whole body suddenly burst into purple light. The purple light seemed to be real, and it was extremely frightening. At the same time, the sound of the sea waves suddenly came from Zilong's body. Like a tsunami. Purple Qi Cheng Ju. Ni Guang's face darkened, realizing that Zilong was really impatient, and he was going to fight him desperately. He didn't dare to neglect him in the slightest, and also used his own kung fu to the limit. In an instant, Ni Guang's whole body blooming golden light cast from gold and iron, looks majestic and majestic. The aura between heaven and earth was turbulent, and the domains of the two Void King realm powerhouses began to extend, touch, and disappear. Accompanied by a long howl, Zilong turned into a ray of purple light, rushing towards Ni Guang without hesitation. Ni Guang shouted angrily, his figure flickered and turned into a golden light to meet him. The movement of heaven and earth was transmitted, and the purple light and golden light collided in midair, and they did not give in to each other. The burst of holy energy splashed in all directions, as if the doomsday was approaching. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1794 Power of Law. The battle between Zilong and Ni Guang started instantly. Shu Wei and Kong Fa stared at the terrifying scene in the sky with trembling eyes, deeply feeling their own powerlessness. As the Void King realm, they are all existences whose eyes are higher than the top, but after all, they only have a first-level realm. Now that they have seen the majesty of the two-layer powerhouse's full attack, they immediately understand the gap between themselves and the other party. Ni Guang and Zilong are both so powerful, what about the ghost ancestor who is at the same level as them? The two of them felt sorry for each other, and looked towards Ghost Ancestor. Ghost Ancestor didn't intend to attack them, but guarded Yongkai's side, not moving an inch. He also knew the priorities, and now it is natural to protect Yongkai's safety. How could he have the leisure to talk to Shu Wei and Kong Fa? As long as these two people don't move, Ghost Ancestor won't trouble them. However, Gui Zhu never expected that Shu Wei's life and death is not controlled by himself, but by Zidonglai. Seeing that his father and Ni Guang had already fought together, Zidonglai naturally did not want to let his father fight alone, and immediately sent a message to Shu Wei, asking him to go to meet the Ghost Ancestor. Shu Wei's face was extremely ugly, and he scolded Zidonglai bloody in his heart. However, due to the imprint of his soul being controlled by Zidong, he didn't dare to resist in the slightest, so he could only point his mind at his old friend. He rolled his eyes, calmed down, and whispered to Kong Fa, "Brother Kong, the opportunity has come." Kong Fa frowned. "Brother Shu, the opportunity you mentioned, couldn't it be because you want to attack that kid now?" "That's exactly what I thought. You don't want to die. The old guy next to the kid seems to be easy to provoke. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be his opponent." Kong Fa was taken aback. "Brother Kong, seek wealth and wealth. Since you and I have reached the Void King realm, have you ever been promoted and made a breakthrough? Do you want to stay in the first realm for the rest of your life? The treasure of the Yunol tree is something that many people would never see. Yes, if you miss this time, Shu will definitely not feel at ease. Anyway, no matter what you think, Shu will fight, even if he loses his life, so what?" Shu Wei earnestly mobilized with words, trying to force Kong Farah went into the water, otherwise he alone would not dare to touch Guizu's bad luck no matter what. Kong Fa's complexion couldn't help becoming serious, as if he was in deep thought. When Shu Wei saw something was going on, he hurriedly hit the rails while it was hot. "You and I don't have to fight hard with that old guy. Now that Ni Guang is entangled by Zilong, we just need one of you and me to interfere with the old guy's attention. the other person can take the opportunity to attack that kid. As long as he can catch that kid, the old guy will surely make a fool of himself. That being said, but Kong Fa was still a little timid. Brother Kong, Shu is willing to pester that old guy, so you take this opportunity to deal with that kid. Shu Wei didn't care too much, and immediately took care of the dangerous things. Kong Fa shook his body, looked at Shu Wei in astonishment, and said with some emotion, Brother Shu, you. In his impression, Shu Wei is not the kind of person who is willing to give, so Shu Wei's proposal surprised him. Shu Wei laughed. I only hope that if Brother Kong succeeds, don't forget Shu's hard work. Of course not. Kong Fa was finally persuaded by Shu Wei, and said in a deep voice, Brother Shu, if you say that, it would be too dishonest for Kong to refuse to agree. This matter, done. If you can really succeed, you and I will make 5 by adding 1 to the other. Okay. Shu Wei was overjoyed, and thought to himself that he had finally dragged his old friend into trouble, and his hard work of talking and talking was not in vain. After the two discussed it well, they stopped delaying the time, but turned their Saint Yuan together, and looked at Yang Kai with malicious intentions. He. Ghost Ancestor smiled strangely, is it finally unbearable? Just in time, the old man is too boring to stay like this, so you two boys can play with the old man. After Ghost Ancestor finished speaking, the giant ghost head that had been suspended in midair suddenly roared, opened its big black mouth, and bit towards Kong Fa and Shu Wei. The two were taken aback, and hurriedly dispersed. While trying their best to avoid it, they sacrificed secret treasures and secret techniques to hit the ghost head. Ghost Ancestor took his time and pointed his finger, and the ghost head split into 2 immediately, making the attacks of the 2 of them in vain, and the ghost head that was divided into 2 halves distorted and transformed into the appearance of the 2 ghost heads again. They chased after them respectively. Both Shu Wei and Kong Fahu's expressions darkened, only then did they realize that they underestimated Ghost Ancestor. It's not easy to get rid of this ghost's pursuit alone, let alone get close to Yang Kai to attack him. All of a sudden, the place where the divine birds lived was extremely lively, with fierce battles taking place in the sky and on the ground. And Yang Kai, under the guardianship of Shui Yu and Gui Zhu, controlled the Dharma body to advance towards Qiao Bao Guang without any worries. After a while, Dharmakaya came to the Tree of Immortality. Through the Dharma body, Yang Kai saw this Tree of Immortality clearly, and feeling it at close range, he could more and more realize how terrifying the vitality contained in the Tree of Immortality is. He had heard of the rumor of the Immortal Tree before, and he had also heard that the Immortal Tree had long been extinct in the long river of history, but he didn't want to have one alive in this lost place. This is a treasure that can achieve immortality. It is something more precious than the 7-color warming spirit lotus, and it is right in front of my eyes now. Yang Kai's mood couldn't help being a little turbulent, and after calming down for a while, he controlled the Dharma body and wanted to uproot the Tree of Immortality. The 2 palms of the stone puppet's Dharma body were tightly grasped at the roots of the tree at the bottom, and then lifted up with a little force. But to Yang Kai's surprise, the eternal tree didn't move at all. This small sapling seems to be rooted in the ground made of steel. He couldn't help but increase his strength a little. Still no improvement. Yang Kai unbelievably added some strength. After doing this 3 or 5 times, he couldn't help being shocked. Although the Dharma body stone puppet did not devour too many rare minerals and did not gain enough growth, it is not considered powerful, but a special creature like the stone puppet was born with a race of infinite power. A hill can shake. But this everlasting tree can't be pulled out. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was that under the effect of this kind of force, the eternal tree was not damaged at all. If it were an ordinary tree, I'm afraid it would have been broken by the Dharma body. From this point of view, the 2 puppets of Niguang and Zilong failed to obtain the Tree of Immortality, not because they interfered with each other, but because the 2 puppets themselves were not strong enough. Even if they joined hands at that time, they couldn't get the Tree of Immortality. Isn't the strength enough? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his eyes flashed, and the next moment, he stretched out his hand and waved it, and the stone puppet appeared on the stage. 1 stone puppet is not strong enough, 2 will be fine, right? Moreover, Xiao Xiao has devoured countless rare minerals, and is countless times stronger than the Dharma body in terms of power. As soon as Xiao Xiaoyu appeared, she received an order from Yang Kai, so she immediately rushed towards the Yunol tree at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, it rushed into the Qiao Baoguang. Baoguang's suppression came from all directions, and a layer of indescribable and profound power fluctuations suddenly appeared in the small body, completely offsetting the suppressing force. The small body just paused for a moment, and then walked unimpeded, walking among the 7 luminous lights, like walking on flat ground. This is the power of law. Yang Kai was taken aback, although his distraction was controlling the body, but he was not affected, so he could still clearly perceive the changes on Xiao Xiao's body. The power surging out of Xiao Xiao's body just now clearly carried a trace of the law of heaven and earth. He is no stranger to this kind of aura. As the Star Master of Gloomy Star, he can experience the laws of Gloomy Star. Although the power of law on Xiao Xiao's body is extremely weak, it is clearly the real power of law. When did Xiao Xiao realize this power? Yang Kai frowned tightly. Creatures like stone puppets are not very smart, so it is impossible to rely on their own epiphany to comprehend. In this way, this power is formed by external forces. When did this happen? His mind turned sharply, and Yang Kai suddenly realized. On that mind star before, Xiao Xiao once devoured the remaining stars of the mind star, and then fell into a deep sleep for a period of time. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Xiao Xiao's strength would increase greatly after waking up. But later it turned out that it didn't change much, and Yang Kai was still a little disappointed. Now it seems that it is not that there is no change, but that it has not shown this change. After devouring the remaining source of the ore star, it clearly possessed a sliver of law power, and although this power is weak, it is more than enough to counter the 7 luminaries' precious light. The power of law is an extremely profound power. While Yang Kai was in a daze, Xiao Xiao had already come to the side of the Dharma body, stood opposite the Dharma body, and immediately stretched out his hands, holding the Tree of Eternity. The next moment, a deep roar came from the small throat, and its 2 small eyes were rounded, as if it had exerted its strength to suck the milk. Cha-cha-cha. Underground, there was a faint sound of something breaking. And the everlasting tree, which had been motionless all this time, was finally shaken by an unrivaled force at this moment. The fragile sapling was being pulled out at a subtle speed, and the ground suddenly cracked one after another. As the tree of immortality was pulled out, the spiritual energy in the whole world was violently turbulent, which seemed to cause an incredible chain reaction. This is. Ghost Ancestor casually obstructed Shu Wei and Kong Fa, while concentrating on sensing the changes around him. With a dignified expression, he was shocked to find that within the range of thousands of miles that his divine sense could perceive, the distance between heaven and earth, the anger contained in it seemed to be about to move, frantically gathering towards the Tree of Immortality, and in just a short moment the vitality in the Medicine Valley was greatly reduced. With such an environment, it may be difficult for any valuable geniuses and treasures to grow here in the future. This everlasting tree is closely connected with the vitality of Medicine Valley. Ghost Ancestor saw the name, his eyes sparkled. At this moment, a resounding cry suddenly came out from far away in the sky. The cry contained extremely angry emotions. Guizhu looked up, and his expression changed drastically. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1795 Succeed, Escape. At the edge of the sky, a patch of colorful light is rapidly approaching here, and a huge figure can be vaguely seen in the light. Not good, Ghost Ancestor yelled, and he didn't care about teasing Shu Wei and Kong Fa. With one move, he pushed back the 2 Void King stages together, and shouted at Yang Kai, the god bird returns to the nest. Already, Yang Kai, hurry up. Why did he need to remind him? Yang Kai realized what had happened the moment he heard that loud cry. His face became extremely dignified. The divine bird doesn't know what ability it has, but it can feel the change of the Tree of Immortality. It has only made a little progress on its own side and it has been startled. With its speed, if it wants to return to this place, it may not take too long. Time for anyone to get the hell out of here. He sat cross-legged on the spot, and while controlling the Dharma body to shoot with all his strength, he kept giving Xiao Xiao instructions. Roar. Sensing Yang Kai's anxiety, Xiao Xiao's body sank suddenly, and he opened his mouth to roar. A sound wave visible to the naked eye spewed out from its mouth, and the next moment, its small body suddenly swelled and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, the small body size skyrocketed 3 or 4 times. Although this is not its limit, and it has not yet reached the level of the stone giant, but the increased power is unambiguous. The Tree of Immortality was immediately uprooted at an extremely impressive speed. Yang Kai sneaked a glance at the direction of the divine bird, and his expression changed involuntarily. The colorful light is about to fly to the front, less than 100 miles away from where I am. 100 miles, it seems very far away, but at the speed of a divine bird, maybe it's just a matter of flapping the wings twice. At this moment, not only was he extremely panicked, but everyone seemed a little panicked. Niguang and Zilong had already stopped and shot back one after another. The former urged Shengyuan to wrap around Xueyu and galloped away like lightning. Before Xueyu left, she shouted Yang Kai's name loudly, telling him to flee quickly. And Zilong also took Zidonlai with him, not daring to stay for a moment, and retreated in a hurry. "Brother Kong, let's go." Shu Wei's scalp was numb, and he yelled, while pinching the seal with his hands. He let out a breath of foul air, his body turned into a rainbow light, and he ran faster than anyone else. Kongfa followed suit. Many Void King realm powerhouses fled in haste like stray dogs. The scene was extremely comical. In an instant, everyone around the Yunol tree evacuated cleanly, only Ghost Ancestor was left guarding Yang Kai. As strong as Ghost Ancestor, his forehead is sweating at this moment, and the cloud of black energy wrapped around his body is turbulent, ups and downs. "Elder Supreme, you go first," Yang Kai said anxiously. "The old man is with you." At the critical moment, Ghost Ancestor was very reliable and didn't intend to abandon Yang Kai to escape alone, which made Yang Kai feel that it was indeed a good decision to include him in Ling Shaozong. You know, Ghost Ancestor chose to stay at such a time, but risked his life. The more it is at this time, the more you can see how a person's true character is. Guizhu has undoubtedly made Yang Kai recognize it in his heart. "I'm sure I can escape, you don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai replied very quickly. Ghost Ancestor was stunned, and immediately understood that Yang Kai probably had to rely on his own space power, and then he said in a deep voice, "Then you must be careful, the old man will take a step first." As the words fell, his body shook, and the 10,000 soul banner wrapped him up, turned into a cloud of black air, and fled away into the distance. In the time between the words, the divine bird was already close at hand, and he was afraid that the next breath would land on Yang Kai, and at such a close distance, Yang Kai could already see clearly what the divine bird looked like. It was a huge peacock with colorful feathers and long tail wings, which was beautiful and magnificent. Apart from the legendary phoenix, I am afraid that there is no more beautiful existence in this world than this divine bird in front of me. But now, under this beautiful appearance, there is a monstrous murderous intent. Another loud cry came out, and on the side of the divine bird, the Qiao Beoguang froze and frantically struck, like the Milky Way in the sky shattered and swept down. Yang Kai jumped up from the spot and rushed forward. At the same time, Xiao Xiao's stone puppet and Dharma body had already obtained the Tree of Eternity. At the moment when the Tree of Immortality was pulled out from the ground, the whole Medicine Valley was shaken for a while. Xiao Xiao grabbed her own similar Dharma body, and the other big hand held the Tree of Immortality that was pulled out, and her feet hit the ground hard with a hard kick. He rushed towards Yang Kai. The two sides meet halfway. Yang Kai directly stuffed the two stone puppets into the space ring, and immediately stretched out his hands, his whole body swayed with strong space power, and inserted them into the void fiercely, pointing to both sides. A space crack immediately appeared. He went right in. The incoming 7 luminaries Beoguang shrouded the position he was in before, blocked by space cracks, and Yang Kai had disappeared. The divine bird seemed to be aware of it, its huge body swooped slightly, and rushed towards the torn crack. In the crack of the void, Yang Kai exhaled slowly, with a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had slowed down a bit just now, he might have been killed by the divine bird. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao lived up to his expectations and successfully pulled out the Tree of Immortality. Thinking of the eternal tree, Yang Kai's heart became hot again. Such a treasure-like existence has now fallen into his own hands. He never expected that this trip to the Lost Land would have such an earth-shattering harvest. His original intention was to come here to look for Jingkong Beast and obtain its inner alchemy, but what happened later was not within his expectation. Whether it is the many genius treasures collected in the Valley of Medicine, or this immortal tree, they are far greater than his expectations. Yang Kai's blood boils all over. At this moment, there was a strange power fluctuation not far behind. He frowned, and looked back. After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, he couldn't help but change his face in shock, and his eyes widened instantly. In the crack in the space that he tore out to escape, a huge claw unexpectedly came in, and judging from the shape of the claw, it was undoubtedly that of the divine bird Qiao Peacock. It can break through the blockade of space power, and accurately find the space it is in. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, the second claw also poked out from the crack. The claw was sharp and shone like a sharp sword. Looking around, it seems that these two claws are grabbing a portal, and something terrifying is about to come out of the portal, which makes people shudder. The next moment, the two claws fiercely moved towards both sides, and the space crack torn out by Yang Kai immediately became larger. Through the space crack, Yang Kai could vaguely see some of the situation on the other side, but it was not real. The divine bird's head protruded from the crack, and the two scarlet eyeballs were fixed on Yongkai, who was suspended in the void. There was an unforgettable hatred in that gaze. The divine bird opened its mouth, and let out an angry scream, and the dazzling colorful light quickly formed in its throat. It's broken. Yongkai was scared to death. How could he dare to stay where he was? Even Niguang and Zilong didn't dare to get involved with Qiao Baoguang. Although he thought he was strong, he didn't dare to compare with Niguang and Zilong. Naturally, it was important to escape. As soon as he left the spot, the seven luminaries' precious light shot out from the mouth of the divine bird like a beam of light, at an extremely fast speed, straight into the depths of the void. Along the way, the void trembled endlessly. Yongkai frowned, although he avoided the attack of the seven luminaries' precious light and did not suffer any harm, but at this moment, he was keenly aware that the void cracks here were under the influence of the seven luminaries' precious light. It seems a little unstable, and there is a sign that it will collapse at any time. This discovery made him break out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the divine bird would have such shocking means. Another pillar of seven-colored light was spewed out. Although Yongkai had distanced himself from the divine bird early on, and the other party had no intention of going deep into the cracks in the void to pursue them, but when the second beam of precious light poured into the cracks, the space becomes more unstable. This guy couldn't be trying to destroy the crack space and force me out. Yongkai thought of a possibility, and his mood suddenly became extremely bad. If this is the case, then the situation is terrible. He thought that if he got the Tree of Immortality, he would be safe and sound if he hid in this crack in the void, but he didn't expect that even if he hid in the crack space, the demon would be terrified. The third seven ray of precious light poured into the fourth way. The divine bird seemed to be tireless, continuously spewing precious light into the void, and as the precious light continued to increase, the crack space became more and more unstable. In the end, when the divine bird spat out 9 rays of precious light, a dark hole suddenly appeared somewhere in the void hit by the precious light. At that scene, it looked as if the cracked space was pierced by a divine bird. At this time, the entire cracked space also began to collapse, the space power became extremely chaotic, and the chaotic and void cracks suddenly shrunk toward a certain point in the center. It is conceivable that after the crack is completely shrunk, the crack space here will no longer exist, and Yongkai will be ruthlessly destroyed by the force of this space squeeze. Yongkai couldn't help but yelled. Without even thinking about it, he flew directly towards the hole that the divine bird pierced through. Now he wants to escape from this cracked space. In addition to returning along the original path, he can also return to the Lost Land through other weak places in the space, but returning to the Lost Land is not necessarily safe. Still could not escape the fate of being hunted down. He could only pin his hope on the newly appeared hole, praying that the hole connected to a safe location. With the power of space by his side, he doesn't worry about getting lost in the void, so no matter where the hole is connected, it's better than returning to the lost place. He made a decisive decision without delay. It only took more than 10 breaths of effort to come to the front of the hole and get in. After his figure disappeared, Divine Bird looked coldly at the direction he left, and retracted his head and claws. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1796 Divine Feather. In front of the Divine Bird, the power of the void was fluctuating, and the collapsed and shrunk space cracks transmitted frightening power fluctuations. After a short time, the cracked space existing in the Lost Land condensed into a ball. However, it didn't disappear completely, but formed a huge swirling vortex in front of the Divine Bird. This vortex appeared translucent, like a mirror. And through the mirror, you can vaguely see the scene on the opposite side. On the opposite side, there is a figure who is turning his head to look around. It seems a little dazed. Who is that figure if it is not Yongkai? Naturally, the Divine Bird could see clearly at once. Without the slightest hesitation, it let out a cry, flapped its wings, and plunged into the vortex in front of it. Immediately afterwards, its figure also appeared on the other side of the mirror. When the Divine Bird left the Lost Land, the monstrous coercion dissipated in an instant. The Void King realm powerhouses who fled before also showed up one after another, gathered not far in front of the vortex, staring at the situation on the other side with strange expressions. Over there, Yongkai was being chased by the Divine Bird, fleeing crazily, and his figure gradually drifted away. And the space where he and Shenshin were located seemed so familiar. The opposite is the star field. Niguang frowned, recognizing that the area was where he and others entered the Lost Land before. How could such a thing happen? Ghost Ancestor was also at a loss, and couldn't figure it out no matter what. Not far away, Zilong's expression changed, as if he was thinking about something, but soon, he made a decision, secretly talked to Zidong, then wrapped Zidong with holy yuan, and walked towards the whirlpool. Rush away. Shu Wei was controlled by others and had to keep up. After the three of them rushed into the vortex and appeared at the other end, they immediately followed Yang Kai's direction and left. Looking at this posture, they obviously didn't want to let it go. After all, the eternal tree is in Yang Kai's hands now. As long as he can catch up with Yang Kai, he will have a chance to snatch the eternal tree from him. Uncle Ni, let's go too. Shui Yu hurriedly said. Ni Guang nodded. Looking at this, going out from this vortex is undoubtedly a star field, and there is no danger. There is not much benefit here, then let's go. While speaking, he turned his head to look at Gui Zhu again. My friend, you plan to. Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly. The suzerain of this sect is being pursued, so it is naturally impossible for the old man to stand idly by. Okay, then Ni will be with you. The two reached a consensus, and rushed towards the vortex together. The remaining one, Kong Fa, thought for a while and hurriedly followed. As Ni Guang said, there are not many benefits here, and there will be no great gains if you stay here, and there is a danger of provoking this place. Instead, chase it out, and maybe if you are lucky, you can snatch it from Yang Kai. Some benefits. After a while, everyone disappeared completely. After a while, a figure sneakily appeared in the same place, turned his head to look around with a frightened face. It was Meng Tong who had left here earlier. I don't know where he is hiding, and he will not show up until the place is peaceful. Shish, a piercing sound came from far and near. Is there anyone else here? Meng Tong was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. After a while, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. After seeing the appearance of the visitor, Meng Tong smiled at him as a greeting. Hey, it's Brother Meng. The visitor recognized Meng Tong and shouted happily. Elder Luo, Meng Tong greeted. He knew the person who came, and it was Luo Lan from the Sword League. Although they were not familiar with each other, they had met a few times. Meng Tong is like this, he has no enmity with other Void King realm powerhouses, nor will he make too deep acquaintances, he has always been alone. What happened here? I was in the distance just now, and I seem to have seen the divine bird. Luo Lan asked curiously. When the divine bird left the nest, she also saw it, but she was too far away from here at that time. By the time she arrived here, everything had already been settled, so she was at a loss as to what happened here. It's a long story. Meng Tong smiled wryly, but now there is an opportunity to leave this place. Elder Luo, do you want to leave here first? Luo Lan was startled, looked at the vortex thoughtfully, and lightly parted her lips and said, leave through this vortex. That's right. They've all left. Maybe there are only you and me left in the Lost Land, and Meng is planning to leave. Meng Tong nodded. All gone. Luo Lan was surprised, thought for a while, nodded and said, in that case, the concubine will leave with you. That's very good. Meng Tong smiled slightly, and after speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the whirlpool. After he and Luo Lan left the Lost Land and returned to the Star Field, they had time to briefly tell Luo Lan what happened before. Luo Lan was shocked when he learned that the Emerald tree fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After all, there were so many strong people present at that time, and there were even 3 Void King 2-layer powerful existences, but the one who succeeded in the end was Yang Kai, the Void Return Mirror, which has to be said to be really ironic and unexpected. Luo Lan couldn't help feeling that Yang Kai's luck was so good. However, Shen Qin obviously didn't give up, but chased Yang Kai from the Lost Land to the Star Field. At this moment, Yang Kai's situation must be extremely dangerous. Well, that's how it happened. After Meng Tong finished speaking, he didn't speak anymore. Luo Lan looked into the distance with some worry, not sure if Yang Kai could escape this catastrophe. Yang Kai gave her a good impression, and he was the person Ji Yu Jianxin wanted to make friends with, so she naturally didn't want Yang Kai to have any accidents. But now, the direction of the situation is beyond her control, and Luo Lan feels powerless about it. Elder Luo, Meng is going to leave now, and there will be a period later. Meng Tong is a careful person. Although the Tree of Immortality is also very attractive to him, he doesn't think that the extreme luck is enough against the sky, so he didn't intend to mix with the muddy water behind. After coming out of the Lost Land, he was going to go back to his cave for retreat. His gains from this trip are not small, and if he goes back to retreat for a while, if he is lucky enough, even if he cannot be promoted, his strength can still increase a lot. Thank you, Brother Meng, for clarifying the confusion. Brother Meng, it's been a good journey. Luo Lan nodded slightly. Farewell. Meng Tong cupped his hands slightly, then turned and left. After Meng Tong left, Luo Lan couldn't help but sighed and didn't intend to pursue anything. Instead, he identified the direction on the spot and returned to the location of Qingmu Xing. At the same time, Yang Kai is running wildly in the star field. Behind him, Qiao Peacock was chasing him like lightning, which made him very depressed. He doesn't know exactly how strong the divine bird is, and what state it is equivalent to, but judging from the situation of this evil animal chasing him all the way, its strength is definitely not below the third layer of the Void King. Because even if I use the space secret technique to move rapidly, I still couldn't get rid of its pursuit. The wide wings flickered lightly, and the distance was tens or hundreds of miles in an instant. Yang Kai almost vomited blood. Shen Qin seemed to have a hatred for killing his father and taking his wife, biting at his back. The distance between the two sometimes widened and sometimes narrowed, showing no sign of getting rid of it. What made Yang Kai even more terrified was that the divine bird would spit out 7 radiances of precious light from time to time, and whenever this happened, he had to concentrate on avoiding it, not daring to let the precious light contaminate him at all. This kind of fleeing in the star field, with a strong enemy chasing after him, seems familiar. When Yang Kai escaped from Kuiwei Star, Luo Hai chased him like this, and chased him in the star field for more than half a year. It was not until Yang Kai went to Qilon Star and hid in the mysterious boundary bead that Luo Hai completely chased him. No trace of him was lost. But now, Divine Bird came to do the same thing again. Its strength was much stronger than Luo Hai. If it weren't for Yang Kai's accomplishments in space power during this period of time, he would definitely be doomed this time. Mobilizing the power of space again and again, avoiding the Qiao Beiguang again and again, the situation looks extremely dangerous. And after numerous ineffective attacks, Shenchen seemed to be thoroughly enraged. It no longer simply spewed out precious light to attack Yang Kai, but differentiated many feathers gathered from pure energy from its body, and attacked Yang Kai overwhelmingly. Beiguang is easy to deal with, but these attacks are extremely difficult to defend against. Yang Kai suffered a lot. Of the more than 20 blood beasts that were finally condensed in the Lost Land, several of them were damaged, which allowed him to avoid danger. Each blood beast represents a golden blood thread, and a broken blood beast means that the golden blood thread is destroyed. Yang Kai's heart is bleeding. Hu! An unidentifiable piercing sound suddenly hit from behind. Yang Kai's face changed, and when he was about to avoid it, he was shocked to find that the attack of the divine bird was different this time, and it was faster than before, more ferocious. He didn't dare to neglect in the slightest, turned around hastily, and waved his hands in front of him. The space in front of him was affected by space power, and a circular space crack suddenly appeared. As soon as the crack was formed, a ray of light broke through the air strike. With a crash, the heart throbbing, the circular crack created by Yang Kai was directly broken, and a fierce attack penetrated the crack, right in the middle of Yang Kai's chest. Huge pain hit. Yang Kai only felt that his body was about to be shaken apart. Something poured into his chest, and shot out from behind, bringing up a piece of golden blood. He was severely injured, and his expression suddenly became sluggish. Under the huge inertia, his body flew backward like a rag sack. In his busy schedule, Yang Kai looked down, and after seeing his injury clearly, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As expected, something pierced through my chest, but fortunately, it didn't hurt my heart, but brushed against the edge of my right chest. This kind of injury is not fatal, but it is enough for Yang Kai to drink a pot. Chi. The voice that made his dead soul tremble. Yang Kai looked up, only to see real feathers floating around the body of the chasing 7 luminaries peacock. Those are the feathers of the divine bird, each one is the condensed essence of its spirit, energy and spirit, and it will not be used easily. From this, it can be seen how strong Shen Qin's determination to kill Yang Kai is. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1797 Time comes. From this point of view, the attack that severely injured him before must have been transformed by the feather of the divine bird. Yang Kai thought so. His face became extremely dignified. While circulating the Saint Yuan to suppress his injury, he urged the golden blood thread to weave a golden blood shield behind him. At the same time, he operates the Immortal 5 Elements sword. In an instant, Yang Kai's body flickered with multicolored rays of light. Amidst the rays of light, countless thin and thin sword chi crisscrossed, and there was a hidden sound of thousands of swords groaning together. Even with the strength of his physical body, he couldn't resist an attack from the feather of the divine bird, and was pierced through the back from the chest. This time, facing so many feathers of the divine bird, how could he dare to push himself? In an instant, all the means of defense were used. He had just finished all this when there was a piercing sound behind him that broke his heart and gallbladder. At this moment, Yang Kai felt like a canoe sailing in the huge waves, bumping and drifting, ups and downs, as if it might be destroyed at any time. This is a feeling that his life is hanging by a thread. At the moment of great crisis, Yang Kai was surprisingly calm, and his own perception was sharper than usual. He flitted left and right amidst the terrifying and frightening attack, trying his best to avoid the attack of the divine bird's feather. Shish! A series of attacks rubbed against his body, shooting towards the side, and occasionally some of them hit his body, which actually dimmed the multicolored glow of the immortal five-elements sword. Time has never passed so slowly, but it seems to be just a blink of an eye, and Yang Kai's whole body has almost collapsed after the sound of piercing the sky disappeared. Boom! There was another attack coming from behind, and Yang Kai saw the seven-color light from the corner of his eye. 7 luminaries precious light. Yang Kai's complexion sank, realizing that he really had no way out this time. Just now, in order to avoid the attack of the divine bird's feather, he had expended a lot of mind and energy. At this critical moment, the divine bird spit out the Qiao Baoguang, almost wiped out his hope of continuing to avoid it. At the critical juncture, Yang Kaifu felt his heart, hurriedly sacrificed the mysterious boundary orb and then disappeared in place with a flash of his body. He went straight into the mysterious boundary bead. In the next moment, the 7 rays of precious light enveloped the mysterious boundary bead. Although Baoguang's power is infinite, how can it damage Di Bao in the slightest? So the mysterious boundary bead only paused for a moment, and then it shot towards the distance like an arrow that leaves the string. And the divine bird that has been chasing behind Yang Kai also showed an anthropomorphic look of astonishment at this moment. Before, no matter how Yang Kai escaped or how he used the space power, it could accurately grasp the direction of Yang Kai and then chased him easily, but this time, when Yang Kai sacrificed the mysterious boundary orb, it completely lost Yang Kai trail. However, the divine bird is a divine bird after all, with extremely high intelligence. Although it doesn't know what is so powerful about the mysterious boundary bead, it also knows that Yang Kai's disappearance must be related to this bead. So it screamed and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to swallow the mysterious boundary pearl into its belly. How could Yang Kai do what it wanted? After using the mysterious boundary orb to avoid the 7 luminaries' precious light, he quickly ran out from the mysterious boundary orb, grabbed the emperor treasure, and continued to flee. Shen Qin was so teased by Yang Kai, she was furious immediately, and the feathers all over her body trembled, as if she was going to smash Yang Kai to pieces in the next moment. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the star field, an extremely mysterious power permeated and gradually became stronger. It is strange to say that this sudden power just lingers around the divine bird tightly like a magic spell, and it can't be shaken off. Yang Kai, who was fleeing not far away, was not affected at all. This strange power is increasing at an extremely fast speed. In less than a dozen breaths of time, a purple thundercloud appeared above the divine bird's head, and the purple arcs in the thundercloud moved like spirit snakes, with unpredictable power. The purple thundercloud is so strangely suspended above the head of the divine bird, following like a shadow. No matter how the divine bird moves, it can't get rid of it, just like it is chasing Yang Kai. For the first time, the divine bird showed a somewhat apprehensive look, and cried out hastily. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, he could sense that something was wrong, but at this moment, he didn't have the mood to look back, he just ran away with all his might. Click! The sound that resounded through the star field exploded in Yang Kai's ears. The moment the sound sounded, his spirit was a little turbulent, and his already injured body turned pale, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of golden blood. And the divine bird behind it screamed angrily, and a purple thunderbolt fell from above, hitting its huge body. A burnt smell pervaded the air instantly, and even a divine bird as strong as the Qiao peacock was struck by this purple lightning, and its whole body trembled, and several of its colorful feathers fell off. The speed of chasing Yang Kai has been greatly reduced. Click! There was a second explosion, and a second bolt of purple lightning fell. The divine bird was hit hard again, it howled more and more angrily, and flapped its wings more vigorously, but it still couldn't resist the harassment of the purple thundercloud. Click! The third way. Yang Kai rushed thousands of miles away, and felt that he was already a safe distance away from the divine bird, so he had the leisure to look back. After this look, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He clearly saw that the divine bird, which made him so afraid that the chased one could only flee in embarrassment, was now confronting the terrifying Tianwei. Promotion and breakthrough. The first thought that turned in Yang Kai's mind was that the divine bird broke through its own shackles at this time and reached the next level. After all, the purple thundercloud condensed above the divine bird's head is too much like the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. No, Yang Kai quickly denied his guess. The divine bird is already strong and has a profound realm. It is not easy for an existence like it to break through and be promoted. Maybe thousands of years without the slightest improvement in strength, it makes no sense to suddenly break through at this time. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't feel the divine bird's breath getting stronger, even though it was already very strong. It's not a promotion breakthrough, so how to explain the scene in front of me? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He thought of a great possibility, and immediately laughed gloatingly. The previous depression and helplessness were swept away, replaced by a great mood. There is nothing wrong, it is definitely the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. Yang Kai stared at the direction of the divine bird with bright eyes, watching it struggling and screaming under the purple thundercloud, and felt that the heavens were looking after him. At such a critical juncture, he actually came to hinder the pace of the divine bird's pursuit. The law of heaven and earth is a strange force, it is unclear, and it is also an extremely profound force. At the very least, warriors in the Void King realm cannot touch the power of law. Even if he becomes the star master of a certain cultivation star, he can only vaguely feel the laws of that cultivation star, and can slightly mobilize the laws for his own use, enjoying many conveniences of the star master. The law of heaven and earth will reject all existence that does not belong to this piece of heaven and earth. For example, the law of the dark star, it is very simple, and it excludes the existence of the Void King realm. After Qian Tong was promoted to the Void King realm, he returned to the Gloom Star. He thought he would be the supreme martial artist on the Gloom Star, but he was repelled by the law of the Gloom Star. From time to time, thunder and fire fell from the sky, tossing him. None of them dared to practice in closed doors. And this repelling power will become stronger and stronger. If he doesn't leave as soon as possible, he will be tossed to death sooner or later. As a last resort, he could only beg Yang Kai to take him away from Gloom Star. The situation of Qian Tong should be the same as that of Shen Qi now. The divine bird does not belong to the star field, and its existence has challenged the authority of the star field law, so it was rejected, and the purple thundercloud was the most intuitive manifestation of the power of the law to reject it. The divine bird can block the repulsion this time, but it may not be able to block the next time. Because this is the rejection of its existence itself by the entire star field, not the subtle degree of the dark star's rejection of Qian Tong. This kind of rejection is not comparable to those encountered by Qian Tong. Yang Kai also thought of what happened to Qian Tong, so he made some inferences about the scene in front of him. Although not too sure, but at least 80% sure. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yang Kai felt relieved. Without the divine bird chasing him, he still panicked, simply stood in the void, took out a few healing elixirs from the space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, and looked into the distance while healed. At that distant position, purple is full of meaning, accompanied by the sound of clicking. One after another purple lightning strikes down from above. No matter how the divine bird evades and dodges, the lightning bombards it accurately. Every time the bombardment seems to have taken some damage. After coming down dozens of times in succession, the divine bird also panicked. It could sense that the falling purple lightning was more powerful each time, and it could resist it now, but if it continued like this, maybe it would really fall here. Although the eternal tree is precious, compared with its own life, it is nothing more than a foreign object after all. It naturally knows how to choose. Once again withstood the power of a purple lightning bolt, the divine bird didn't dare to stay where it was anymore, and hastily turned its huge body back to the original path. It also felt the power of this star field to repel itself, and it also knew how to be safe, so it decided to return to the nest immediately. Hey, the divine bird has returned. In front of it, two rays of light were rushing towards this side, and it was Zilong, father and son, and Shu Wei who were one step ahead. When Zidonglai saw the huge body of Shenchen, he exclaimed, and thoughtfully said, "Could it be that kid was killed by Shenchen?" Zilong didn't answer, but stared at the purple thundercloud above Shenchen's head. When he felt the terrifying power contained in the thundercloud, his expression changed, and he changed direction quickly, wanting to avoid Shenchen. But Shenchen is at the moment when he is furious. How can Zilong leave as soon as he says so? Opening his mouth wide, Qiao Beoguang spit out, covering the three of Zilong. Zidonglai yelled, his face pale as paper. Zilong and Shu Wei looked dignified, and tried their best to dodge in a panic. After they managed to avoid Beoguang's attack, the divine bird was already thousands of miles away. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woai Xiaowati. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1798. What kind of charades are you playing? This divine bird. Shu Wei looked confused, not knowing what happened to the divine bird at this moment, and why it ran away like a bereaved dog. It seems to be a breakthrough. Zilong was thoughtful. It's not because he doesn't know enough, but because it involves the power of the laws of heaven and earth, he can't get in. Look over there. Zidonglai seemed to have discovered a new continent, pointing in a certain direction and screaming, "It's that kid, definitely that kid. He's not dead yet." Thousands of miles away, a dazzling light flickered for a moment, even though the distance was too far. Zidonglai couldn't see Yang Kai's face clearly, but he also deduced that it was definitely Yang Kai. After all, at this kind of time, in this kind of place, who else could it be besides Yang Kai? It's just right not to die. Zilong's eyes flashed brightly, it's really God helping me. He was worried that Yang Kai would be killed by the divine bird and that the tree of immortality would be snatched back, but now that Yang Kai was safe and sound, his mood was shocked. As long as the eternal tree is still in Yang Kai's hands, then he still has a chance. At the moment he didn't hesitate anymore. Sheng Yuan wrapped Zidong up and hurriedly chased in the direction of Yang Kai. Not far behind Zilong and the others, Niguang Guizu and the others also encountered the divine bird rushing back head-on, and were tossed about by the Qiao Baoguang spewed out by the divine bird for a while. The divine bird returns to the nest, then Yang Kai and he. After Shui Yu stabilized her body, her face couldn't help turning pale, thinking of a possibility that she could hardly accept. Her body was a little bit crumbling. Women are different from men. On the Death Star many years ago, Yang Kai touched her all over her body. Although she hated him deeply at that time, she was the first one to touch her body after all. Men already occupy a very special place in her heart. Later, she was eroded by Xuanian sunflower water, and her life was hanging by a thread. It was Yang Kai who refined the spirit pill and saved her life. She wooed Yang Kai, wanted to keep this man by his side but was rejected by him. Shui Yu was saddened. So these years, Shui Yu has always been brooding about Yang Kai, and never forgets. But she has her pride, she has her style of doing things, she can't stalk Yang Kai like an ordinary woman, say something shameful. As the next successor of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, what she needs to consider most is as for the prosperity of the Chamber of Commerce, as for one's own happiness and aspirations, that's nothing more than a spectacle. Reunited with Yang Kai for the second time in the Emperor Garden, Shui Yu was extremely happy, and wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai, but when she saw Yang Kai and Shan Qinglo, the demon girl Qing, I were very affectionate, Shui Yu couldn't be angry. Call 1. That reunion did not end with the best ending. This matter made Shui Yu regret for a long time, and also blamed herself for a long time, and secretly made up her mind that if she really had the chance to see Yang Kai next time, she must tell him clearly. But she also knows that the star field is so vast, and it is almost impossible for two people who have no connection to meet again. What she didn't expect was that the reunion really came. Seeing Yang Kai rushing towards the entrance of the Lost Land, Shui Yu couldn't believe her eyes. She is not a little girl who is easily confused, and has always sneered at the idea of fate, but this time, she believed it a little bit. In the Lost Land, at the critical moment of life and death, Shui Yu finally put aside everything and used a kind of shameless tough method to force Yang Kai to express his wish and fulfilled his wish. As she said, her requirements are not high, as long as there is such a man in this world who can treat her like a woman and make her feel everything a woman should have, she will be satisfied. But now, this person may be dead. Shui Yu could hardly accept it, she was stunned in place as if struck by lightning, her pretty face was pale and bloodless. Boy Yang is not dead. Ghost Ancestor stared at the front with deep eyes. Zilong chased him out, he must have found the trail of Boy Yang. Let's catch up too, hurry up, he can't stop Zilong with his strength. If Zilong is allowed to take the first step, the matter will be irreparable. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu's delicate body trembled, she quickly looked at Niguang, and said with a trembling voice, Uncle Ni. Niguang remained silent, the holy Yuan shrouded Shui Yu, and he went hand in hand with the Ghost Ancestor. After flying for a while, Niguang suddenly said, Third young master, this kid Yang Kai will be a good friend, but don't take him too seriously, you have to know what kind of mission you have shouldered. He obviously also saw a problem, whether it was Shui Yu's performance in the Lost Land before, or the eagerness now, it made him realize the weight of Yang Kai in Shui Yu's heart. Hearing this, Shui Yu's face froze, and she nodded indiscernibly, I know, Uncle Ni. Ghost Ancestor gave a strange laugh. Children love each other, men and women love each other, it's just right and proper. What does this have to do with the mission she shoulders? The behavior of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is too contemptible. Ni Guang's expression changed drastically, and he turned to look at Guizhu in astonishment. What are you looking at? The old man knows that this little girl is a daughter. I believe you know it too. Guizhu snorted coldly. What charades are you playing? The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce dared to let Ni Guang bring Xueyu out to practice. He was obviously a trustworthy person, and Ni Guang had a cultivation base of the second level of the Void King, so he was absolutely qualified to get in touch with the top secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. So Ghost Ancestor wasn't afraid to miss the words. In fact, as Ghost Ancestor expected, not many people in the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce knew that Xueyu was a daughter, and among these few people, Ni Guang was included. Ni Guang and Chairman Io are life and death friends who have known each other since they were young. They have made great contributions to the development of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce over the years. It can be said that Ni Guang's status in the Chamber of Commerce is second only to Io and those few supreme elders who don't care about world affairs. How did you know such a thing? Ni Guang turned pale with shock. What's so strange? Guizhu sneered. Not only do I know that Xiaonizi is a daughter, but I can also see that her physique is not ordinary. Although I don't know what it is, I want to come here to hide her from you. The real gender has something to do with it. Well, let me guess, the physique that needs to be concealed to cover up the gender. In addition to the rumored Miao Furnace body, there is also the Dragon Marrow and Phoenix body. The appearance of Xiaonizi is not too charming, so it should not be Miao Lu God body, but she is dressed up as a man, but she is heroic, so it seems that she is actually a Dragon Marrow and a Phoenix body. Tisk, this kind of physique is rare in 10,000 years. Ni Guang was really horrified now, staring at Guizhu with gloomy eyes. He never expected that this old guy's eyes were so vicious, and he was so knowledgeable and memorized that Xueyu the real physique can be calculated. Xueyu was also quite shocked, and looked at Guizhu in amazement. She believed that this kind of thing was definitely not what Yang Kai told Guizhu, and Yang Kai would not be so boring. You, Ni Guang opened his mouth. Relax. Guizhu stretched out his hand with a smile, and patted Ni Guang's shoulder with a very affectionate gesture. Ni Guang was still a little vigilant at first, but he realized that Guizhu had no malicious intentions, so he didn't react too strongly, so he let him pat him on the shoulder. This old man won't do anything to Xiaonizi. After all, the girl is the woman of the suzerain, Jia. In this way, we are also a family. However, the suzerain is really blessed. Yin and Yang are reconciled, and he is afraid that his strength will increase again. Guizhu kept laughing strangely. Senior. Xueyu was so ashamed, her face turned red. She gave Guizhu a reproachful look, blaming him for being unrestrained and disrespectful. Ni Guang's head was muddled, and he had no temper after being tossed about by Guizhu, so he could only look at Xueyu. Xueyu lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Hey, Ni Guang sighed deeply. Yuaa, don't let your father know about this, I'm afraid he will be angry. I grew up with you. Uncle Ni has no sons and no daughters. You are my daughter, this matter. I will find an opportunity to talk to your father and see what he means. Quote. Thank you, Uncle Ni. Xueyu bit her red lips lightly and said in a low voice. Don't thank me first, you know what your father's temper is like, this matter is difficult. Ni Guang sighed deeply, and suddenly glared at Guizhu again. You old bastard is too shameless, yeah, say that in front of a junior. Hey, Ghost Ancestor smiled strangely, not paying attention at all. However, Ni Guang looked solemn, and stared deeply at the Ghost Ancestor. You just called that kid the suzerain, so you are from the same sect as him. What sect do you have? Why have I never heard of your character? In Ni Guang's mind, with such a powerful cultivation level of Ghost Ancestor, the sect he belongs to must not be an unknown existence, it should be well known. But he had never heard of Ghost Ancestor before, nor had he seen him. The old man and Yang Shaozi are indeed the same sect, but it was in the Lost Land that the old man decided to join. The old man has never seen what the sect looks like. Ni Guang looked at Ghost Ancestor like a fool, and said in astonishment, you just decided to join. What does the kid's sect have that attracts people like you? To be able to win over a Void King 2-layer strongman, there must be someone who has a strong attraction to him, otherwise how could a Void King 2-layer agree to join? Ni Guang is very curious, what is there in Yang Kai's sect that can attract Ghost Ancestor? Hey, Ghost Ancestor smiled without saying a word, looking mysterious. HMPH, if the old man told you that there are 3 Zhuang-level alchemists in the sect, wouldn't he scare you to death? This old man will not show off casually. That's all. Ni Guang waved his hand with some disinterest. It's fine if you don't say anything, but since you are always in charge, the boys' sect should not be much worse, and I don't think the boys' qualifications are not bad. Yue's vision is not bad, so she has some qualifications to match Yue. Shui Yu smiled sweetly, hearing Ni Guang praise Yang Kai, she seemed happier than hearing herself being praised. Ni Guang saw her expression in his eyes, and sighed in his heart, Yue is such a wise person, how could she be like an ordinary woman when she encounters this kind of thing? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1799 The Son of a Mouse Can Make Holes. Star Field, Yang Kai fled with all his strength. Although the divine bird was rejected by the laws of heaven and earth and had to retreat temporarily, Yang Kai knew that his crisis had not been resolved. Because there was a dazzling purple light on his back that was quickly chasing after him. Zilong. Almost without thinking about it, Yang Kai knew who the owner of the purple light was. With such a conspicuous color, could there be other people besides the Zilong who had cultivated the purple Qi Changju? Since Zilong came after him, Shu Wei must be there too. With his current strength, if he was in his heyday, he might be able to be unscrupulous against a first-level Void King, but against a powerhouse like Zilong, he is simply powerless. What's more, when he was being chased by the divine bird before, he frequently mobilized the space power, which consumed too much, and his body was pierced by the divine bird's feathers and suffered trauma. At this moment, Yang Kai just wanted to run as far as possible, how dare he let go? Slow down. But even with the power of space on his shoulders, after running away for a long time and exhausting all his energy, he couldn't bear it now. Mobilizing the power of space, it can only move a dozen miles at a time. Such a distance is nothing to a second-level Void King. Can run such a long distance. In desperation, Yang Kai could only sacrifice the star shuttle, sitting cross-legged on the star shuttle, while driving the star shuttle to fly, while urging his own wind and thunder wings. There was a loud sound of wind and thunder behind him, and the transparent two-color wings appeared. The wind energy on the left half was lingering, and the thunder energy on the right half was berserk, which made his speed increase dramatically. Looking back, he observed silently for a moment, and made sure that his current speed was almost equal to Zilong's pursuit speed, so Yang Kai felt relieved. As long as he can buy time, he has a chance to recover. However, where to escape now is a key question. The attraction of the Tree of Immortality is too great. He is sure that Zilong will never give up no matter what, so he must choose a clear target, a safe target. Among the star domains, he is most familiar with the Cultivation Star and Gloom Star where Tongshuan Continent is located, but these two places are too far away from him. It's not safe either. If Zilong is really led to one of them, it will only be a disaster. Whether it is Tongshuan Continent or Gloom Star, there is no strong person who can resist Zilong. Tongshuan Continent can't do it, and Gloom Star can't do it, so where should we go? Yang Kai was a little dazed for a while. He has wandered around the star field for so many years, only to realize in the end that his contact surface is too monotonous. At this moment when his life is threatened, he has nowhere to go. Thinking of this, he immersed his consciousness into the sea of consciousness, transformed into a spirit body, and looked up. Conscious of the sky above the sea, the stars are twinkling and shining. That is the star map that was refined into the sea of consciousness by Yang Kai, taking over the star map of the entire star field. Yang Kai's divine sense quickly shuttled through the star chart, looking for a place to take refuge. Every time he looked at one place, he shook his head slowly, his face darkened. For a while, he couldn't find a good position. Yudi, he saw a certain place, his eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Yes, you can go to that place, it's really stupid." He secretly blamed himself for being anxious and forgetful, and even forgot about that place. If he could escape into that place, so what if Zilong is at the second level of Void King? Don't talk about him, even if those old monsters from the world come, they can't even try to fish themselves out of there. There is an absolutely safe haven. Moreover, you can also take this opportunity to consolidate your gains this time, and see if you can take the opportunity to advance to the Void King realm. The difference between him and the Void King realm now is only the perception of the realm and the power of the heavenly Tao. In addition, both the physical body and the spiritual consciousness are stronger than the general Void King realm. So as long as he can advance to the Void King realm, he no longer needs to be afraid of Zilong. It's decided, let's go there. Yang Kai shouted, his soul and spirit body scattered, his mind escaped from the sea of consciousness and returned to his physical body. The next moment, he opened his eyes, the eyes were shining brightly, he turned his head and glanced at the Zilong who was chasing behind him with a sinister look, and kept sneering, chasing, sooner or later you will regret it, HMPH. Quote. As soon as Sheng Yuan urged, the speed of Star Shuttle suddenly increased. This bastard! Thousands of miles away, Zidong cursed angrily. What kind of secret technique did he use to be so fast? Zilong also had a gloomy face, in a very bad mood. Originally, he thought that without the interference of the divine bird, it would be an easy task to capture Yang Kai with his strength, but how could he think that he was chasing Yang Kai and running around in the star field, and the distance from the top was not even close. Sign. In terms of speed alone, this kid can be on par with him. What the young master said is that this kid must have used some kind of overdrawn secret technique, so he can be so fast, but young master, don't worry, when his secret technique fails, his speed will drop drastically. With Master Zilong's ability, it must be easy to capture him. Seeing that Zidong was furious, Shu Wei hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. He wasn't worried that Zidonglai would get angry, but now that he was under the eaves, if Zidonglai had no place to vent his anger and it was directed at himself, wouldn't he want to take the blame for Yang Kai? He doesn't do such stupid things. All he wanted was to be safe and sound, besides, he no longer dared to have any extravagant demands. Zidonglai gave him a slanted look. Shu Wei's heart pounded. He didn't know what the young master was thinking, so he could only keep his face and laugh dryly. Are you sure what secret technique he used? Are you sure his secret technique will fail? Zidonglai asked. This. Shu Wei was at a loss for words. Damn it, didn't you just say that he used a secret technique? The old man is just following your words, and now you are asking the old man again. You are a fucking pig. Shu Wei kept slandering in his heart and was very angry, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He was so uncomfortable that he was dying. Trash. Zidonglai cursed, and turned his head away from him. Shu Wei put on a shy face, and said with an apologetic smile, yes, old slave. The old man will never pick up on you again. Shu Wei secretly felt ruthless in his heart. While the two were talking, Zilong kept staring at the front with deep eyes. His divine sense is much stronger than Zidonglai and Shu Wei's, and his eyesight is also extremely strong, so even though he is thousands of miles away, he can still see some of Yang Kai's situation. Yang Kai did use a secret technique, which was a secret technique that could grow wings behind his back. Although Zilong has never practiced this kind of secret technique, he also knows that such things do not consume a lot of energy for warriors. It is simply impossible to expect Yang Kai's secret technique to fail and exhaust himself. He glanced back again, frowning. As he expected, Ni Guang and that ghostly guy also chased after him, separated from him by thousands of miles. Long nights and many dreams. If Yang Kai is allowed to meet the two people behind him, then things will be troublesome. At this thought, Zilong suddenly opened his mouth, and let out a breath slowly. With the exhalation of this breath, a shuttle-shaped secret treasure suddenly appeared. This is. Zidonglai seemed to be seeing this thing for the first time, and his eyes lit up involuntarily. Shu Wei also frowned. With his experience, he couldn't figure out what this thing was. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised. Because this thing looks very similar to the small warship of Ling Xiaozong. Back then, besides refining a Void King-class warship, Yang Yan also paired another small warship on top of that warship, which also showed a shuttle shape. Piercing shuttle, Zilong said lightly. A senior of mine, Zixing, obtained the refining method from the great emperor tens of thousands of years ago, but the ability is limited, and only one can be refined. And, there are some flaws, but it should be more than enough to chase this kid, come up with them all. While speaking, Zilong waved his hand and opened the shuttle to the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became a 3-foot-long thing. A secret door appeared on the shuttle, and the three of them entered in a file. Entering the inside, Shu Wei and Zidonglai watched in amazement, and suddenly found that many complicated formations were inscribed inside the space-breaking shuttle, and many high-grade holy crystals were inlaid in those formations. Shu Wei, go and preside over this formation. Zilong pointed to a place and ordered Shu Wei. I also ask Master Zilong to enlighten me. What should this old slave do? Just sit on the formation and pour in the holy yuan. Zilong explained. Old slave understands. Shu Wei stepped aside immediately, came to the formation and sat cross-legged, but before he poured the holy energy into the formation, his expression changed and he let out a muffled snort. Because at this moment, the formation was actively extracting his Saint Yuan, and the speed was extremely fast. This made his complexion change drastically. Instinctively wanted to jump out, but when he met Zilong's cold gaze, he shrank his head and sat back down. A dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, the son of a mouse can make holes. The father and son really didn't have a good thing. Shu Wei's heart was riddled with scars from being tortured, it was too horrible to look at. No wonder Zilong said just now that the space-breaking shuttle has flaws. It turns out that it can only be used by extracting the warrior's holy yuan, and seeing the power of this formation, ordinary warriors can't bear it at all. If you can't hold on for too long, the holy yuan will dry up. Donglai, sit here. Zilong pointed to another formation, and said to Zidong. Yes, father. Zidonglai sat on another formation without the slightest hesitation. And Zilong chose the third formation. The three of them sat cross-legged in the space-breaking shuttle, the formation was wide open, and in an instant, the space-breaking shuttle hummed and rushed forward quickly. That speed is definitely much faster than Zilong galloping, it looks like breaking the void, which is quite the essence of its name. Haha, boy, let's see where you are going now. Zidonglai laughed loudly. He sat on the formation, and after running the Saint Yuan, he found that he was closely connected with the space-breaking shuttle, which could push Yang Kai's position is clearly felt, and he can't help but be overjoyed, so that he can enjoy watching Yang Kai fleeing in embarrassment. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1800 Great Emperor's Blood Pill. In Medicine Valley before, Zidonglai was repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, but it was full of Qi Yao Baoguang everywhere, so Zidonglai had nowhere to vent his anger. Anger is like fine wine, it will ferment after a long time. Zidonglai wished he could drink Yang Kai's blood and eat Yang Kai's flesh. Sitting in the empty shuttle at this moment, he was already imagining the wonderful scene of catching Yang Kai and torturing him, thinking of the beauty, he couldn't help laughing lowly, his eyes crazy. The laughter came to Shu Wei's ears, and he couldn't help shivering. He didn't know what kind of good thing Zidong came to think of to make such a disgusting laugh. He didn't dare to ask more questions, but just lowered his head poor Saint Yuan into the array. What the hell? Yang Kai, who was fleeing thousands of miles away, also noticed the abnormality behind him. Although he didn't see the Pokong shuttle, it was obvious that the other party's purple light had disappeared, and the distance between the other party and himself was getting closer and closer. In less than a dozen breaths of effort, it actually shortened the distance of thousands of miles. If this situation continues, won't it only take a stick of incense to be overtaken? Yang Kai was taken aback, his face suddenly turned ugly. For the current plan, all he can rely on is the power of space, but the power of space is not inexhaustible. This power is the same as the divine consciousness of the saint, and it takes time to recover if it is used too much. At this moment Yang Kai is recovering. But seeing Zilong and others quickly chasing after him, how could he have the leisure to wait slowly? Gritting his teeth, he took out a piece of void spirit crystal from his space ring, held it in the palm of his hand, and frantically absorbed energy from it. This void spirit crystal was found by him from the space crack in the Lost Land. It is the purest void spirit crystal, a product bred in the void, completely different from the derivatives on the veins. A stream of pure and mysterious power poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel happy immediately. The originally dry space power in the body is replenished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compare the speed with me, let you eat ashes. Yang Kai felt his own state, and felt that apart from the wound on his chest, it would take a little time to recover, everything else should be fine. He was determined, the power of space haunting himself, with a slight sway of his figure, he was already hundreds of miles away. Another flash, another few hundred miles. Now his comprehension of the power of space has reached a new level, and the teleportation distance is countless times stronger than before. Several times with the help of space power, the distance between the two sides was widened again. What? Zidonglai, who was thinking about torturing Yang Kai in the space-breaking shuttle, was taken aback and almost bit his tongue, because at this moment he was shocked to find that the distance between himself and the others and Yang Kai had been cut again, pulled away. Even the space shuttle can't keep up with his speed. Zilong was shocked. One of the ancestors of Zixing got the refining method of the space shuttle from the Emperor. Although the refining level is not enough, although the refining is flawed, as long as it has something to do with the Emperor, how can it be so bad? He always thought that the space-breaking shuttle was the fastest secret treasure in the entire star field, and there was no one or anything that could compare with the space-breaking shuttle. But now, the facts slapped him hard. In front of Yang Kai, who is proficient in the power of space, even if they use the power of the space-breaking shuttle, they can only eat ashes from afar. No, probably not even ashes. This son must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Zilong was horrified in his heart, and a strong look of fear appeared on his face. The next moment, he yelled at Shu Wei, "Shu Wei, why are you still hesitating? Why don't you go all out?" The corner of Shu Wei's mouth twitched, full of bitterness. Just sitting in that formation, he was already tossed by the extraction power of the formation, wanting to live and die. He only felt that the holy essence in his body was flowing outward like a flood that burst a bank. At this moment, Zilong actually told him to explode with all his strength. "Isn't this killing people? Shu Wei, do you want to die? It turns out that you didn't do your best." Zidonglai was furious, looking at Shu Wei suspiciously. "Young master, calm down, young master, calm down, this old slave will go all out." Shu Wei was startled into a cold sweat when he met Zidonglai's eyes. He knew that if he dared to talk too much, his life might really be lost. Zidong is not easy to talk to this bastard boy. He didn't hesitate at the moment, and when he urged Sheng Yuan, more surging power poured into the formation. With a buzzing sound, the speed of the space shuttle increased a lot. "Ha, you really got up quickly, let's see if you're finished this time." Zidonglai was completely crazy, sitting on the spot and shouting with dances and dances. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai frowned. "It's interesting to be able to speed up. If that's the case, then follow from afar. I'll see how long you can follow. But why does this thing look familiar? Ah, it looks like the small warship refined by Yang Yan." He was puzzled deep in his heart. How could he know that the refining method of this thing was passed down from Yang Yan? It's just that Zixing's refinement is a bit powerless, and it's far inferior to the battleship that Yang Yan personally refined. The warship refined by Yang Yan can truly shatter the void. For a while, the scene of escape and chase was staged in the star field. As time passed, Yang Kai's injuries gradually healed. His physique was already extremely strong, and the golden blood itself had a terrifying recovery ability, so he didn't need to do anything more, and the place where he was injured by the divine bird was always repairing himself. This is him. If it were any other martial artist who received such an impact, he would lose half his life even if he didn't die. After the injury was healed, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. He controlled his star shuttle calmly, and when he noticed that the space shuttle behind him was approaching, he played with space moment for a few times, opened the distance, and slowed down when he was far away. Speed, let them catch up. This fishing-like approach made Zilong and Zidonglai almost vomit blood in depression. After so many days of chasing, both father and son were in a bad mood, with blue veins throbbing on their foreheads. Shu Wei is almost out of shape. It wasn't until now that he discovered that what was extracted from the formation was not only his holy yuan, but also the original power. The original power of a martial artist is similar to the original source of a cultivating star. The original source is consumed and vitality is lost, so it is extremely difficult to replenish. Shu Wei wanted to give up a long time ago, but due to Zidonglai's lustful power, he dared not give up lightly, so he could only grit his teeth and sit on the formation, taking pills to replenish his own losses, while bearing the impact of the formation on him. Extract. Today, Elder Shu, who used to be majestic in the past, is skinny, and his original black hair has also turned into silvery white. He never expected that he, who was in the Void King realm, would be reduced to this level, and it was extremely desolate. The resentment towards Zilong and his son is overwhelming. Even so, Zidonglai was still dissatisfied with his performance and kept cursing trash. From Zidong's point of view, the reason why the poking shuttle was unable to catch up with Yang Kai was because Shu Wei was useless. If Shu Wei was useful, they would have succeeded by now, and returned to Zixing happily, celebrating their success with a banquet. Where will it be wandering around behind Yang Kai's buttocks? Shu Wei, take this. Zilong suddenly took out a panacea from his space ring and handed it to Shu Wei. Shu Wei opened his cloudy eyes, glanced at it, couldn't help but feel a sudden shock, and subconsciously asked, "What kind of elixir is this?" The panacea was blood red, and a strong bloody aura rushed towards him. The aura made people sick, and there seemed to be a violent feeling hidden in it. Shu Wei didn't dare to take it lightly. Now that he was almost at the end of his life, any accident could kill him. "Take it as soon as you are told. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Zidonglai yelled angrily, but when he looked at the elixir, an imperceptible reluctance flashed in his eyes. Seeing his changes, Shu Wei immediately understood what a good thing this panacea might be. "The Great Emperor's blood pill," Zilong said in a deep voice. The next moment, Shu Wei's eyeballs popped out, and without any hesitation, he snatched the Great Emperor's blood pill and stuffed it into his mouth. All of a sudden, Shu Wei let out a muffled snort, and a strong force of energy and blood erupted from his thin body, and his body gradually swelled as if he had been blown. And his dull skin began to turn rosy, and his white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha, Shu Wei let out a long laugh, and suddenly became lively, as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Master Zilong bestowed the pill, and Shu Wei is very grateful. Don't worry, Master and young Master, this old slave will definitely go all out. Shu Wei said in a deep voice, and immediately urged Shengyuan to pour it into the formation below him. Zilong nodded slightly, with a satisfied look on his face. The Great Emperor's Blood Pill is a Void King level spirit pill that can only be refined by a Void King level alchemist in Zixing. Even the owner of Zixing, he, only has 2 pieces. This is the only one in the past 100 years. Some are in stock, and they are used to save lives at critical moments. Although the effect of this kind of panacea is not as good as the legendary undead liquid, it is also very against the sky, as can be seen from Shu Wei's changes before and after. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, how could he be willing to give this panacea to Shu Wei? But Shu Wei is the key to activate the space-breaking shuttle. In desperation, Zilong can only bleed hard. I believe that with the support of the Great Emperor's Blood Pill, Shu Wei can persist for a long time, as long as he can catch Yongkai, such efforts will be rewarded tens of millions of times. Shu Wei, it's up to you. If it works this time, I will let the dog remove your soul brand. Zilong said lightly. Shu Wei's body shook, with a look of great desire on his face, he nodded, silently, and went all out. He is a virtual king, but now he is subject to a brat like Zidonglai, which makes him faceless, and he will live in fear in the future. At this moment, Zidong's words will undoubtedly let him see the hope of the future, so he no longer has any reservations, he just wants to catch up with Yongkai as soon as possible and complete his task. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1801. You wait and see. Where did they go? In the starry sky, Ni Guang, Huizu and Shuiyu looked around. A quarter of an hour ago, they lost the figures of Zilong, father and son, and Shu Wei. At that time, they only saw a shimmering brilliance of a secret treasure appearing in the direction of Zilong and others. Soon, Zilong and others were far away. And go. What the hell did they use? Why did the speed suddenly become so fast? Shuiyu was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Now she could only chase Zilong to determine the direction of Yongkai, and lost Zilong's direction all at once. Where can she go to find Yongkai? Yongkai brought the Tree of Eternity with him, and he would inevitably cause endless disasters. She didn't worry about letting Yongkai act alone. If she waited for someone to rush over, she could at least help him. A space-breaking shuttle. Ni Guang's eyes were bright. It turns out that Zixing really has such a thing as a space-breaking shuttle. I always thought the rumors were false. The space shuttle, is it very powerful? Ghost Ancestor asked. It's something passed down by the Emperor himself. Do you think it's great? Ni Guang glanced at him leisurely. The Great Emperor's personal biography. Ghost Ancestor's expression changed, and he let out a low voice. It's not correct to say that. Ni Guang pondered for a moment, and said, it's the refining method passed down by the Emperor, and it was refined by Zixing's craftsmen. Scared me, Guizhu said with some lingering fear. If it is really a treasure handed down by the Emperor himself, then this star field is probably unstoppable, but if it is just the refining method handed down by the Emperor, it will not be so scary. Even so, the space-breaking shuttle is the fastest secret treasure in the entire star field. Now that we have lost their tracks, how do we go after them? Ni Guang frowned. The star field is so big, God knows Yongkai and Zilong waiting for someone to go in that direction. As long as they deviate a little bit in the direction, they will be wrong. Hee, fortunately the old man saved a hand. Guizhu suddenly seemed to remember something, and laughed in a low voice. Oh, you have a solution. Ni Guang looked at Guizhu in surprise. Surprise appeared in his disappointed eyes. Wait for a moment. Ghost Ancestor said. He suddenly waved his hands, and sacrificed the 10,000 souls banner. Immediately afterwards, he moved his hands quickly, and one after another, mysterious seals appeared. After a while, he said solemnly pointed on the 10,000 souls banner, and sternly shouted, go. The 10,000 souls banner shook slightly, and suddenly turned into a streak of black air, flying out in a certain direction. Follow the old man. Ghost Ancestor waved and left in the direction of Wanyun banner. Ni Guang took Shuiyu to follow. Not long after they left, a blurry figure appeared furtively in the originally empty star field. This person showed a translucent form, and the aura and vitality fluctuations on his body were suppressed to the limit. If you don't check it at a close range, I'm afraid you won't be able to notice it at all. This person is the Elder Kong Fa of the Ridge of the Galaxy. He came to the place where Ghost Ancestor and the others stayed before, and walked in the direction that Ghost Ancestor and the others left. Deep in his heart, heaven and man were at war. To follow, or not to follow? Follow up, with his Void King first level cultivation base, I am afraid that dangers will abound. But if he didn't follow up, knowing that the Tree of Immortality was just ahead, he couldn't bear it no matter what. After only thinking for a moment, Kong Fa gritted his teeth, and quietly followed behind Guizhu and the others, and followed. Facing the temptation of the everlasting tree, Kong Fa couldn't resist it at all. He hoped that his luck would be good enough, that he could fish in troubled waters when those strong men were all hurt. Martial arts are boundless, and the star field is boundless. This chase of several waves of people in the boundless star field lasted for 5 months. Yang Kai has been taking the lead, teasing the 3 Zilongs who were chasing him calmly. His state has already recovered, and it is easy to get rid of Zilong and others. But he didn't do that. He was going to give Zilong and the others a big surprise, so he was running unhurriedly in front, and when he noticed that the speed of the space shuttle behind him slowed down, he took the initiative to stop for a while, waiting for them to catch up. Behind him, inside the space-breaking shuttle, the 7 orifices of Zilong and his son were full of smoke. For 5 full months, they had been unable to catch up with Yang Kai. Zilong couldn't believe that a void return mirror could have such a continuous rapid speed, such terrifying perseverance and inexhaustible power. He had already noticed something was wrong. Yang Kai's behavior made him feel like he was fishing. Yang Kai was a fisherman, and he and others were stupid fish. But even if he sensed something was wrong, Zilong couldn't give up easily. Things have come to this point, giving up is equal to failure, how can Zilong accept it? So he gritted his teeth and chased after Yang Kai. Shu Wei, who had taken the Great Emperor's blood pill once, became skinny again, and this time it was more serious than last time. His eyes became extremely cloudy, with a little white light in them, and he sat upright. The thin body inside the formation was even more crumbling, as if it might rush to the underworld at any time. Zidong came and scolded him from time to time, but Shu Wei didn't have the energy to respond. In his situation, if he were an ordinary warrior, he would have died a long time ago. Thanks to Shu Wei, who is a strong man in the Void King realm, he can barely maintain his last breath of anger. But after this incident, he must be a useless person, and I'm afraid he won't live long. And in the rear, Ghost Ancestor, who had used the secret technique, led Niguang and Shui Yu, while checking the direction of Yang Kai, rushing with all his strength. Kong Fa hangs at the end, and no one seems to know his existence. It's been too long, old ghost, are you sure Yang Kai is still alive? Didn't he get caught by Zilong? Niguang asked loudly while chasing behind Ghost Ancestor. Well, Boy Yang is safe and sound, don't worry, the old man left a sub-100 soul in his body in the lost place that day. If he died, that sub-100 soul must also be scattered, and now the old man as the location can only be determined by relying on the subtle connection between the 10,000 soul banner and the secondary soul. This old man is naturally certain. Quote, that's good. While Niguang was talking, he glanced at Shuiyu, and seeing that she was also relieved, he couldn't help but secretly sighed. If this trip was not about the old tree or about Shuiyu, he would not have chased him any further. He has never experienced such a long chase. Even when he was seriously injured and was hunted down, it was only a month. All the enemies who chased and killed him were slaughtered, and they gave themselves a bad breath. Thinking about it now, the millennium past is vivid in my mind. While speaking, Ghost Ancestor's expression suddenly changed. How? Guizhu turned his head, looked at Niguang in astonishment, and said slowly, my soul, disappeared. What? Niguang turned pale with shock. Shuiyu's face turned pale when she heard this, and she almost fainted. Ghost Ancestor also said just now that as long as Yang Kai is alive, he can have a subtle connection with that soul, but now that the secondary soul has disappeared, doesn't it mean that Yang Kai is? Shuiyu didn't dare to think about it anymore, her eyes were red, and tears were about to flow out. You're not mistaken, Niguang called out. Wait, Ghost Ancestor frowned, looked around for a while, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Why is this place so familiar to the old man? What time is it? Why are you still studying this place? Niguang kept winking at Guizhu, implying that Shuiyu's situation is not good, so he quickly said something nice to smooth things over. Ghost Ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed loudly. I remember, it turned out to be here. I'm stupid. Niguang was usually gentle and polite, but he couldn't help but swear at this moment, thinking that this old ghost is just a pig's brain. The old man's eyes are so bright, he can't even see it. Ghost ancestor didn't take it seriously at all, instead he smiled and said to Xueyu, "Girl, don't worry, Boy Yang is not dead." But you said just now." Xueyu looked at him worriedly. "I didn't say that Boy Yang was dead just now, I just said that the secondary soul is gone." Guizhu chuckled, "I was also in a hurry just now, I didn't feel it clearly. Well, let's put it this way, the secondary soul is indeed gone, but it's not the one that was destroyed, but, how should I put it, just like if the old man is in the lost land, he can't sense the secondary souls outside the lost land, do you know what I mean?" "What are you trying to say?" Niguang squinted at him. "Haha, old man, as long as you know, it's fine that Boy Yang is not dead. Besides, this old man already knows where he's going." Guizhu laughed and stretched out his hand to call back his 10,000 soul banner. With a big wave of his hand, "Let's go, I believe that Gai Zilong is about to vomit blood in depression right now." "You also know this." Niguang didn't believe him 10,000 times, he felt that this old ghost was too unreliable to do the truth, and Yongkai's sect had him, so he didn't know whether it was luck or misfortune. "Hey, just wait and see." The three headed forward side by side. An hour later, Niguang suddenly shrank his eyes, looking at several figures standing in the void not far ahead. Who was the person in the middle if not Zilong? Sensing the aura of Niguang and others, Zilong turned his head and took a cold look. Looking at each other, Niguang laughed. "Haha, this bastard really has a very depressed expression. Let me just say it." Guizhu looked as if he had expected it. "How do you know?" Niguang was really curious now. He didn't succeed, so he will naturally be depressed, and after 5 months of pursuit, he suddenly lost track of Boy Yang. How do you think about his mood? Guizhu explained lightly. Niguang frowned, pondered, and after a while, let out a deep breath. "I feel aggrieved, especially since Yongkai is still a void return mirror. Damn it, if I were Zilong, I would just kill myself." After finishing speaking, he laughed gloatingly again. "No, how do you know that Yongkai escaped?" Niguang suddenly realized something and looked at Guizhu in surprise. "Because this place. I have been here before, well, I have been here for 2,000 years, so I know that Boy Yang escaped, and I know where he escaped to. I love Xiaowati. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1802 Returning to Tongshuan Continent. Hiss. Niguang looked at Guizhu like an idiot. "You have been here for 2,000 years, what good place here makes you miss it so much?" He looked around and found that there was nothing unusual about this place. "Do you think this old man is willing?" Ghost Ancestor's face suddenly turned ugly. "This old man has been trapped for 2,000 years. Do you know what it's like to be trapped for 2,000 years? It's simply life is worse than death." Recalling those 2,000 years, Guizhu felt trembling in his heart. Guizhu roared, causing Niguang's face to change suddenly. "You have been trapped for 2,000 years, yes, it turned out to be like this, no wonder I have never heard of you before, it turns out that you have been trapped for 2,000 years. Come on, have you been out of trouble for a long time?" "That's right, thanks to Boy Yang, otherwise the old man might still be in jail." Guizhu nodded. "Can someone like you be trapped here?" Niguang looked blank. "Why can't I see anything dangerous here? This is the chaotic abyss, right?" Xueyu had been observing the left and right, but at this moment she suddenly said thoughtfully. "Little girl is very knowledgeable." Ghost Ancestor smiled. "That's right, this is the abyss of chaos." "What? This is actually an abyss of chaos?" Niguang's face changed. "The rumored star field is extremely dangerous." "Why, are you scared?" Guizhu squinted at him. "Nonsense, I heard that even if a Void King realm expert arrives here, he may die without a place to bury him. Do you think I'm afraid?" "Hee, the rumors are correct. The chaotic abyss is not dangerous at ordinary times, it is peaceful, but if there is a chaotic vortex and you are involved, you may be smashed to pieces." Guizhu sneered. The old man was hunted down by the enemy back then, could not escape to this place for refuge but was involved in the chaos that suddenly appeared. "It didn't kill you, your life is really tough." Niguang was shocked. The old man is indeed fateful. He was involved in it and was trapped for 2,000 years. It was not until Boy Yang was involved in it that he led me out. Ghost Ancestor took a deep breath and it was because of this incident that Yongkai knew Guizhu. It's just that since they got out of trouble, the two have never met face to face again. Until this time the Lost Lands line. "Senior, according to you, didn't Yongkai go?" "That's right, Boy Yang went to the place where I was trapped before. Guizhu grinned. Shuiyu's complexion changed abruptly. Don't worry, you don't forget what kind of power Boy Yang is proficient in. The old man was able to get out of trouble back then, thanks to him leading the old man through the cracks in space. Now that he can go in, he must have full confidence. Moreover, he entered inside. The old man Zilong can only stare blankly. We just need to wait quietly outside. Maybe Yang will run out by himself one day. Waiting here, is it a little dangerous? Ni Guang said worriedly. Although the chaotic abyss is quiet at the moment, if there is a chaotic vortex, it will be fatal. What are you afraid of? The chaotic vortex can't appear at any time. Ghost Ancestor was not afraid. In that case, let's wait. Let's talk about it first. There are a lot of things in the old man's chamber of commerce, and we can't delay too long. The old man can wait here for 2 months at most. Ni Guang said, while quietly looking at Shui Moon. Although he said this to Ghost Ancestor, he was actually telling Su Shuiyu. Now that she knows that Yang Kai hid in the chaotic vortex and her life is not in danger, then Shuiyu should be able to rest assured that she doesn't need to wait here all the time. Do whatever you want, the old man will wait for young boy Yang to come out. Guizhu chuckled lightly. While the few people were talking, they had already arrived not far from Zilong and the others. When Zilong was in a bad mood, when he saw Ni Guang and others coming, he couldn't help snorting coldly, with a displeased expression on his face. Ni Guang didn't bother to talk to him. The two of them fought in the Lost Land before, and neither could do anything to the other. Now it's considered embarrassing. Naturally, there was nothing to greet him, so he stood apart from Zilong and the others, quietly get up and wait. Suspending the continent, Yang Kai shattered the void and appeared leisurely. Here, it was the first stop for him to venture into the star field. It was here that he met Ghost Ancestor and saw what is called Void King Realm. It was here that he realized how insignificant he was at that time. Practice and make yourself strong. After decades, when he returned to this place, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although his cultivation base has not reached the level of Void King Realm, he is not considered a weak person. Back then, he was easily captured by a few saints, but now he can destroy tens of thousands of saints with a single move. The Hanging Continent is exactly what Yang Kai thought of, the safest safe haven to avoid Zilong's pursuit. Before he left that year, he left a divine sense deep in the ground of the Hanging Continent, so he could follow the connection between that divine sense and himself, accurately locate the location of the Hanging Continent, and use the power of space to get here. Standing where he was, taking a light breath, Yang Kai felt at ease physically and mentally. I don't know how the suspended continent came into being. The area of this continent suspended in the void is actually not too big. It is only less than 200 to 300,000 miles in radius, but this continent is full of aura, and there are countless geniuses and treasures. Back then, Yang Kai collected a lot of Void King grade medicinal materials here. When he came to the Hanging Continent for the second time, Yang Kai found that the aura here was more intense than before, and he didn't know what was so mysterious about this place that could produce such a change. But strictly speaking, the Hanging Continent should be regarded as an extremely small star, because it has its own laws of heaven and earth, and it should also have its own origin. If it is given enough time, maybe it can really become a star of cultivation. Could it be that so many stars in the star field were born in this way? Yang Kai thought about it, but couldn't figure it out. Haha, someone finally came here. Suddenly, a loud laugh came, and the laughter was full of excitement. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in amazement. He didn't expect that there were other people on this floating continent. It's just that when he saw the face of the visitor, he suddenly realized it. He actually knew the person who spoke. Lu Gishan, a name that almost made him forget came to mind. This person is a warrior of Zixing. When Yang Kai was captured by Zixing's warriors and taken into the Zixing battleship, Lu Gishan was the leader at that time, and Lu Gishan also put a ban on Yang Kai. At that time, Lu Gishan was the same as Yuxi of the Sword League, both of whom were at the second level of the Holy King. In Yang Kai's view, he was already superior, so facing the restrictions issued by Lu Gishan, he was powerless. At that time, hundreds of fighters from the two major forces of the Purple Star Sword Alliance fell into disaster together on the Hanging Continent, but later they followed the Ghost Ancestor to test the Space Magic Circle, causing countless casualties, and only a few of them survived. In the end, when Yang Kai took Yuxi Master and Apprentice, Guizhu and others to leave the Hanging Continent, he did not bring Lu Gishan with him, but let himself die. How could he have imagined that he would see this guy again on the Hanging Continent decades later? If he hadn't taken the initiative to find him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about this person. My friend, you were also involved in that chaotic vortex. Lu Guishan seemed to have not spoken to anyone for decades, and he was very enthusiastic when they met, but after he finished speaking, he frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. The next moment, the eyes became extremely bright, pointing to Yang Kai, trembling, it's you, it's you. He obviously also remembered Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who left this ghost place with Ghost Ancestor and others, but abandoned him here. Lu Guishan has been cursing Yang Kai not to die all the time these years. Now that the enemy is in front of him, he is naturally extremely jealous. Hee. Yang Kai smiled lightly, looked him up and down, and suddenly found that Lu Guishan was in good condition, and his cultivation had reached the level of Void Return second layer. Over the past few decades, from the second-level realm of the Holy King to the second-level realm of returning to the Void, such an improvement can be called terrifying. Such miraculous progress can be attributed to the rich aura of heaven and earth in the Hanging Continent and the genius and treasures here. Just like Ghost Ancestor stayed here for 2,000 years and was promoted to Void King realm in one fell swoop, what else can he do in this place besides cultivation? It's you. Lu Guishan's angry expression suddenly turned into ecstasy. Haha, there is no unparalleled road. I didn't expect that you will come back one day. Lu Guishan, and I, Lu Guishan, have a lot of blessings. After the words fell, his face changed, becoming hideous and terrifying, and he approached Yang Kai step by step. Sheng Yuan stumbled, and said viciously, boy, cooperate with me obediently, take me away from this ghost place, otherwise I will definitely kill you without a whole body. This seat. Yang Kai raised his brows and sneered, in front of me, you dare to call yourself this seat? I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, I will talk about it after I capture you. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't take himself seriously, Lu Guishan was furious, and he raised his hand and grabbed Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood where he was, without any intention of avoiding it, but looked at Lu Guishan with a strange look. This look made Lu Guishan's heart skip a beat, and he subconsciously felt something was wrong, as if he, as a sheep, dared to attack a tiger. But now that the arrow is on the string and has to be fired, Lu Guishan doesn't care too much about it. He rushes forward, directly in front of Yang Kai, grabs Yang Kai's shoulder, and pours the Saint Yuan into Yang Kai's body crazily, thinking to subdue it. This kid, it seems that he is playing tricks, and Lu Guishan was overjoyed when he found that Yang Kai was easily captured by him. Once the move was successful, Lu Guishan said coldly, if you don't want to die, don't move. It is still useful for me to save your life. If you dare to resist, I will not guarantee. Get out. Yang Kai saw him yelling endlessly, feeling irritable in his heart. Sheng Yuan urged him violently. The next moment, Lu Guishan's face changed drastically. He noticed that the Saint Chi he had poured into Yang Kai's body disappeared without a trace. Instead, a force that he could not resist burst out from Yang Kai's body. With his own arm, he rushed into his lungs, wandering through the 5 internal organs, unable to resist. To be continued. Chapter 1803 have something to say. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Lu Guishan's body suddenly flew backwards. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground like a dead fish. After landing, he quickly got up, looked at Yang Kai in horror and fear, and tremblingly said, this is impossible. He didn't check Yang Kai's realm before, because in his opinion, Yang Kai's strength is definitely not as good as his own. After all, this kid was only in the saint realm back then. Spiritual energy and countless geniuses and earth treasures, and his cultivation level is terrifying. Back then, he was countless times stronger than this kid, so how could he not be his opponent now? He didn't take Yang Kai seriously. But the moment Yang Kai's Saint Yuan counterattacked back in his body, he realized that something was wrong. This kid's Saint Yuan is much stronger and purer than his own. Comparing the quality and quantity of the Saint Yuan of his Void Return second layer with his, it is like the light of fireflies competing with the bright moon. This made Lu Guishan unable to believe it no matter what. Could it be that this kid is already at the Void King realm? It wasn't until this time that he thought of releasing his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai. Returning to the 3rd layer of the Void. After confirming Yang Kai's realm, Lu Guishan's complexion changed drastically, and he fell to the ground, losing the ability to think in his mind, and only murmured, why? Possibly, how is this possible? No matter what, he couldn't believe what he perceived. It's only been a few decades, and the kid in front of him has cultivated from the Saint realm to the Void Return 3rd layer. What a terrifying speed and aptitude. Could it be that the speed of time passing in this ghost place is different from that of the outside world? I have stayed here for decades, but hundreds of years have actually passed outside. Otherwise, how could this kid have such a terrifying cultivation base? Various bizarre thoughts flashed through Lu Gishan's mind like a horse watching flowers, and he was completely stunned. Seeing him looking like a concubine, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer, ignorance. Lu Gishan is not considered a big man in Zixing, and he has limited access to information. In fact, let alone himself, even Jiyu Jianxin and Zidonglai, the speed of cultivation is definitely not slow. But if you really want to compare them, they are still far inferior to themselves. After all, there are powerful forces behind them as their backing, and there is no need to worry about all the cultivation resources, and there are many strong people who teach face-to-face and teach secrets. On the contrary, it was me who came all the way, relying on my own groping, occasionally met one or two noble people, and only got a little advice. At this point, Yang Kai paid himself to be incomparable with those young masters of the big forces, but it was precisely because of this that he relied on his own groping, so he had a much deeper understanding of heaven and martial Tao than them. Squinting at him, Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I didn't kill you back then, but now I regret it." Quote, Lu Gishan couldn't help shivering, his lost eyes regained a little clarity, and he snorted coldly, "How are you doing? So what if Yang Kai's cultivation level is higher than his own?" Lu Gishan felt that if he shot with all his strength, Yang Kai might not be able to kill him easily, so after recovering, his tone became a lot harder. "Look at your strength development over the years. You have taken a lot of geniuses and earth treasures, right? Tisk tisk. But looking at the holy essence floating in your body, there are many impurities in your body that seem to be eaten alive. Do you know knowing that this is a waste of the medicinal effects of those genius treasures, and eating too much will not do you any good?" Hearing Yang Kai's eloquent talk about Lu Gishan, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, because he found that what the other party said was not wrong at all. These years, he was alone on the hanging continent, unable to do anything other than practice. In the first few years, he wanted to find a way to escape from this place, but as time went by, he gave up. He has been trapped here for 2,000 years, how can he escape? After he figured it out, Lu Gishan only wanted to improve his strength, so that one day he could break the void and escape from this ghost place with his own ability. And to improve strength, it is natural to take some genius treasures. But he is not an alchemist, even if he collects medicinal materials on the hanging continent, he cannot refine them, so he has no choice but to swallow them raw like a monster. The result of doing this is that the mixed forces of medicinal materials accumulated more and more in his body, which was extremely difficult to dissolve. Now, it has begun to affect his cultivation. He didn't know what the consequences would be in the long run, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good phenomenon. Now that his situation was revealed by Yang Kai, Lu Gishan couldn't help but brighten his eyes. "You know my state, and you know the way to resolve it. So what if you know?" Yang Kai's nostrils turned to the sky, as if he didn't take him seriously. "Teach me, haha." Yang Kai laughed, "Are you telling a joke? I haven't settled the accounts with you yet." Back then when he was captured by Purple Star's warriors, and was restrained by Lu Gishan in his body, he was unable to use Saint Yuan and almost died. Yang Kai never forgot about this. "It's been so many years, why are you still talking about what happened back then? Not to mention, didn't you die back then? Teach me the way to resolve it, and I can benefit you," Lu Gishan said anxiously. Yang Kai sneered, looked him up and down, frowned and said, "Where is your space ring? You have been here for so many years, and you have collected a lot of genius treasures. Where is the ring? How can I have any rings?" Lu Gishan yelled, "You don't remember, everyone's rings were taken away by that ghost ancestor." "Oh, so that's the case, I forgot." Yang Kai suddenly realized that in order to refine the space magic circle, Ghost Ancestor snatched away the space rings of all the people who were in trouble here, just to get rid of the space rings. That little ethereal crystal. In the end his experiment ended in complete failure. "There is no space ring, so you have hidden all the good things." Yang Kai looked at Lu Gishan and said, "What you up to?" Lu Gishan's face darkened, looking at Yang Kai's expression, it was like looking at a bandit who was about to rob, and he was extremely vigilant. "I tell you, those things were indeed hidden by me, but they were hidden in a very safe place. A place, without me, you will never find it in your life." Quote, "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai chuckled, "Let me guess, in this place, the only ready-made residence is the cave that Gui Zhu left behind back then. You should have lived there all these years, genius and treasure." Lu Gishan was calm, without any panic, looking at Yang Kai with a slight sneer. "Of course it's impossible for the treasure of genius to be hidden there." Yang Kai continued. The smile on Lu Gishan's face faded in an instant, and he became a little stunned. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so shrewd. The 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, of course you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Yang Kai laughed. Humph, you're smart, so what if you guess this? Although this place is not big, it's easy to hide something. If you don't tell me how to solve it, you will never get anything from me. Don't be afraid to tell me. All the useful medicinal materials on this continent have been collected by me, and if you want to harvest any more, you will have to wait at least 100 years before it is possible. After Lu Gishan finished speaking, he said kindly, you were also here back then after staying for a while, you should know that there are a lot of Void King level medicinal materials produced here. Those medicinal materials are too powerful to be dissolved by my strength, so they are all well preserved. As long as you meet my requirements, all my things are fine. Offer. Are you threatening me? Yang Kai looked at him in a leisurely manner and snorted coldly. Forget it, I won't waste my tongue with you, I just didn't want to waste those medicinal materials to tell you so much, since you are so stubborn, then, please die. There are indeed a lot of good things on the hanging continent, and Yang Kai came here with the mentality of not wasting them, so he came to tell Lu Gishan that he was so difficult to deal with now, so he gave up his mind. Anyway, his trip to the Medicine Valley in the Lost Land has already gained enough, and the medicinal materials on the hanging continent are just icing on the cake. As the words fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and popped out 2 golden blood threads, which twisted in midair and turned into 2 strange monsters. It was the Blood Beast, Tailed Crown Snake and Star Emperor Turtle that Yang Kai condensed in the Lost Land. These 2 monsters are both at the peak level of the 9th rank. Although their strength has declined a little after being condensed into blood beasts, they have a solid foundation after all, and they can't slip much. No problem. As soon as the blood beast appeared, it rushed towards Lu Gishan with a bloody aura. What is this? Lu Gishan was shocked, and looked at the 2 ferocious blood beasts in horror. He couldn't recognize what kind of creatures these 2 monsters looked like, and shouted loudly, boy, do you really want to kill them all? You are not afraid that those treasures will disappear with me in this world. You think of them as treasures, but in my eyes, they are just dispensable things. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and didn't care. Lu Gishan really panicked now. He thought that Yang Kai would care about those king-level medicinal materials, so he dared to negotiate terms with Yang Kai confidently, but now it seems that the life-saving foundation he relies on has nothing to do with it. No, how could he remain calm in the face of the terrifying aura emanating from the 2 blood beasts? Neither of these 2 blood beasts was something he could contend with. Young man, wait a minute, you have something to say. Lu Gishan stepped back quickly to avoid the attacks of the tail-crested snake and the Star Emperor Tortoise, and shouted, Lumo is willing to offer those things with both hands, and I also invite the young man save my life. Why did you go so early? Yang Kai was unmoved, and gently spit out a word, kill. Hiss, roar, the tailed crowned snake and Star Emperor Tortoise flanked Lu Gishan from left to right, and the breath of death rushed towards him. Lu Gishan shouted in horror, don't kill me, I can tell you a big secret about this continent. The secret, if you can get it, your achievements in the future will be limitless. Yang Kai frowned, and with a slight movement in his mind, the movements of the 2 blood beasts stopped. At this moment, the fangs of the tailed crowned snake were less than 3 feet away from Lu Gishan, and the Star Emperor Turtle's tail also swept towards him. Sensing Yang Kai's order, it quickly changed direction and flew over his head. When the strong wind hit, Lu Gishan broke out in a cold sweat. Just now he walked through the gate of hell. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1804 How could this happen? It's so funny again. I suddenly found that the title of Chapter 1802 was wrong. It was not, Arrival to Tongshuan Continent, but, Arrival to Hanging Continent. There is UFO. Lu Gishan, who had recovered his life, only felt his whole body go limp, sweating all over his body, and when the wind blew, it was icy cold. If you dare to cheat me, I will tell you that you will die even if you want to. Yang Kai looked at Lu Gishan coldly, tell me, what is the secret about this continent? Lu Gishan's face was pale, he swallowed his saliva, looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said, can you let these 2 monsters go back first? 2 pairs of blood-colored eyes stared at him, and his heart was beating wildly. It was really uncomfortable to feel that his life was hanging by a thread. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and issued an order in his heart. The tail-crowned snake and Star Emperor Turtle immediately turned into golden blood threads again, and flew back towards Yang Kai. Lu Gishan couldn't help wiping off his cold sweat, glanced at Yang Kai, and found that he was looking at him impatiently, and quickly said, I'll tell you this secret, can you promise not to kill me? Your life is not as valuable as you think. Killing you and letting you go is just a matter of my thoughts. It depends on the value of the secret you said. Big. Lu Gishan's body trembled. This seat, ahem, I dare to guarantee with my life that you will definitely be interested in this secret. Stop talking nonsense, and you will die if you talk any longer. Yes. Lu Gishan shook his body and said incessantly, if I tell you that this continent gave birth to its own original power, would you believe it? Origin. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, how do you know? I've been here for decades. Lu Gishan smiled wryly. One day a few years ago, I was retreating, and suddenly I felt that the spiritual energy surge in this continent was a bit unusual, and there was even a wave coming from the ground. A vague message. I thought some strange treasure was born, so I released my divine sense to investigate, but I didn't know that as soon as the divine mind was released, I was drawn into it by that force. At that time, I saw a dazzling light, that the light made me feel like a newborn baby, who was curiously touching me, but when I wanted to take a peek, I was repelled by it. I didn't know what it was at the time, but after thinking about it carefully think that should be the origin of this continent, as for whether it is, I am not too sure. He finished the matter very quickly, and then looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Original. Haha, it looks like it is really original. Yang Kai laughed. Back then when he was on the hanging continent, when his divine sense was traveling through the void, he accidentally went deep into the depths of the hanging continent. There, he did see a group of luminous energy. The energy was huge and terrifying, and Yang Kai didn't know what it was. What? At that time, his strength was not high, and he could do nothing to that mass of energy, but he also kept an eye out, and attached his own thread of thought to that mass of energy. It is precisely by relying on this thread of thought that belongs to him that Yang Kai can accurately locate the position of the suspended continent and return here. Hearing what Lu Gishan said at this moment, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that it was definitely the source. If the hanging continent is a tiny star, then what Lu Gishan and himself saw back then was the source of the star. It's just that the original star that I saw back then was still growing and not fully born, but what Lu Gishan saw was the original star that had just been born. If this floating continent is left alone, there is a real chance of becoming a true cultivation star in the future. Young hero, Lu Gishan asked nervously, not knowing how Yang Kai planned to deal with him. Stay there and don't move. If you dare to act without authorization, you will die. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he sensed the location of Nianzi he left decades ago, and he was about to leave with a sway. But soon, he turned around again, threw a ring to Lu Gishan, and said, put all your collections from these years together. When the words fell, he had disappeared. Holding the long-lost space ring, Lu Gishan stood at the same spot, staring at the place where Yang Kai disappeared with wide-eyed eyes. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, with lingering fear on his face. He didn't know how Yang Kai left just now. From this point of view, the gap between him and him is simply immeasurable. It's ridiculous that he thought that if he fought to the death, at least he would be able to cause some trauma. If I really did this, I'm afraid I would have died without a whole body. After being stunned for a long time, Lu Gishan dejectedly flew towards a certain direction, preparing to put the good things he had collected over the years into the ring. Although genius earth treasure is good, you have to live to enjoy it. Now that Yang Kai's fist is bigger than him, how can he dare to resist? Deep in the ground, Yang Kai spent a lot of effort before breaking down. This place should be at least tens of thousands of miles away from the surface, but here, there is an empty space. At the very center of the space, there is a mass of luminous energy that exudes a soft light. It is the mass of energy that Yang Kai saw decades ago. But at this moment, it seems to be smaller and more condensed than before, and when Yang Kai came here, there was a strong repulsive force in this group of energy, wanting to push him out of this space. Yang Kai stood in place, calm, no matter how strong the repelling force was, he didn't move his body. Staring closely at the glowing energy, Yang Kai looked overjoyed. It really is the source. He is the star master of the gloomy star, and he has refined the star origin of the gloomy star, so he naturally has certain authority in this regard. Although there is a big difference between the source of the hanging continent and the source of the gloomy star, it is definitely the power of the source. The power contained in it is terrifying and cannot be resisted by humans. Haha, you actually merged the Nianzi I left behind, doesn't that mean it's mine? Yang Kai observed for a while, and couldn't help but get excited. I don't know what's going on, but the thread of thought that I left here back then was fused with the birth and growth of the original source. In other words, this source of power has already imprinted its own brand. No wonder I feel that this source of power is terrifying, but I can't shake myself. It turned out that this was the case, and Yang Kai suddenly realized it. The next moment, Yang Kai's body trembled with excitement. This group of original power already has its own brand, so it must be very easy to refine it. If it is refined, then wouldn't it be possible for him to become the master of this floating continent? I am already the master of the Dark Star. If I become the master of this continent again, I will be the master of 2 stars. This kind of thing has never happened in the entire star field for thousands of years. Even those Void King third-layer powerhouses cannot refine the star origin of the 2 cultivation stars. The thoughts that popped up in his heart made Yang Kai extremely excited. He really realized the benefits of becoming a Star Master. The Star Master and the Cultivation Star are closely related, and we share weal and woe. The Star Master is exhausted, and vice versa. The Hanging Continent is a small cultivation star that was born not long ago. It has unlimited potential for growth. As long as you refine its original power, you will benefit endlessly as it grows in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his ups and downs. He released his divine thoughts and tried to communicate with the original power in front of him, but found that the other party did not respond. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt relieved. This group of origin was born not long ago, just like a newborn. How could there be any reaction? Let's refine it first, Yang Kai muttered to himself, and sat down cross-legged, pinched the seal with his hands, and closed his eyes tightly. The next moment, a pure power of the soul diffused out of his body. A spirit power visible to the naked eye leaked out, transforming into the appearance of Yang Kai. This is Yang Kai's soul spirit body. If you want to refine the source of the stars, you must get out of your body and merge with the power of the source to do it. Therefore, refining the origin of the stars is extremely dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will be wiped out. If those Void King 3-layer powerhouses are not fully sure, they would not dare to do such a thing. This is also the reason why there are so few Star Masters in the star field. In the endless years, there are many invincible Void King third-layer powerhouses who died in the process of refining the origin of the stars. If it wasn't for the fact that the star origin of the Hanging Continent had just been born, it wasn't considered powerful, and if it wasn't for the fact that it had already imprinted itself with its own thread, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to make such a big deal. This is not like refining the origin of the Dark Star. That time, Yang Yan helped him without any danger, but this time, he had to rely on himself. Fortunately, Yang Kai also has a lot of confidence, because he has the star refining art. The star refining art was brought out from the Emperor Garden. It is a secret technique for refining the origin of the stars. It is precisely this secret technique that the young senior sister relied on to become the Star Master of the Tongshuan continent. In a flash, the soul and spirit body rushed into the source in front of him. The whole process was not hindered at all, and Yang Kai felt that he was wrapped in a ball of warm water, which was extremely comfortable. This made him overjoyed, and it really was because of his own brand, so this group of origin did not reject his spirit. From the looks of it, things will go well, Yang Kai thought in his heart. He silently practiced the star refining art and began to refine the original power. As time went by bit, the source of the radiance also began to become disillusioned, and a mysterious aura came out subsequently. The whole process went unimaginably smooth. When the soul spirit body and the original power reached a certain level of fit, Yang Kai's hand seal changed, and began to draw the original power into his body. As long as this group of origin is absorbed into the body, the refining can be completed and become the Star Master of this continent. But at this moment, another force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's body. This force was much more terrifying than the origin of the Hanging Continent. Under the interference of this force, the origin of the docile suspended continent became chaotic and was no longer under Yang Kai's control. Not good, Yang Kai screamed. Huodi opened his eyes, Yin Ju changed continuously, and the next moment, the spirit and spirit body returned to the body. Wow! With a sound, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His heart was turbulent, his face was as pale as paper. He took a few deep breaths, and then he suppressed the blood and blood churning in his body. Looking at the origin in front of him, Yang Kai frowned. How could this be? You vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1805 Refining with Another Body. Refining the origin of the Hanging Continent went very smoothly in the early stage. It seemed that as long as it pulled the power of the origin and poured it into itself, it would be complete, but it didn't expect that it would fall short in this last step. Yang Kai's face was sullen, recalling the scene just now. His brows were tightly wrinkled, Could it be that the two original forces can't coexist in one body? At that moment just now, he clearly felt the source of the dark star in his body burst out, like a bird protecting its nest, forcing the source of the hanging continent back. This made Yongkai suffer from backlash. The power of the source affects the laws of the heaven and the earth. One side of the world, one to promote the Dharma, and one star of cultivation can only have one kind of law of the heavens and the earth, let alone the human body. I have refined the source of the dark star, which is closely connected with the law of the dark star. I am afraid that it will be difficult to accommodate other laws, other sources. Yes, it must be like this. Yongkai's mind was full of thoughts, and after a short while, he figured out the root of all this. Although it was only his own speculation, he believed that this speculation was indistinguishable. It is precisely because I have already refined the gloomy star that I am unable to refine the original power of the Tongshuan continent this time. From this point of view, there has never been a two-star master in the star field, not because those Void King realm powerhouses are not strong enough, but because this is simply impossible. After realizing this point, Yongkai became quite depressed. This situation is like a person who obviously feels very hungry, but there is nothing to fill his stomach. It is really helpless and depressing. This God-given opportunity, could it be that he just let it go for nothing? Not to mention that the source of the stars in Tongshuan continent has just been born and is very easy to refine, but it is said that this source has already been imprinted with his own spirit, and he has fully met the prerequisites for refining. It's a rare year, Yongkai is too unwilling to give up the original power in front of him. But his body can no longer accommodate another source, which makes him helpless. Yongkai sat on the spot, healing his injuries while racking his brains on how to get the best of both worlds. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any good solution, so he scratched his head anxiously. Yudi, he seemed to have thought of something, his eager and irritable eyes gradually became clear and bright, he thought for a while, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Stupid, really stupid, why didn't I think of this? Yongkai patted his head with his palm, as if he was crazy. The next moment, he waved his hand, and the stone puppet and firebird appeared in front of him at the same time. What is the master's order? Lu Yan asked as usual as soon as he appeared. Both of you, look at this thing in front of you, who can swallow it? Whoever can swallow it will go to whoever can, if both can swallow it, then it will be divided equally. Yongkai pointed at the source of the stars in front of him, and said lightly. Stone Puppet and Firebird have always been his most powerful supporters. Both guys now have the powerful combat power to single out the Void King realm. If they can be allowed to devour the origin of the stars, they will definitely grow again. Since I can't refine it, why don't I let myself try these two big helpers? If they can succeed, it will be a huge help to me. Hearing the words, Lu Yan turned his head to look at the source, and the next moment, a look of fear welled up in his beautiful eyes, and he said in amazement, Master, although I don't know what this thing is, I don't think I have the ability to swallow it. It has a higher and deeper artistic conception than mine. If I swallow it rashly, I will definitely be destroyed by it. That's the law. Yongkai nodded and explained. Lu Yan is a spirit body, so her knowledge is not high, and she doesn't recognize the origin of stars, but she has her own instinct, just like a beast, knowing what is dangerous to her and what is not dangerous to her. The origin in front of him gave Lu Yan a sense of danger. The power of law is unpredictable, how dare Lu Yan swallow it wantonly? Not only is Lu Yan like this, even Xiao Xiao, who has always been foolish, stares at the ball of origin in front of him with a pair of small eyes, but does not make any movements. If it was changed before, if Yongkai allowed it to swallow something, I am afraid that it would have rushed up and swallowed it whole. Anyway, it is not afraid of indigestion with its innate talent and supernatural power. Now that it stopped moving forward, it undoubtedly felt the threat from the origin of the stars. The last time it was able to devour the source of the Mind Star, it was because the Mind Star was dead, the source collapsed, and only a trace remained, which did no harm to it, so it succeeded. But now, the source of the hanging continent is intact. Yes, even though it has just been born, it is definitely not something that Xiao Xiao can touch. Seeing their appearance, Yongkai immediately knew that the two of them were helpless, and immediately said, if that's the case, let's go back. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan were put away again. Another golden stone puppet reappeared in front of Yongkai. Stone puppet Dharma body. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan have nothing to do with the origin. Yongkai is not in a hurry, because he still has a Dharma body. The reason why Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan were called out first, Yongkai also wants them to get some benefits so that they can grow up soon stand up. Since they can't do anything, it's time for the body to play. One's own body can't accommodate the two sources, so it's okay to use another body, right? Moreover, there is a ray of distraction attached to the Dharma body, which is equivalent to another self, and it can perfectly fit with the brand in the original source. Release the distraction and pour it into the Dharma body. The originally muddy eyes of the Dharma body suddenly become bright. Yang Kai controlled the Dharma body, sat down in front of the source, repeated the action just now, and displayed the star refining art. Time passed by little, and the expression on Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn. Although he felt that his idea was correct, he didn't dare to be too sure before the result came out. If even the Dharma body couldn't refine the origin of the stars, then he could only reluctantly give up the benefits he got. At that time, he will let his relatives and friends try refining to see if they have this opportunity, but that will not work until their strength becomes stronger, at least to the Void King realm. God knows that is a matter of the year of the monkey. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the movement of the Dharma body and the source, raised his brows, his face showed ecstasy, and he couldn't help laughing. At this time, the cluster of stars in front of him was being drawn into the Dharma body at a slow and subtle speed, without any intention of repelling it. It's done. My own thinking is indeed correct. The reason why my body cannot be refined is because the two sources cannot coexist in one body, and after changing the body, this problem is easily solved. The Dharma body is equivalent to another self, and the Dharma body becomes the Star Master of the Tongshuan continent, which is equivalent to becoming the Star Master of the Tongshuan continent. Although there are some suspicions of opportunism, but in this way, he is still the master of two stars. Tisk tisk. If this kind of thing spreads out, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation in the entire star field. Yang Kai was in a good mood, and he quickly held his breath and concentrated, not daring to be careless, paying close attention to the movements of the Dharma body. Everything is carried out in an orderly manner, and it only needs to wait for the power of the original source to be completely poured into the Dharma body, and then you can be done. It's just, this speed is a bit slow. Yang Kai was very dissatisfied. According to his estimation, it will take at least a month or two to complete the refining of the Dharma body. I think it was only a blink of an eye when he became the Lord of the Gloomy Star back then. But that was Yang Yan directly sending the origin of Gloom Star, the two cannot be compared. That's all. Go open the furnace to make alchemy. Waiting for nothing to do here, Yang Kai stood up, and with one hand, a space power surged out of his body and disappeared instantly. There was no need to pay attention to the Dharma body, the rest was just a matter of time, and he didn't bother to wait any longer, so he just took advantage of this time to refine a few batches of panacea. Now that his cultivation base has reached the peak of the Void Return Mirror, he has already felt the opportunity to break through in the Lost Land, but at that time, the situation was treacherous and the situation was changing, so he suppressed it forcefully. The hanging continent is extremely safe, and the laws of heaven and earth are complete. It is a good place to break through. He wants to use alchemy to arouse his aura for breakthrough. The harvest in the Lost Land this time is really not small. After a while, Yang Kai came to a certain place in the hanging continent, his spiritual mind was released, and he felt a little bit, then moved to the left. After 10 breaths, Yang Kai appeared again. Lu Gishan, who had been waiting here, was taken aback, and after seeing Yang Kai's face, he quickly ran over, holding the space ring in both hands, and said with a flattering smile, "Young man, everything is inside, you can look at it and be satisfied." After seeing Yang Kai's tricks, Lu Gishan is now as honest as a rabbit, how can he have the slightest disobedience? Yang Kai responded lightly, took the ring from the air, swept his spiritual sense inside, raised his brows immediately, and looked at Lu Gishan with a half smile. "You have gained a lot these years." Hee. Lu Gishan laughed dryly, "There's nothing to do here, except for cultivation, so I can only wander around. And then collected all the genius treasures you saw. Young hero is wise. Idiot." Yang Kai grinned and cursed. "Ah." Lu Gishan looked up in astonishment. "Stupid." Yang Kai's face was livid. "You are also a person who returns to the Void Mirror, so you don't know that collecting geniuses and treasures at will, and there is no perfect way to preserve them, which will make the effect of the medicine disappear. Look at the ring, some of the medicinal materials here have lost half of their effectiveness, so how can I use them? They are as stupid as pigs." Yang Kai is really going to die of anger. There are indeed a lot of medicinal materials in the ring, and many of them are Void King level, but because they are not properly preserved, the medicinal effects have lost too much and their value has greatly shrunk. Any alchemist who saw this scene would be furious. After being scolded, Lu Gishan didn't dare to say anything, he could only smile embarrassingly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he can't blame him completely. If he had a space ring, it wouldn't let the medicine effect pass so much, but at that time everyone's space ring was taken away by Ghost Ancestor. Ghost Ancestor also has to bear a little responsibility for this matter. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1806 Enlightenment Pill. Although some medicinal materials have lost their efficacy, the advantage is that the number is huge, and it is not a small gain. You didn't hide it, did you? Yang Kai squinted at Lu Gishan. Don't dare. Lu Gishan was taken aback, and quickly waved his hands. Now that he is under the eaves, how dare he let Yang Kai find fault? Hastily swear, if he hides it privately, thunder will strike union from the sky. Okay, you have nothing to do here, let's step back. Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Lu Gishan stood there without moving, looking at Yang Kai expectantly, hesitant to speak. What else is there? Young hero, that source. Is this something you can ask? Yang Kai's face darkened, and the chill in his eyes suddenly increased, and an invisible spiritual power rushed out. Lu Gishan felt as if he had been severely injured in an instant, his sea of consciousness defense was instantly torn apart, his headache was about to split, he staggered back, his face turned pale. After eating this, Lu Gishan turned pale with shock, and immediately knew that his previous guess was true. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill him, it would be like killing chickens and dogs. Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai in front of him, he didn't know when he had left the place. Laughing wryly, Lu Gishan quickly sat down cross-legged, performed his exercises, and urged Sheng Yuan to heal his wounds. Somewhere in the hanging continent, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, Yang Kai appeared here. The scenery is good, here it is. He murmured to himself, and then released a few blood beasts and let them scatter around to guard. Although Lu Gishan was the only outsider on the hanging continent, Yang Kai was sure that he would not dare to bother him hastily, but there was a contingency in everything, and if he released a few blood beasts to guard him, Yang Kai could sit back and relax. Immediately he sacrificed the Zixu cauldron he used for alchemy, and searched for medicinal materials in the space ring. What pill is good for refining? Yang Kai scanned the space ring with his spiritual sense. His alchemy this time is mainly to stimulate the breakthrough energy, so it doesn't matter what kind of alchemy he refines, what he needs is to use alchemy to drive himself into this world. Purple sungrass, Baiulian, hey, even the hollow fruits are all there, so you can refine the Tao Enlightenment pill. Just after breaking through, you can take it to strengthen the realm. Soon, Yang Kai made a decision. The main thing is to refine the materials for the Enlightenment pill. He has all of them now, which is the most convenient. Taking out all kinds of medicinal materials one by one and placing them beside him, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pinch the magic art and pointed at the Zixu cauldron. The fire of spiritual consciousness poured into it in an instant, and the temperature of the Zixu cauldron rose suddenly. Plants of medicinal materials were put into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner by Yang Kai, and the size of the fire of divine consciousness was also changing all the time. Yang Kai's way of alchemy was passed down from the true art of alchemy in the early stage, and also obtained from the old man of Tianzang in the Tongshuan continent. In the later stage, it was inherited from the true understanding of alchemy, and everything he learned was the top alchemy technique. In addition, did he discuss with Shaning Shang on the way of alchemy, so he has a lot of attainments in alchemy. Various Dharma seals were constantly being driven into the purple void cauldron, one after another spirit formations were disillusioned in the cauldron, and Yang Kai's demeanor was extremely focused, gradually abandoning all distracting thoughts, and devoted himself to alchemy. His aura also began to blend with the world, as if the whole person had become a part of the world. Refining a panacea requires a cumbersome process. It is not just a matter of simply condensing the liquid medicine and allowing the liquid medicine to interact in the pill furnace. When to use how much heat, when to portray what kind of spirit array, what kind of alchemy method to use, every step has strict rules. Even if it fails, the quality of the pill will not be too high. Alchemy is a great way to pay attention to the mind and perseverance. Yang Kai's consciousness fire has excellent conditions in alchemy, so the time and energy he spends in refining elixir is much shorter than that of ordinary alchemists. Especially with the recovery effect of the 7-color warming spirit lotus and his powerful soul power, he can use the fire of divine consciousness without restraint. Time passed slowly, and there was a murmuring sound coming from the Zixu cauldron, which was the interaction of various precious medicinal liquids in it, and a magical transformation process took place. A faint scent floated from the cauldron, and it was refreshing to smell. This was a sign that the elixir had begun to condense. Yang Kai's face became more dignified, he beckoned, and a blood beast that was on guard in the distance turned into golden blood threads and flew back to his hand. The golden blood thread is like a wisp of golden and red smoke, dancing at Yang Kai's fingertips. As it danced, the golden blood thread gradually turned into golden light again, while the red color was removed and condensed into a cloud of red mist. In the mist, there was the sound of a beast roaring, and sometimes it turned into the appearance of a monster. Don't make trouble, using your alchemy is your best destination, be honest. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the cloud of red mist, and said with a light smile. The spiritual red mist seemed to sense that something was wrong, not only did not feel at ease, but even more tossed. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and threw the red mist directly into the pill furnace. In the true explanation of the Tao of pills, the last sentence has been said, only if the pill has a spirit can it be called a panacea. It took Yang Kai a long time to comprehend before he finally understood what it meant. It is impossible for the elixir to psychic for no reason, unless it is placed for too long, and placed in an environment with extremely rich aura, the time and place are right, and it will take countless years to produce such a thing as the elixir. Since the elixir cannot be psychic for no reason, it is enough to infuse it with spirituality. The best way is to use the inner alchemy of the monster as the alchemy. In the inner alchemy of the monster, it contains the spirit of the monster, and it is the best alchemy. Although Yang Kai didn't have any high-level inner alchemy, he did have a blood beast. It can also be used as a Dan Yin. This time is to refine the Void King grade spirit pill. Pill Yin is essential, Yang Kai can only use it with the help of the blood beast, although in this way, the blood beast will be reduced by 1, but compared with the enlightenment pill, it is less important heavy at a glance. The blood mist was thrown into the Zixu cauldron, and in an instant, there seemed to be some incredible chain reaction in the cauldron and there was an earth-shattering sound. I still want to resist. Yang Kai's face sank, he made a formula with both hands, and kept suppressing it. As expected of the soul of a ninth-order monster, it took Yang Kai tens of breaths of effort to completely stabilize it. The strange fragrance flowing in the air seemed to become more intense. Boom boom boom. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Saint Yuan in his body began to fluctuate, sending out a very impactful beating. Are you coming? His eyes flickered, and he knew that his action had already activated the chi machine and reached the point where he was about to break through. But now that the elixir is about to be practiced, he doesn't want to give up halfway. Hastily pinched the Ling Ju with his hands, and began to use the method of congealing the pill recorded in the true explanation of the way of alchemy, forming different seals, and entering the Zixu cauldron. The movement in the cauldron became more and more loud, until Yang Kai hit hundreds of seals. There was a beeping sound inside, as if something was rolling in the Zixu cauldron. Get up! Yang Kai shouted loudly, and slapped his palm on the Zixu cauldron. The next moment, 3 beams of light suddenly shot out from the Zixu cauldron, fleeing in 3 different directions. Haha, I want to run, wishful thinking. Yang Kai laughed, his figure swayed, and he appeared directly behind a pill, grabbed it without even looking at it, and stuffed it directly into the prepared jade bottle, and immediately he did the same and put the second and third pills into the bottle respectively. 1 alchemy, 3 alchemy, this kind of thing has reached the consensus of alchemy in the star field. For those well-known alchemy masters, no matter how superb their alchemy skills are, a piece of material can always only make 1 pill. But here in Yang Kai, common sense has been broken. The ancient techniques of alchemy recorded in the true explanation of the way of alchemy are indeed miraculous and incomparable. Perhaps in ancient times, those powerful alchemists were all alchemists in this way, but with the passage of time, such miraculous alchemy techniques have been lost, and in the end, all alchemists can only use 1 material to refine an alchemy. A panacea. Boom. In the sky, there was a thunderous explosion. Yang Kai looked up at the sky, only to see a group of dark clouds gathered above his head, like a quilt that hadn't been washed in 100 years, pressing heavily on the top, making people feel uncomfortable. And in that group of black clouds, there is a terrifying aura of destruction, which seems to be able to destroy this suspended continent. This was just the beginning, and huge auras continued to pour into the black cloud from all around, expanding its size. Yang Kai's face became serious. This time he was promoted to a great realm, from the Void Return Mirror to the Void King realm. The upcoming baptism of heaven and earth must be different from the past. After watching for a while, he threw out countless holy crystals with a wave of his hand, and immediately punched them hard. The holy yuan fluttered and bombarded those holy crystals. Blast me! Booming, tens of millions of holy crystals exploded into dust in midair, and the aura contained in the holy crystals splashed in all directions, filling this huge area. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's location, within a radius of 10 miles, the richness of the world's aura suddenly rose to a higher level. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy is needed to be promoted. Although the hanging continent is full of spiritual energy, Yang Kai still dare not take it lightly, and he will not hesitate to explode thousands of saint crystals to nourish the environment he is in. The spiritual energy is already abundant, but Yang Kai hasn't stopped moving yet. With a wave of his hand, he threw out hexagonal stones with profound artistic conceptions and arranged them around his body. The number of those stones is as many as hundreds, and they echo each other from a distance. Gradually, this area has formed the power of a field. Domain stone. In addition to the domain stones in Yang Kai's hands, he still kept a lot of them besides his close relatives, and now he is breaking through the threshold of the Void King realm, so of course he will not be stingy with himself. He hopes to absorb the energy from these domain stones while breaking through, and improve his perception and understanding of the domain. He then waved his hands and released all his blood beasts, as well as the stone puppets Xiao Xiao and Luyan, and gave an order, all spread out, within a radius of 30 miles, but anyone who approaches, shoot and kill. He did this mainly to guard against Lu Guishan. If this kid was unwilling and came to disturb him when he broke through, the consequences would be disastrous. The next moment, the blood beasts and the stone puppets scattered away. Qi Lingliuyan looked at the black clouds in the sky before leaving, with a strong look of fear on his face. She could sense the horror of this baptism of heaven and earth, and even with her current strength, she dared not say that she could easily block it. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1807 Promotion. What happened? What happened? Is this ghost place going to be destroyed? Lu Guishan stumbled towards the place where Yang Kai was promoted. He just healed his injuries for a while, and when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that the atmosphere of the entire hanging continent had changed dramatically. The sky was filled with thunder, black clouds covered the top, and the aura on the ground was active, rioting and restless. He was completely stunned. He didn't know what was going on. He could only follow the source of the movement, trying to find out. As he was running, he saw that the black cloud in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and in the black cloud, there were constantly dark thunder and lightning shuttles, like hideous and terrifying dragons hiding in it, suddenly poking their heads. This scene really terrified him. Flying hundreds of miles away, Lu Guishan's eyes blurred, and suddenly a monster with a strange appearance and blood-colored light appeared in front of him. Lu Guishan was taken aback, and stopped quickly, because he saw the malicious light in the eyes of the blood beast, as if it was warning him not to move forward. He believed that if he went any further, the blood beast would definitely strike him with a thunderous blow. The blood beast was created by Yang Kai. He naturally knew this, so Lu Guishan thought for a while, and then realized that the current situation of Xuankang continent is definitely related to Yang Kai. Is it the movement of refining the origin of the stars? Lu Guishan guessed wildly in his mind, but still couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it, he flew into the air, stood on a high place, and looked forward. Yang Kai's figure immediately entered his eyes. Although he was 30 miles away, Lu Guishan is still a master of the second layer Void Return realm. With good eyesight, he can clearly see the scene 30 miles away. Isn't this a breakthrough? Lu Guishan exclaimed in shock, his whole body trembling. Yang Kai is Void Return third layer. If it is a breakthrough, then, won't it be promoted to the Void King realm? The three words Zhuangjing appeared in Lu Guishan's mind, just like the sound of Hong Zhang Da Lu buzzing. He almost fell from the sky in shock. Void King realm, that is the top combat power in the star field. Lu Guishan couldn't believe that one day he would be able to witness a warrior breaking through the Void King realm with his own eyes. He bit his tongue hard. Feel the pain and make sure you're not dreaming or hallucinating or anything. Decades ago, in his eyes, the Void King realm powerhouse is so high and out of reach, a random look from the Void King realm powerhouse is enough to make him fly away. Even today, decades later, Lu Guishan also knew the horror of the Void King realm. Because with the improvement of strength, one can realize more and more what kind of height Void King realm is. This kid is young, so he wants to break through and be promoted to the Void King realm. When I saw him back then, he was only in the Holy Realm, so I imprisoned him casually. The past is like smoke, but it is vivid in my mind. If he can break through successfully this time, then he is definitely the youngest Void King realm powerhouse in the entire star field. Dare not to say that there will be no one in the future, and there is absolutely no one in the past. Such an achievement can be said to be astonishing in the past and the present. Lu Gixin bit his tongue again, put away the wild thoughts in his heart. He fell to the ground and sat cross-legged. He knew that such a scene was definitely a chance for him. Observing the advancement of a Void King realm powerhouse at such a close distance is not something that can be encountered casually. If he can comprehend something from this baptism of heaven and earth, then he will practice smoothly in the future. So Lu Gixin made a quick decision and decided to watch from the sidelines. The power of the black clouds in the sky became stronger and stronger. When the atmosphere reached a certain peak, there was a sudden click, and a dark light flashed in the sky. The dark light was like a startled dragon, and fell from the sky. Bombard somewhere below. Immediately there was Yonkai's muffled snort, and the whole earth was a little shaken. This, Lu Gixin turned pale with shock, and exclaimed in shock, so scary. The baptism of heaven and earth, every time a warrior advances to a great realm, there will be one. This is the test of the laws of heaven and earth for warriors. If you break through the past, you will make great progress in your cultivation, but if you fail to break through, you will fall back or die. Lu Gixin, as a strong void returning mirror, has experienced the baptism of heaven and earth not once or twice. When he was promoted to the void returning mirror here, it was only 20 or 30 years ago. But at that time, the strength of the baptism of heaven and earth was not even as powerful as the black lightning in front of him. This is only the first step, and the subsequent baptism will only become stronger and more terrifying. If it were me, would I be able to hold on? Lu Gixin couldn't help thinking wildly, putting himself in Yonkai's place, imagining that if he would meet such horror when returning to the third layer of the void baptism. The results are, I can't hold on, absolutely can't hold on, even if I'm lucky enough to survive the first blow, the next second and third blows are enough to kill me. Thinking of this, Lu Gixin's aura suddenly became disordered, and the heart of martial arts that he had always insisted on in his heart began to falter. Click. The second baptism landed, and although the jet-black energy of the baptism struck Yonkai's body dozens of miles away, the destructive aura emanating directly pierced Lu Gixin's mind full of flaws. Wow! With a sound, Lu Gixin spat out blood, and his whole body was like a discouraged ball, instantly sluggish. His cultivation realm began to regress at a speed visible to the naked eye, the second level of returning to the void, the first level of returning to the void, and the third level of the Holy King. Finally, it stopped at the second level of the Holy King. There is a saying that if you don't die, you won't die. Lu Gixin wants to observe Yonkai's promotion in order to gain benefits. His idea is correct, but he doesn't know that every time Yonkai's baptism of heaven and earth is different from ordinary people, the energy of heaven and earth he wants to welcome is stronger than any warrior. It is more than several times stronger. This time is the pass for him to advance to the Void King realm. Even Yonkai himself is very afraid of the baptism of that day, let alone a mere Lu Gixin. He recklessly put himself in Yonkai's position, which is self-inflicted. The heart of martial arts should become more courageous with frustration. Only then could he make further progress, Lu Gixin questioned himself, and his heart of martial arts was naturally shattered by the destructive breath that took advantage of the void, and then collapsed. He survived mainly because his martial arts heart collapsed too quickly. If he persisted for a little longer, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. Sitting in the same place stupidly, Lu Gixin couldn't think of anything else, even when his own realm fell, and he suddenly returned to decades ago, he didn't seem to be able to react. His eyes were dark, with no light in sight. At the same time, outside the space where the hanging continent is located, in the chaotic abyss. The Sifang powerhouses waited for a long time, but there was still no trace of Yonkai. Zilong father and son were impatient and very irritable. Ghost ancestor is leisurely, with a face as leisurely as a breeze. Although Xueyu got the guarantee from Ghost ancestor, she was still not at ease. She leaned over and asked softly, "Senior, it's been almost 10 days, why is there no movement at all?" "What movement do you want?" Guizhu glanced at her with a smile. "He's hiding in there, it's extremely safe, if there is any movement, it's okay." "Do you want him to come out now?" "No." Xueyu quickly waved her hands, "As long as he's safe, I'm relieved, it's just me." "Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. I can assure you, isn't it okay? That ghostly place can trap the old man for 2,000 years, but it can't trap Yonkai. When he wants to come out, he will come out naturally. Little girl, I care about him very much. When he comes out, the old man will carefully convey your concern." "Senior." Xueyu blushed in embarrassment and stomped her feet repeatedly. "I can't wait too long. Niguang frowned at the side. There are a lot of things to deal with at the Chamber of Commerce, and I can't stay here for a long time. If the old man leaves by then, old ghost, you alone, can you fight Zilong? Underestimate me, ghost ancestor snorted coldly, Zilong is nothing. Even if you don't care about Zilong, if that kid Yongkai runs out from inside, Shui and Kong Fa will definitely follow him, so what should you do if you have no skills at all? Gui Zhu frowned. This is exactly what he is worried about. If Niguang left and Yongkai came out, then there would be 3 Void King stages on Zilong's side, and he was great enough to entangle Zilong and Shu Wei, who was seriously injured, but could Yongkai deal with Kong Fa? Now that Kong Fa is also on Zilong's side, God knows what benefits Zilong promised him. Headache. What ghost ancestor wants to see the most now is that Yongkai has been hiding inside until it is safe to come out. He doesn't believe that Zilong can stay here all the time. After all, he is also the master of Zixing. How can he have such leisure time? Niguang suddenly frowned, and looked at a certain place. This is... Something's wrong, what's going on? Gui Zhu also let out a low cry. On the other side, Zilong, Shu Wei and Kongfa also discovered the abnormality of the chaotic vortex at the same time. They saw a certain space that was trembling and restless, as if there were cracks in the space, and from the crack, came an extremely violent force. What's the matter? Niguang looked puzzled, and turned to look at Gui Zhu, hoping he could explain something. See what this old man is doing. Ghost ancestor snorted coldly. Although he had been trapped in the hanging continent for 2,000 years, he didn't know what the scene in front of him was like. Could it be a chaotic vortex? Shui Yu wondered. The words made Gui Zhu and Niguang jump. The chaotic vortex is not something that can be entered casually. If it really comes out, then they all have to run for their lives. Gui Zhu was sucked into the hanging continent by the chaotic vortex and survived. It was luck, he didn't want to try again. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1808 Void King Realm. Chapter 1808 Void King Realm. Look, Shui Yu suddenly pointed again, there seems to be some movement in there. Through the fissures that flickered in that space, some incredible scenes were faintly printed in everyone's eyes. It looks more and more like that ghostly place. Ghost Ancestor almost bit his own tongue, although the crack was extremely small and unstable, but Ghost Ancestor still saw the scenery like a suspended continent. This is where Yongkai entered? Shui Yu asked in surprise. Well, if the old man is not mistaken, it should be. But, did you hear anything? Ghost Ancestor looked at Niguang and Shui Yu. Shui Yu shook her head, but it was Niguang who looked solemn, nodded and said, there is a vague sound of thunder, and the aura leaking from this crack. Hiss, that kid won't be breaking through the threshold at this moment, right? You mean, this is all caused by the baptism of heaven and earth? Ghost Ancestor's expression changed. It's not like it, Niguang asked back. It looks alike, but that ghost place and this place are 2 spaces after all. Even if Yongkai breaks through the Void King realm, he won't be able to make such a big battle, right? Ghost Ancestor's mouth twitched, and after he finished speaking, he also stunned. Others may not be able to make such a battle, but Yongkai is not necessarily. He is proficient in the power of space. If it is really him who is breaking through the Void King realm, which leads to the intersection of the 2 spaces, it is also possible. If this is the case, then the kid is in danger. Niguang said solemnly. What do you mean? Shui Yu paled in shock. This energy is too terrifying, I don't know if he can resist it. Niguang replied with a frown. If the promotion to the Void King realm cannot be resisted, the consequences will be very serious. This is different from the promotion of the warriors in the early stage. When the warriors are weak, even if they fail to advance to the Great Realm, it will not be a big problem. But at the level of Void King realm, once you fail, there are undoubtedly only 2 consequences, severe injury or death. The probability of the latter is more than 80%. Niguang, Gui Zhu and others were constantly wondering, and on the other side, Zilong Shui and Kong Fa were also pointing at the same place, and they also came to the same conclusion, Yongkai might be promoting Void King territory. Zilong's face suddenly turned livid. He was not afraid of Yongkai's success in promotion, because even if Yongkai really became Void King realm, it was only Void King realm, and he didn't take such a person seriously. What he was afraid of was that Yongkai's promotion would not succeed. In case this kid died inside, where would he find the Yunol tree? This bastard, Zilong cursed angrily, but sighed. In the space of the chaotic abyss, all kinds of abnormalities have been continuing, and there has never been a break. Everyone is watching with trepidation, lest something unexpected happen to Yongkai. This situation lasted for a full day before the turbulent space gradually stabilized, and the muffled thunder gradually dissipated. Did it succeed? Shui Yu was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, wishing to rush into the hanging continent to see what happened. Ni Guang and Gui Zhu looked indifferent and remained silent. By this time, the result has undoubtedly come out, but they can't deduce whether Yang Kai has succeeded or not, they can only wait anxiously. The suspended continent, where Yang Kai broke through, has been raised to the ground for 100 miles, and a huge pit has appeared. In the very center of the pit, a pitch-black figure slumped there in a large font. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Kai? A burnt smell permeated the surroundings. This is a big game. Yang Kai looked at the deep sky, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were shattered, and his flesh and blood had turned into powder. A nerve, so painful that he almost cried out. The heaven and earth baptism for promotion to Void King realm, he never expected to be so violent. After practicing this way, every time he made a breakthrough in the big realm, he survived without any risk, but this time, he almost died. Even his immortal 5 elements sword body was almost shattered by the energy of the heavens and the earth. In the end, he had to use the dragon transformation secret technique, which forced him to survive the last moment. At this moment, his dragon transforming secret technique has not receded, his right arm is covered with dragon scales, and his right hand has also turned into a dragon claw. Even such a dragon arm has been turned up by the beaten scales. Bloody. Miserable is a bit miserable, but once he sensed his current state, Yang Kai grinned and giggled. Void King Realm. After so many years, I finally set foot in the realm of Void King Realm. Feeling the surging and continuous power in his body, feeling a completely different understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao, Yang Kai only felt that the suffering this time was worth it. From the Void Return Mirror to the Void King Realm, it was as if he had stepped into another new world. After resting for a while, Yang Kai got up from the spot, resisted the pain in every part of his body, grabbed a handful of panacea from the space ring, and stuffed it into his mouth without looking at what it was. Chew up. Unity of mind and mind, guarding the Dantian. This time is undoubtedly the best time to consolidate the realm of cultivation, he is not willing to miss it in vain. Pieces of dragon scales receded from his right arm, and a faint golden light began to emerge. The wounds on Yang Kai's body were repairing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there were powerful fluctuations in the flesh and blood. The golden light became more and more prosperous, until finally, the place where Yang Kai was located was completely shrouded in golden light, and no one could be seen. The activity of the golden blood in the body is countless times more violent than before. A day later, the golden light dissipated, revealing Yang Kai's strong body. The exposed skin was covered with blood, and Yang Kai just shook it lightly, and the blood was shattered into powder, revealing the newborn skin underneath. Oh, Tao Enlightenment Pill. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, quickly rummaged through the space ring, and after a while, took out a jade bottle and poured out the 3 spirit pills inside. They were the 3 Tao Enlightenment pills he had refined before. One of them still has Dan grains, the other 2 grains don't have Dan grains, but the quality is also extremely high-end. It's you. Yang Kai picked up the Tao Enlightenment pill with pill marks and stuffed it into his mouth. While dispelling the effect of the medicine, he used the Tao Enlightenment pill to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. The aura on his body became more and more pure and condensed, and a martial art conception that seemed to resonate with the world spread out. Half a month later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. His eyes were unremarkable, as if he was just an ordinary person, and even he himself was completely suppressed by the violent fluctuations of Saint Yuan after the breakthrough. It's so-so, although the realm is not completely stable, but it's about the same. Yang Kai muttered to himself, and with a movement of his divine sense, an invisible force centered on him and spread outward. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the space suddenly became viscous and solemn, and in this space cracks began to disillusion, like invisible beasts opening their mouths. Field. After being promoted to the Void King stage, Yang Kai's potential field finally turned into a field. Moreover, this is a domain that incorporates his space power, which is more powerful than the domain of ordinary Void King realm powerhouses. In this field, he is the master. Therefore, it is very simple and easy for a Void King realm to kill the Void Return Mirror. The potential field of the Void Return Mirror can only affect and interfere with others, but in the field, the Void King realm strong can do whatever they want. With a thought, the field dispersed, Yang Kai turned his head to look around, and flew up into the sky, silently calling his blood beasts and stone puppet Luyan in his heart. After a while, all the blood beasts flew back and turned into golden blood threads and returned to his body, as did the stone puppets. Only Lu Yan, after watching Yang Kai for a while, said, "Congratulations, Master, for being promoted to the Void King realm." "Hee, luck," Yang Kai chuckled, thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, I will let your strength improve as well." Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he respectfully said, "Thank you, Master." As a weapon spirit, although she has refined her own body into a refining furnace, it is by no means so simple to improve her strength. Unless she is swallowed by something like thunder and fire, it will be difficult for her to improve. But with the guarantee of Yang Kai's words, Lu Yan is completely relieved. Because Yang Kai has the Sun True Essence on his body. As long as she can devour some Sun True Fire, her strength will not stagnate. "Well, go back to the mysterious boundary orb first. I have placed the Sun Essence there. You can devour as much as you can. Don't be greedy for merit." "Yes." Lu Yan was overjoyed, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, she appeared in the mysterious boundary bead, and quickly found the place where the Sun's true essence was. Precisely wrapped in the past. After dealing with these, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in one direction, his brows wrinkled, and his figure swayed immediately, and he came dozens of miles away. Lu Gishan was still sitting here, but his expression was pale and sluggish. After realizing Yang Kai's arrival, he looked up at him and smiled wryly. Overestimating one's abilities. Yang Kai shook his head. He naturally knew why Lu Gishan made it like this. Although he has been making breakthroughs and promotions, it doesn't mean he knows nothing about the outside world. On the contrary, Lu Gishan was defeated by the power of the baptism of heaven and earth, and he could see clearly from the beginning to the end. A martial artist, no matter how serious the wound on the body or the spiritual consciousness, has a way to recover, but if a martial artist's heart of martial arts collapses, even the emperor may be powerless. Because this is his own reason, only if he strengthens his belief, can it be restored. Not only are Yang Kai and Lu Gishan not familiar, there is still some gap between them. He is already worthy of this guy for not killing Lu Gishan. How can he have any spare time to comfort him at this moment? So just glanced at him, Yang Kai ignored it. The next moment, his divine sense spread and extended towards the inner abdomen of the suspended continent. He wanted to see how the Dharma body was progressing in refining the origin of the stars. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1809 Planting. Yang Kai is looking forward to the matter of the Dharma body refining the origin of the stars, because if he really succeeds, then he will become the first two-star master in the history of the entire star field. It's nothing more than a mere name. The key is the various benefits after becoming a star master. After he was promoted to the Void King realm just now, he could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the gloomy star, which is hundreds of millions of miles away, is somewhat closer, and with the improvement of his cultivation base, the gloomy star must also get some help. No small nourishment. There is no doubt about this. If the specific situation is the case, you have to go back to Gloomstar to investigate. Yang Kai let out his divine sense, silently perceiving the state of the Dharma body. The next moment, his face changed, becoming extremely weird, and immediately flew into the sky, overlooking the suspended continent from above. A moment later, his body shocked, he exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" He looked at the hanging continent below in disbelief, and his eyes almost popped out. The progress of the matter was beyond his expectation and imagination. He never thought that such a thing would happen when the Dharma body was refining the origin of the stars. It's not that the refining of the Dharma body is not going well, on the contrary, in his induction, the matter of refining the source of the Dharma body is going very smoothly, and he doesn't know when the Dharma body has completely refined the source into the body, becoming the star master of the hanging continent. The aura of the Dharma body also increased a lot. This is not the key point. The key point is that the Dharma body has merged with the entire hanging continent. In his induction, the entire suspended continent below has become his Dharma body. Looking up, at one end of the hanging continent, one can vaguely see a huge fuzzy head, although it has not yet fully formed, but it has already taken shape. On both sides of the suspended continent, there seem to be signs of the birth of arms. On the other end, there are traces of two legs. Today's hanging continent is like a giant sleeping in the void. Gudong. Yang Kai was used to seeing strong winds and waves, so he couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this moment, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. What is this scenario? Yang Kai only felt that his mind was in chaos, and he couldn't explain such a strange scene in front of him. He took a deep breath to calm his mind, closed his eyes, and carefully perceived the situation on the other side of the Dharma body again. My Dharma body is still underground, and it doesn't look like much has changed, but it has indeed merged with the entire suspended continent. Moreover, under the interference of the Dharma body's will, this continent is actually changing its shape according to its shape. The innate supernatural power of the stone puppet clan. It actually wants to devour and refine the entire hanging continent. Feeling the feedback in his mind, Yang Kai was really taken aback. What a terrifying feat! Although the hanging continent is not big, it has an area of 200,000 to 300,000 miles. If the Dharma body can really use the stone puppet's innate supernatural powers to refine it successfully, then it will become a stone giant with its head reaching the sky and its feet stomping on the ground. Such a huge stone giant gives people a strong sense of oppression just in terms of perception. Even if it is faced with a Void King realm powerhouse, it is afraid that they will have to run away. Think about it, if a fist bigger than a mountain falls, who can survive? No way. Yang Kai was still in a dream, surprised and delighted. What surprised him was that Dharma body's action had exceeded his expectations, and what pleased him was that if it succeeded, he would give him another big boost, and this boost would be even stronger than Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan. The will of the Dharma body represents his own will. Although it is only a distraction manipulating the Dharma body, since the Dharma body has already made such a move, it means that everything is still under his control. Running the cultivation technique, Yang Kai calmed down, and he also wanted to see if the law body could succeed in this move, or if it was just a dream. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing sound from the entire hanging continent, and the ground shook endlessly. During the shaking, there was a booming sound coming from the inside of the hanging continent, very rhythmic, like a beating heart. With every jump, large chunks of land were shaken into powder and dissipated into the void. Countless crisscross ravines appeared on the ground all of a sudden. A scene of the approaching doomsday came into view, and the whole continent seemed to be falling apart. Yang Kai's expression suddenly froze, and he observed silently for a moment. Soon, he felt relieved, knowing that this was the process of refining the suspended continent, and those shattered lands were nothing more than useless impurities. Anything that is a little bit useful has been preserved and devoured and refined by the Dharma body. Refining a continent, even if it is only a continent of 200,000 to 300,000 miles, this kind of thing was originally impossible, but the Dharma body is the body of a stone puppet, with the innate supernatural power of devouring and refining, and now it is the star of the floating continent. The master, who controls the suspended continent, is the master of this place. After all kinds of convenience and priority conditions are met, it is possible for it to carry out such a feat. Looking forward to it, Yang Kai found himself this Dharma body, and gave himself a huge surprise, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Boom! The very rhythmic sound came continuously, and the speed of the continent splitting became faster and faster. The entire continent began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge head and limbs that Yang Kai had seen before also slowly became clear. According to this speed, I am afraid that it only takes 1 or 2 efforts to complete the complete refinement of the Dharma body. Yang Kai stood on top of the void, quietly observing the kung fu for several days, making sure that everything was under the control of the Dharma body, and then he was completely relieved. With nothing to do, he sacrificed the mysterious boundary orb and directly entered the mysterious small boundary. The divine sense was released, and soon, he felt the aura of Luyan. At this moment, she was retreating in a certain place, and the place where she was exuded an extremely terrifying scorching aura. It seems that she has devoured a real sun fire and is trying to refine it. Even with her current strength, it is not easy to refine a ray of real sun fire, but once refined successfully, her strength will increase. Yang Kai didn't call her, but took out the tree of immortality from the space ring. The 3-foot-tall sapling is full of green leaves, but on one of the leaves, there is a drop of milky white like a dewdrop. Undead stock solution. It is a healing holy medicine that can bring flesh and blood to the dead. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and carefully put away the drop of undead liquid. The undead liquid was originally born on the immortal tree, and it can be collected as long as it is born, so his actions have no effect on the immortal tree. The legendary tree of immortality is full of treasures, whether it is the few emerald green leaves or the roots, they all contain extremely surging vitality, and if the whole tree of immortality can be refined, it can even achieve immortality. Live the same life as the sky, return to the same place as the earth, never change from ancient times, and live forever, so that you can live forever. The lifespan of a Void King 3-layer powerhouse is only a few thousand years. If it is well maintained, it may live for tens of thousands of years, but there is a limit. But an immortal tree can make warriors immortal. Yang Kai's breathing couldn't help becoming short. Looking at the tree of immortality for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly scratched his head again. He didn't know how to refine the tree of immortality. This is the legendary treasure of heaven and earth, even more precious than my 7-color warming spirit lotus. How to refine this thing? The baby is right in front of him, but Yang Kai can only look at it, which makes him very depressed. Tilting his head and thinking about it, Yang Kai tried to collect the tree of immortality with his spiritual sense. After all, that's what they did when they collected the Wenshenlian back then. They are both the treasures of heaven and earth, so there is always a possibility to try them. But no matter how Yang Kai urged his spiritual sense, the eternal tree didn't respond. He tried to urge Sheng Yuan to refine again. A few days later, Yang Kai was dejected. During this time, he tried everything he could think of, but he almost swallowed the tree of immortality, but he still couldn't refine it. It's also inappropriate to swallow it raw. God knows what terrible changes will happen to itself after eating this kind of thing. Forget it, wait until you go back and ask Yang Yan. She has great powers, so she should know something about it. Yang Kai could only calm down temporarily. After checking in mysterious small world, Yang Kai selected a location and planted the eternal tree first. This treasure of heaven and earth is full of vitality, so there is no worry that it will not survive after planting. Even if it is placed on a dead star, it will be safe and sound. The eternal tree settled in the mysterious small boundary, and the unimaginable vitality spread through the earth to the surroundings. After just a moment, Yang Kai felt that the mysterious small boundary was more vibrant than before, and those trees seemed to have been greatly nourished. The grains grow fast. Even this piece of world seems to have been made up for something, making it more complete and perfect. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart moved, and he quickly took out the genius treasures he had harvested in the lost land, and carefully replanted them around the tree of immortality. What made Yang Kai overjoyed was that these genius earth treasures adapted to the soil very quickly, and each plant exuded a joyful atmosphere. It looks like we can build a medicine garden around the eternal tree. Yang Kai was thoughtful. The reason why the Lost Medicine Valley is rich in products is entirely because of the immortal tree. With the vitality and nourishment emanating from the immortal tree, those geniuses and treasures can grow rapidly. Now that the tree of immortality has settled in mysterious Shaoji, as long as it is handled properly, another medicine valley may not be formed here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai took out the herbs that Lu Gishan gave him, and found a few Void King grade herbs that seemed to be dying. A few days later, these medicinal plants really came alive again. You must know that these medicinal materials were collected by Lu Gishan a long time ago, and the effects of the medicinal materials have faded a lot, and it is basically impossible to survive again, but the old tree has such a heaven-defying function. Haha, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he hadn't been able to refine the tree of immortality to make himself immortal, this unintentional discovery still gave him a lot of rewards. At the moment, Yang Kai started to work in mysterious Shaoji energetically. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1810. Chapter 1810 Coming Out of the Mountain. More than a month later, Yang Kai looked at the huge area in front of him with joy. This area is centered on the tree of immortality, and he has already planted many spiritual herbs. Regardless of their previous state, these spiritual grasses and miraculous medicines survived under the nourishment of the vitality of the tree of immortality. Within a radius of 100 miles, a medicine garden has already formed. It seems that if we collect anything in the future, we can plant it here and take it when we need to use it. Well, in this way, the integrity of the medicinal effect can be preserved to the greatest extent. Yang Kai was very happy. Then, he sprinkled out countless holy crystals, and blasted them into powder with the force of his fist, filling the space with the energy in the holy crystals. Although the eternal tree is full of vitality and enough to nourish this small mystical world, the spiritual herbs and medicines that are planted need the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow. The future saint crystal is probably not a small expense. After finishing these, Yang Kai took the time to investigate the situation of the hanging continent. During this period of time, he checked every now and then, and found that the refining process of the Dharma body was extremely smooth. Now the entire hanging continent has shrunk by more than half, and the stone giant lying in the void has also revealed its majestic body. Gives a very strong sense of oppression. But the further you go, the more difficult it is to refine, and I don't know what the Dharma body can refine the hanging continent in the end. Yang Kai didn't worry too much, but sat cross-legged in the medicine garden, sniffing the fragrance of medicine coming from all directions, and then took out a round thing from the space ring. Needin of the shocking beast. The reason why he agreed to Luo Land to go to the Lost Land was because he wanted to obtain the Needin of Jingkong beast. Jingkong beast is an ancient strange beast, naturally proficient in the power of space. It is unimaginably helpful to warriors like Yang Kai who have cultivated the power of space. In the Lost Land, he refined the space vortex, which greatly increased his own space power. If he could obtain the artistic conception and mystery contained in the Jingkong beast's inner alchemy, he would definitely be able to go one step further. Taking out the purple void cauldron, Yang Kai sacrificed the fire of divine consciousness. He wanted to refine Jingkong beast's inner alchemy into a spirit pill and take it. In this way, the energy absorption of the inner alchemy could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Fortunately, there is an ancient alchemy formula recorded in the true explanation of the alchemy way, which was refined using Jingkong beast's inner alchemy as the main material, and he also does not lack other auxiliary materials. Time flies, and it is 2 months later. Outside the hanging continent, Ghost Ancestor frowned. His complexion was not very good looking, and he was just muttering in his heart. It has been more than 3 months since he felt the news of Yang Kai's promotion that day, but until now, Yang Kai has not appeared. Could it be that he really failed in promotion and died under the baptism of energy from heaven and earth? That's God's jealousy. At this moment, Ghost Ancestor stood alone in the void, feeling uneasy deep in his heart. After all, he had just promised Yang Kai to join the High Heaven sect, and he planned to use the ability of the High Heaven sect's Void King Alchemy Master to improve his strength. If Yang Kai just died like this, where should he go to find the High Heaven sect? He didn't even know where Ling Xiaozong was. And Niguang and Shuiyu had already left 2 months ago. Niguang is entangled in many things, it is impossible to wait here all the time, and he can only return to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for a long time without any results. Shuiyu wanted to stay, but how could Niguang let her stay here alone? Even if there is Ghost Ancestor to help take care of it, he finally took her away regardless of Shuiyu's strong objection. Whether it's dead or alive, you should jump out and say it. Gui Zhu jumped up and down anxiously, wishing to rush into the hanging continent again to take a peek. On the other side, Zilong and the others were very patient and kept waiting. But at this moment, their faces are also ugly. They felt that Yang Kai must have fallen, otherwise how could he have been hiding and not appearing? They don't care if Yang Kai dies or not, but the tree of immortality is on him. This bastard, Zi Donglai cursed bitterly. Brother Zi, Brother Shu, Kong will leave first. Kong Fa thought for a while and said to Shu Wei and Zilong. He really didn't have the patience to continue spending time here. Shu Wei glanced at Kong Fa with dull eyes, and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, just sighed. The original power was extracted by the space shuttle, and Shu Wei was almost exhausted. After several months, he failed to recover. At this moment, he seemed to be on the verge of exhaustion. Shu Wei ignored him. How could Zilong pay attention to him? Just snorted softly. Kong Fa made fun of himself, smiled sarcastically, and wanted to sacrifice Xingxuo to leave. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the originally extremely quiet starry sky, suddenly there was an unusual power fluctuation. Kong Fa's body suddenly froze in place, and he looked at that spot in astonishment, frowning tightly. The next moment, the power fluctuations that came out of the ups and downs became stronger and stronger, and within 3 breaths of time, a vortex appeared there. Hiss, chaotic vortex. Kong Fa turned pale with shock, and the faces of the others also changed drastically. Cheng Rugizu and Zilong also hurriedly mobilized Sheng Yuan, ready to escape at any time. A figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. Hey, Zi Donglai yelled, staring at the figure carefully, and immediately, he shouted excitedly, come out, that bastard is out. Who is the figure walking out of the vortex if not Yang Kai? In an instant, everyone's eyes became hot enough to pierce the void. Boy, you really are not dead. Gui Zhu laughed, and the black energy on his body fluctuated, showing the excitement deep in his heart. Since you've come out, let's go with the old man. Zilong shot immediately when he saw Yang Kai's face. With a purple brilliance on his body, he walked leisurely in front of Yang Kai, and grabbed him with one hand. In the past, he said, a treasure like the Tree of Immortality is not something that a bum like you can have. Dare to move the sect master, have you asked the old man? Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly, his figure turned into a black gas, and stood in front of Yang Kai in an instant, and all ghosts on the 10,000 soul banners rang together, a pure and evil the power of brutality came out and rushed straight into Zilong's mind. HMPH, little tricks. Zilong was as motionless as a mountain, and the purple light on his body became more and more dazzling. Guizou's black energy was actually forced to retreat repeatedly. Jia, underestimate this old man. You take yourself too seriously. Ghost Ancestor whistled softly, and the 10,000 soul banner directly turned into a shady curtain, wrapping Zilong inside. What? Zilong was quite surprised at this time. He had never fought against Ghost Ancestor. Although he knew that the other party was at the second level of the Void King, he was not much behind himself, but he didn't realize until after the fight that this Ghost the angry old guy is even more difficult than Niguang. Boy Yang, hurry up and run. Ghost Ancestor's voice came from the shadows, I will block you for a while, you can run as far as you can. Ah, everyone is so patient. After Yang Kai walked out of the vortex, he looked left and right, and soon understood what the situation was, but he stood there calmly and didn't ask for help. It means to run away immediately. Want to run? Zidonglai's face flashed sternly, and he waved. Shu Wei, take him down for me. Although Shu Wei looked like he was tortured beyond human form, he was still at the Void King realm. The emaciated camel was bigger than a horse, so Zidonglai naturally wanted to force him to work hard. Shu Wei didn't dare to disobey, and rushed towards Yang Kai with a cold face, and roared ferociously, it's all you, it's all this bastard, if it wasn't for you, how could this old man be in such a mess? He will be subdued by Zidong, most of the reason is because Yang Kai attacked him in the Lost Land, causing him to suffer heavy injuries, otherwise, how could he be settled by Zilong in a few words? Which one of the Void King realm powerhouses is not extremely proud? How can you be willing to be a slave and be driven by others? Especially the one who drives me is still a kid with a void return mirror. It's just that, and later in the process of chasing Yang Kai, Shu Wei was even drawn a lot of original power by the space-breaking shuttle, and the whole person became old all at once. All this was because of Yang Kai. Shu Wei didn't dare to get angry at Zilong and Zidong, so he could only transfer his resentment to Yang Kai. So after hearing Zidonglai's order, he immediately pounced on him, and unhesitatingly unleashed a blow with all his strength that he could unleash in his current state. Void vibrations, the full blow of the Void King realm powerhouse, is no small matter, it is almost an attack that can penetrate the void. Shu Wei wanted Yang Kai's life. Anyway, what Zilong and his son only care about is the eternal tree, it doesn't matter if Yang Kai dies or not, if he kills him, he can still find the eternal tree from his space ring. The dazzling light flickered, and Shu Wei's whole body seemed to turn into a small sun, landing above Yang Kai's head. Zidonglai couldn't help shrinking his eyes, and there was a hint of fear on his face. During these days, his attitude towards Shu Wei can be said to be extremely bad, but Shu Wei was accused of being branded, so he didn't dare to complain, which caused Zidonglai I feel that the so-called Void King realm is nothing more than that. But after seeing Shu Wei's full-strength blow, he realized that there was something wrong with his mentality. Such a blow could kill more than a dozen of them in an instant. That bastard is dead, Zidonglai secretly pleased. Get rid of this biggest competitor in the future, only Shuiyu and Jiyu Jianxin can be compared with him, and if the Japanese suppress Shuiyu and Jiyu Jianxin, they will become the kings of the younger generation in the star field. Thinking wildly, a stern smile appeared on the corner of Zidonglai's mouth. Secret technique, exile, a faint voice suddenly spit out from Yang's mouth. Facing Shu Wei's earth-shattering blow, his expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even intend to dodge it. Instead, he raised a hand and pointed towards Shu Wei, covered the past. The hand approached, exuding mysterious power fluctuations, which became bigger and bigger in Shu Wei's eyes, as if turning into heaven and earth, covering up the light in his eyes so that all he could see was darkness and chaos. What? Shu Wei exclaimed in shock. The dazzling light disappeared in an instant. Shu Wei stood in front of Yang Kai in a daze, staring at the front in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out. He didn't know what happened just now, the shocking blow he went all out clearly hit, but Yang Kai was unharmed, not even a hair was messed up. It was as if the blow hit another space. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1811 Moonblade. With this thought, Shu Wei broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Yang Kai's expression became dignified. His intuition told him that Yang Kai was definitely not simple. From his performance at the Medicine Valley in the Lost Land, he could see that if he was a simple warrior, how could he resist Zilong's attack? And at this moment, he easily diffuses his full-power explosion, this kid. Shu Wei swept Yang Kai's body with his divine sense in doubt, his complexion changed drastically, and he said in amazement, You have really advanced to the Void King stage. What? Zidonglai's complexion turned ashen, staring at Yang Kai with cold eyes, as if he wanted to pierce his body and kill him with his eyes. Void King Realm. This bastard turned out to be in the Void King Realm. Promoted to the Void King Realm one step earlier than myself. Earlier than Xueyu, earlier than Jiyu Jianxin. In the star field, the three young handsome men were all left behind by him. It was ridiculous that he had always imagined that one day he would surpass Xueyu and Jiyu Jianxin and become the leader of the younger generation. The bastard in front of him has silently achieved the goal he has been fighting for many years. Unforgivable, except for myself, no one else in this world can do this. Zidonglai held his anger in his chest, and almost burned himself. He roared with a grim expression, Shu Wei, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and kill me. Killed him. Shu Wei finally came to his senses when he called him like this, and said solemnly, Boy, you are the most talented and terrifying young man I have ever seen. If possible, I would like to make friends with you, but since the young master has an order, today you will definitely die. That's a lot of nonsense. Yang Kai gave him a cold look, then curled his lips in disdain. Shu Wei snorted coldly. You have just broken through the Void King realm, you should consolidate your realm well. Running out so impatiently is simply asking for death. This old man will let you see what the real Void King realm is. After the words fell, he suddenly opened his own domain and covered Yang Kai in it. Shu Wei smiled proudly, walked towards Yang Kai step by step, and said lightly, in this domain, this old man can dominate everything, including your life. You are the only one who has a domain. Yang Kai snorted, stretched out his hand and pointed forward, I have it too. An invisible force emanated from his fingertips, and there was a crackling sound from the surrounding space, as if something was broken. And with the sound of the sound, Shu Wei felt as if he had been severely injured. His already old face suddenly became much older, his face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, how is it possible? Your domain, how could it be like this condensation? How could it be possible to suppress the field that this old man has soaked in for many years? You just broke through, this is not true. He yelled frantically and couldn't believe what he saw. If a long time means strength, then there is no difference between genius and mediocrity in this world, old guy, accept your fate. Yang Kai waved his hand, and his own field spread outward, directly blasting Shu Wei's field into powder. Instead wrap the other party into your own domain. Secret technique Moon Blade. Yang Kai flicked his fingers repeatedly, and space blades like crescent moons flew out, covering Shu Wei. This is the space blade that he has improved after his space power has been refined. It can be regarded as an enhanced version of the previous space blade. Although the shape is exactly the same, both the power and the artistic conception contained in it are completely different. More than a dozen moon blades blocked Shu Wei's escape route, and they were quickly released in his eyes. Shu Wei was frightened out of his wits, bit the tip of his tongue hastily, spurted a mouthful of blood, and urged his own Saint Yuan to escape. Yang Kai smiled coldly at him, his figure shook, and the prestige of the field suddenly became stronger. Shu Wei only felt as if his whole body was being pressed against a mountain. It was extremely heavy. He tried his best to push Sheng Yuan, and then he was able to move his body barely, and when he was about to avoid the attack of the moon blade, Yang Kai opened his mouth, tongue burst into thunder. Secret technique, roar. It was Yang Kai who refined the Jingkong beast Nidan and realized the innate magical powers belonging to that ancient monster. Although this kind of supernatural power cannot exert 100% power in his hands, it is still very effective in disturbing Shu Wei. Sure enough, a bang sounded next to Shu Wei's ears. The sound contained the artistic conception of space power. It was so distant and near that Shu Wei couldn't distinguish the specific location. Under this hesitation, the moon blade had already struck in front of him. No, Shu Wei yelled. The shouting stopped abruptly. More than a dozen moon blades passed through his body, and Shu Wei's whole body was suddenly torn apart. From the wound, he could clearly see his internal organs that were still wriggling. Looking at all this quietly, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said to himself, not bad. He did this because he wanted to test the results of his comprehension, so when he was fighting with Shu Wei, he almost went all out, using all the secret techniques that he had newly comprehended in the past few months. Whether it's Exile, Moonblade, or Jing Konghu, they are all his recent experiences. With all 3 moves, a veteran Void King realm like Shu Wei was actually killed. You can get a glimpse of the difficulty of space secrets. Not far away, Zidonglai was stunned. He didn't expect Shu Wei to be wiped out by Yongkai in just a few breaths, isn't he Void King realm? How could he die so simply? Even if Yongkai had advanced to the Void King stage, he wouldn't be so unbearable. Is there something wrong here? By the way, it must be that Shu Wei was drawn too much original power by the space-breaking shuttle some time ago, so he has already lost the ability of Void King realm, which makes it easy for Yongkai to succeed. Thinking of this, Zidonglai felt relieved, and his complexion looked much better. It seems that as long as Yongkai is not too powerful, he is happy to hear it. Want to run? Entered my domain, without my consent, you can run away. Yongkai suddenly turned his gaze to somewhere in the void, snorted coldly, and a pure spiritual power pierced through the void, toward Boom there. In the empty place, a figure flickered slightly and suddenly appeared, with a fearful expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and stared at Yongkai. Kongfa. When Shu Wei rushed to attack Yongkai, he sneaked up and approached, looking for an opportunity to snatch Yongkai's space ring away. Although Kong Fa is also a Void King realm, but in front of Ghost Ancestor and Zilong, he is still not good enough. He knows that if he wants to get the Tree of Immortality, he will come up with a strange move, and when Shu Wei deals with Yongkai, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. How could he know that Shu Wei, whom he has known for many years and who has been in trouble with him several times, was killed so easily? The moment he saw Shu Wei's death, Kong Fa broke out in a cold sweat, and he didn't dare to make any wrong decisions, and quickly retreated. But in the field, Yongkai saw all directions and listened to all directions, and he had already noticed his existence, so how could he be satisfied? Forced out of shape by Yongkai's spiritual impact, Kong Fa's face was even more shocked. Because he could feel that the tyranny of the impact of the divine consciousness just now is definitely not the power of the spiritual consciousness that a warrior who has just been promoted to the Void King realm can have. That is comparable to the Void King's 2nd level or even 3rd level realm. The corners of Kong Fa's eyes twitched. Being in Yongkai's field made him feel extremely uneasy. He was silent for a long time before he said shyly, "My little friend, this old man has no ill intentions towards you, let this old man leave how? The old man promises that he will not interfere with the affairs of this place again." "No malice towards me," Yongkai sneered, "then what are you doing sneaking up here?" "What else can I do?" the boy knows why and asks. Kong Fa cursed in his heart, but he couldn't answer, so he could only sneer and say, "Just now, the old man was thinking too much, but after seeing the little friend's superb skills, the old man understands that this place is no longer a place for me to stay for a long time. Don't even think about leaving once you're here." Yongkai interrupted him without waiting for him to finish his sentence, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. "Since you dare to make up my mind, you should pay the price." Kong Fa frowned, and a little anger appeared on his face. The old man just wants to be safe, can't my little friend not be satisfied with this? Don't rely on the old to sell the old. Yongkai's face flashed. "Today you will definitely die. The younger generation is rampant." Kong Fa was furious. He begged for a long time, but he didn't expect that Yongkai would not give him any face. This is too small for himself. Although Yongkai's method of killing Shu Wei just now shocked him, but he also saw that Shu Wei's state was not right. He was not in his heyday at all, so he was easily killed by Yongkai. But he was unscathed. He was a genuine first-layer Void King. This ignorant kid who had just been promoted, wanted his own life, he didn't know what it meant. Rampant or not, you can think about it yourself when you get to the underworld. Yongkai sneered, and with a thought, the prestige of the field increased again. Chi 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 chi. In that void, countless fine space cracks suddenly appeared, swimming away like fish. At the same time, Yongkai's aura suddenly exploded. Peak level 1. This is impossible, Kong Fa yelled, almost biting his own tongue. Yongkai hadn't erupted his own power fluctuations before, so Kong Fa couldn't discern Yongkai's strength carefully, but now he looked at it, and he almost burst his eyeballs. Where is this kid who has just been promoted to the Void King realm? It is clearly the state of the peak of the 1st level. After the Void King realm is promoted and broken through, if you want to cultivate to the peak in a small realm, it is impossible not to have dozens or hundreds of years. This is the speed of a genius. It is common for geniuses to spend hundreds of years. Just like myself and Shu Wei, when they were promoted to the Void King realm, it took 100 years of retreat to stabilize the realm, and after another 300 years, they cultivated to the peak of the 1st realm. It's only been a few months since this kid disappeared, yet he has reached the level of himself. Kong Fa suddenly felt that he had lived his life for a dog. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Woishao. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1812 Is Young Master Purple Star Amazing? Zidonglai's gaze was completely dull. He foolishly looked at the void not far in front of him, Yang Kai, who was full of vigor and killing moves, and Kong Fa, who was dodging in embarrassment and suffering. The whole person could not accept the reality in an instant. In the frontal battle, Yang Kai suppressed Kong Fa to death. This fight only lasted for 30 breaths of effort. Kong Fa had already been beaten so badly that he could only parry and had no power to fight back. He can see that Kong Fa's stature is stagnant and his Saint Yuan is not running smoothly, which is obviously because of being suppressed by Yang Kai's domain. So although they are both at the peak of the Void King's First Order realm, in Yang Kai's domain, under the ebb and flow, Kong Fa is not an opponent at all, and it is only a matter of time before he loses and dies. Thinking of this, Zidonglai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Shu Wei is dead. If Kong Fa dies again, then Yang Kai's next target will be himself. Neither of the two Void King stages is Yang Kai's opponent, so how can he resist with a Void Return Mirror? And his own father is being entangled by that ghostly guy at the moment, and it seems that he is a bit out of control. What to do? What to do? Zidonglai looked at a loss, completely unsure how to deal with the tricky situation in front of him. At this moment, another figure came out from the vortex after Yang Kai appeared, and as soon as that person appeared, he cried loudly, "Young Sha, wait for me, I can't find you." Arriving in the direction, walked out, I, Lu Gishan, am finally out of trouble. I finally don't have to stay in that ghostly place. This person seemed to have not understood the situation in front of him. As soon as he emerged from the whirlpool, he laughed wildly, as if there was no one else around. Who is this guy? Where did it come from? Zidonglai looked at Lu Gishan, who appeared suddenly in amazement, vaguely felt that the other party seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he saw him. It doesn't matter, let's capture it first, since it is with that bastard, it must be his person. Zidonglai thought together, and came to Lu Gishan while shaking, grabbed his neck and coldly said, "Don't move, dare to move, I want your life." Lu Gishan was startled, sweating all over his body. How dare he make any rash moves? Nodding incessantly, I won't move, this friend has something to say, don't get excited." Saying so, Lu Gishan glanced at Zidonglai. At this moment, Lu Gishan's eyes suddenly burst into surprise, and he shouted, "Young master! Are you the young master? You call me young master?" Zidonglai was stunned. "Who are you?" "Young master." Lu Gishan fell to his knees in the void with a thud, hugging Zidonglai's thigh with both hands, as if seeing someone close to him, tears and snot streaming down his nose. "Young master, my subordinate Lu Gui Dust is Lu Gishan from Zisha Star. Decades ago, my subordinates were lucky enough to meet the young master, and even got some advice from the young master. Young master, have you forgotten?" Lu Gishan. Zidonglai frowned, feeling that the name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while, but seeing the other party's joyful demeanor did not seem to be fake, and he did not suspect him. Frowning for a moment, suddenly realized, "Are you a member of the Lu family, a descendant of Lu Li?" Yes, it's my subordinate." Lu Gishan was overjoyed when he saw that the other party finally remembered himself. This subordinate thought that we would never see anyone from Zixing in this lifetime, but he didn't expect to see the young master as soon as he got out of trouble. Tian Yan, this subordinate is really lucky. Quote, "It turned out to be you." Zidong came to confirm that the other party was really from Zixing. His face was a little pale, and he nodded and said, "Get up and talk, haven't you been dead for decades?" From that place. Wu, Lu Gishan was in his prime, crying with tears in his eyes. It's a long story. Long story short, Zidonglai was worried about how to deal with the current situation, so he didn't have the heart to listen to him rambling. "It's like this." Lu Gishan quickly picked up important things and said it again. "So that's the case." After listening, Zidonglai nodded, "You have worked hard for decades." "It's not hard work, it's all worth it to see the young master again." Lu Gishan squeezed out a smile, as if he had experienced decades of hard work, and finally made some great contribution. Zidong was so angry that he didn't have the time to talk to him anymore. After all, the opponent's strength was only at the second level of the Holy King, so he couldn't help him at all. By the way, young master, the original power of that continent was refined by a young man, if he can be captured. What? Zidonglai's face changed. That guy refined the origin of a continent. That's right. Although the subordinates didn't see it with their own eyes, there should be no mistake. Well, it's this young man. Lu Gixin swept his eyes and saw Yang Kai who was fighting Kong Fa. Follow his direction. After the words fell, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. Because he saw that Kong Fa was struggling under Yang Kai's hands, soaked in blood. Dozens of golden blood threads were flying around Yang Kai, and those golden blood threads were like living things, flying through the void, causing damage to Kong Fa from time to time. Little friend, stop, the old man surrendered, save my life. With a grey face, he yelled loudly while resisting the attack of Jin Shuixi with all his strength. If it's useful to admit defeat, then what are you doing for cultivation? Yang Kai was unmoved, and waved his hand towards the front, moon blade. Laugh. A 10-foot-long moon blade suddenly took shape and cut vertically towards Kong Fa. Kong Fa's complexion changed drastically, and the magic weapon in his hand was constantly changing. Dazzling brilliance appeared on his body, and a secret treasure in the shape of an ancient bell flew out, turning into a bell-shaped light curtain to cover it. Boom! The bell rang loudly, and the sound wave turbulently turned into an invisible force, bombarding the sea of consciousness. The moon blade cut on the light curtain, but failed to break through the light curtain completely. It only penetrated less than 3 inches, and was stopped. Seeing this scene, Kong Fa secretly exhaled. His emperor ringing bell was also obtained from his early years of experience. It is a virtual level defensive secret treasure, very strong, no ordinary warrior can break it. With the protection of the emperor's ringing bell, Kong Fa is enough to entangle with the General Void King 2-layer strong. Seeing that Yang Kai's attack was fruitless, Kong Fa became more confident, and hummed, "Little friend, you must kill them all. You and I are destined to meet each other. Let's keep a thread together so that we can meet each other in the future." Troubleshooting. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, and he waved his hands again and again. "Think you are safe and sound with a turtle shell? Watch me smash your turtle shell." Chi 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 chi. More than a dozen huge moon blades attacked Kong Fa one after another. Kong Fa's face changed drastically, and his eyes were terrified. He urged Shengyuan and poured all the strength of his body into the emperor's bell. The bell became louder and louder, and the bell-shaped light curtain suddenly became much brighter. Boom 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 boom. A series of moon blades slashed at the protection of the Wangming bell, shaking the light curtain, as if it would shatter at any moment. Click. Finally, a sound like a death talisman came to Kong Fa's ears. His whole body trembled, his eyes widened and he looked forward, and suddenly saw a crack in the protective light curtain of his imperial bell. And the cracks spread around at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, the light curtain was riddled with holes. With a bang, the defense of the Wangming bell was finally broken. "Little friend, get around me." Kong Fa's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to yell. Death. Yang Kai looked cold. Dozens of golden blood threads condensed together, turned into a golden long sword, followed closely behind the moon blade, swayed slightly, and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Kong Fa's body froze in place. He looked down at his chest, only to see a bloody hole in his chest, through which he could see his shattered heart. Vitality quickly passed away, and everything in front of him became dark. It turned out that, the old man actually. Before Kong Fa finished speaking, he completely lost his breath. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and put away his emperor chiming bell without looking at it, throwing it directly into the space ring, and taking away Kong Fa's space ring at the same time. "The next one is you." Yang Kai turned around abruptly, staring coldly at the shocked Zidonglai. With a wave of his hand, a burst of strength struck Zidonglai. Zidonglai was terrified, although Yang Kai's blow seemed careless, but he knew that it was not something that could be easily resisted. After all, it was a blow from a Void King realm expert. In desperation, without even thinking about it, he grabbed Lu Gixin by the neck, and then ruthlessly threw him forward. "Young master, you." Lu Gixin was still immersed in the joy of seeing Zidonglai again, and he didn't expect such a thing to happen. When he realized it, he was already on the way. A strong wind hit him. Lu Gixin didn't make a sound, and his whole body exploded into blood mist. "The boy is cruel enough." Yang Kai looked at Zidonglai sarcastically, with a mocking expression on his face. He was also quite surprised that Zidonglai would do such a thing to defuse his attack. This young master of the Purple Star has rotted to the bone. He didn't kill Lu Gixin on the Hanging Continent, and he didn't stop him from leaving the Hanging Continent through the space corridor with him, mainly because Lu Gixin had provided him with such a little useful information before. He didn't deliberately help, nor did he deliberately target. Life and death only depended on Lu Gixin's own good fortune. It's ridiculous that after this guy escaped from the Hanging Continent, his young master actually gave him a slap in the face, and he probably will die in the underworld. But you still have to die. Yang Kai chuckled. What do you want to do? Zidonglai's face was pale, and he roared fiercely and softly. Boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want after being promoted to the Void King realm. I am the young master of Zixing, you can't kill me. Young Master Purple Star is amazing. Your lord told you that young Master Purple Star cannot be killed. Idiot, I really don't know how you have survived until now. Yang Kai spat. You really want to kill me? Zidonglai was astonished, and confirmed that Yang Kai was not threatening himself. Do you know what will happen after killing me? I, Zixing, will never let it go. Even if you escape to don't even think about living in peace at the ends of the earth. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Woishao. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1813 Please Senior. Go to hell, I'm so scared. Yang Kai made an exaggerated expression, covering his chest with his hands. It seemed that he was really scared, and the next moment, his face was icy cold, and he said coldly, but that has nothing to do with you. If your Zixing people dare to chase me down, I will kill one if they come, and I will kill a pair if they come. I don't know how many virtual kings you have in Violet Star that I can kill. As he spoke, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zidonglai shuddered all over, his whole body turned cold when he was stared at by Yang Kai. He saw that the other party was not threatening him, nor was he joking, so he shouted eagerly, Father. He didn't have the guts to fight Yang Kai, so he asked Zilong for help. Like him, Shuiyu, and Jiyu Jianxin, young men like him should be extremely tenacious in martial arts. Fight with it. I believe that if Shuiyu encounters such a thing, she will definitely not call for help, but will find a way to fight against the enemy. What about Void King Realm? Of the generation of geniuses, which one doesn't regard leapfrog combat as commonplace? If one is targeted by a higher-level martial artist, one will lose the courage to fight. What else do you need to practice in the future? Warriors who can only have fun at the same level will never be able to climb to the peak of martial arts. Zidonglai has completely lost his qualifications to become the future powerhouse of the star field. Ever since meeting Yang Kai, he has been humiliated and beaten again and again. The depths of his heart were already riddled with holes, and there were bursts of gloom. So he didn't dare to confront Yang Kai. Even if he survived this time, whether he can advance to the Void King stage in the future is another matter. Boy, if you dare to touch one of my son's hairs, this old man will slaughter your entire family and destroy your entire family. Not far away, Zilong shouted in shock and anger, but his voice was quickly broken out. The sound was drowned out. Why didn't he want to save his son, but his whole body was enveloped by the spirit banner of the ghost ancestor. There are many ghosts and ghosts around. There is no way to get out, even if you want to. Really? Yang Kai tilted his head, glanced at the place where the voice came from, and sneered softly. With a wave, a burst of energy flew out in response. Next moment, when Zidong came, he felt a chill on the top of his head, and his whole body shivered. Do you died? Wouldn't he be dead? Zidonglai thought wildly in surprise, but quickly. He found that he was unharmed, but there was a strange feeling on the top of his head. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and the next moment, he yelled frantically, Ah, my hair. His flowing long hair was cut off directly by Yang Kai, and the top of his head was bald. His appearance must be extremely funny. He is also a self-proclaimed chic, suave and uninhibited person. Although he can't compare with Shuiyu in appearance, he is also a rare handsome man. The long purple hair inherited from his ancestors is his favorite part. Highlight his handsomeness. But now, this flowing purple long hair was cut off and left him. While Zidonglai felt distressed, he was also terrified. Yang Kai hit casually, and he didn't have time to react. He could chop off his own hair, and he could also chop off his head. Thinking of this, Zidong immediately sweated profusely, and his face was as pale as paper. I've moved him a lot now, what do you do with me? Yang Kai teased. In the 10,000 souls banner, Zilong was silent, probably out of anger, but Gui Zhu laughed loudly. I have long seen these two guys' purple hairs, they are not happy, they cut well, they cut well. Boy, Zilong's voice came out again, if you let my son go, the old man will quit, and will never trouble you again. As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. Yes, in the future you will need the help of my Zixing, and as the master of Zixing, I can promise you a condition that is not too much. As long as I, Zixing, can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. That's a good relationship. Yang Kai chuckled, it's my honor to let Zixing do something for me. It's good that you know it, it's good that you know it. Zidong nodded before he had time. As long as you don't kill me, everything can be discussed. If I become the master of Zixing in the future, I can also sworn brotherhood with you. Quote. While speaking, a look of resentment flashed in his eyes, although it disappeared for a moment. How could he escape Yang Kai's observation? So you agree? Zilong asked in a deep voice. Agreed. What is there to consider? Senior Zilong's hands and eyes are as good as the sky. Although the Grand Elder of this sect can overwhelm you, he may not be sure to kill you. Instead of fighting to lose both sides, it is better to talk and break up. Quote. You are a sensible person. Zilong nodded in satisfaction. In fact, as Yang Kai said, although Ghost Ancestor can temporarily trap Zilong in the 10,000 Souls banner, it is unrealistic to kill him. Both of them are at the second level of Void King, and there is almost no difference between them. Even if Ghost Ancestor can kill Zilong, he will probably lose most of his life, or even die. Guizhu frowned tightly. Although he was kind to Yang Kai, it didn't mean he was a kind person. On the contrary, Guizhu was a cruel and ruthless person. Some kind of stop agreement. Yang Kai will never get any benefits in the future. There is no basis for the words. If Yang Kai really goes to Zixing to let them do things in the future, I am afraid that he will be taken down by many strong people in Zixing immediately. After all, Zilong and his son have lost face this time, and the matter is not old, so how can Zilong let it go? But in the current situation, he has no good solution. He can only let Yang Kai do what he wants. Of course I'm sensible, hee. Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and rubbing his forehead again, with a look of embarrassment. Well, speaking of it, I really need Senior Zilong to help me with something. I also hope that the seniors can agree. Zilong's face darkened, thinking to himself, is this kid really holding a chicken feather as an arrow? What you said just now was just a mouthful of everyone's words. They were scruples about each other's face, and then they got together and separated. Anyone with a little brain would not take it seriously, but this kid immediately hit the snake with a stick, and actually started making demands directly. Although his face was unhappy, Zilong still said patiently, you say, as long as I, Zilong, can do it, I will do it for you. After you will leave here with Donglai, you will immediately issue a hunting order. The old man tells you that there is no way to go to heaven and no way to go to earth. Zilong secretly felt ruthless in his heart. This matter is very simple. Senior Zilong is naturally able to do it. Yang Kai chuckled. His face was harmless to humans and animals. Brave boy, please senior, to die. Hiss. From the 10,000 soul banner, came the sound of Guizhu gasping for air, and the crying and howling of ghosts and wolves inside seemed to have stopped for a moment, showing that Guizhu's heart was extremely restless. Zilong also fell silent immediately, but anyone could feel that his anger was rising steadily, as if he could burn all the banners of souls. Not far away, Zidonglai opened his mouth even more, and looked at Yang Kai stupidly. He couldn't imagine that Yang Kai had offered such a condition, and even put on such an expression. Does this kid know what he's talking about? Wouldn't his brain be broken? Before he finished his thoughts, Zidonglai felt a blur in front of his eyes, and Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in front of him, and stretched out his hand to grab him. Zidonglai yelled in horror, and the long river of purple energy flowed to the limit, wanting to escape from where he was. What is done is in vain. He didn't realize what was going on at all. He felt that his strength was suppressed, and then the whole person was lifted up by Yang Kai pinching his neck. Hey, Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Senior Zilong is a person who does not believe what he says. If that is the case, then let's see the truth. Junior, if you dare to hurt my son, this old man will tear you to pieces. Zilong roared angrily. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand, plucked his ears casually, and said, you have said similar things just now, and I haven't seen you do anything to me. You old guy can only talk hard. Let's get some substance. Is the action good? But, I'm curious, if I really kill him, how will you treat? Zilong didn't dare to speak, for fear of touching a wrong nerve in Yang Kai and causing his son to be killed. He finally understood that this kid was a complete lunatic, and there was no reason to talk to a lunatic. Cha-cha-cha. The sound of bones breaking came from Zidonglai's neck, and he slapped Yang Kai's arm vigorously with both hands, as if he wanted to slap it away, but he was too powerless as he couldn't use his Saint Yuan. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently, and said coldly, I have no grievances or enmities with your father and son, and the well water does not violate the river water, but you are bullying others with your power, bullying the small with the big. Everything you asked for today in the next life, don't let your eyes grow to the top of your head, it's easy to fall. After the words fell, he exerted force on his hand. Zidonglai's head was directly tilted to the side, and his struggling movements stopped in an instant, and his vitality was cut off. Young Master Purple Star, die! Sensing the movement here, Guizhu almost bit his own tongue. Even he didn't expect that Yongkai would really kill Zidonglai. He had been thinking about whether Yongkai was suspicious, wanted to get more benefits from Zilong, or had other ideas. But I never expected that Yongkai would really kill someone. This is broken. Ghost Ancestor's heart skipped a beat. His own sons were all killed, and Zilong might run away completely. Before the thought was finished, Ghost Ancestor's eyes showed horror. Thousands of purple rays of light burst out from the originally dark banner of thousands of souls. Those rays of light contained extremely terrifying killing injuries, and all the ghosts and monsters retreated. My 1,000 soul flags were humming and trembling endlessly. Boom! A gap was blasted into the cover of the 10,000 soul banner, and Zilong's figure burst out from it, attacking Yongkai with a hideous expression, and shouted in his mouth, "Boy, I want your blood to pay." To be continued. Chapter 18:14 Desperate. With a full blow, Zilong instantly got rid of the shroud of the 10,000 souls banner, and purple light flowed around his body, like a dazzling meteor, smashing towards the place where Yongkai was. "Boy Yong, go!" Ghost Ancestor turned pale with fright, put away the Wanyun banner and chased after Zilong, and shouted at Yongkai. Yongkai stood on the spot, as if he didn't notice the danger coming. He was unmoved, but his face became very dignified. Seeing that Zilong was about to kill him, he suddenly let out a low shout, and raised it wildly with all his strength. The Immortal 5 Elements sword circulates all over the body, and the colorful brilliance is unleashed. The magic of transforming demons into dragons was running, and dragon scales appeared on the right arm in an instant, and the right hand turned into a dragon claw. He sank into his dantian, and punched hard forward. The colorful brilliance collided with the purple Changhong, and the star field with a radius of thousands of miles shook for a moment. The next moment, centering on the point of contact between the two, a halo visible to the naked eye suddenly spread around. Yongkai let out a muffled snort, and the whole person flew upside down, unable to stop his figure no matter what. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. Although Zilong was steady on the spot, his face turned pale, showing a look of extreme shock. Immediately, dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. During the confrontation between the two sides, he was actually slightly injured. This kid, there was a storm in Zilong's heart, and the expression on his face was so unbelievable. He is a veteran Void King second layer powerhouse, and as the master of the Purple Star, he practiced the sky-shattering technique. In the entire star field, there are not many people who can fight against him. The first level of King Shu was in front of him, it was not enough to see. But Yongkai, a junior who had just advanced to the Void King realm, was able to confront him head-on. Even for people like Shu Wei and Kong Fa, their bones would be shattered and their internal organs would be shattered to powder after taking this blow from him. What is the background of this kid? And who did you learn from? Why such a terrifying potential? He has just been promoted to the Void King realm and can fight against himself. If he is asked to break through to the Void King realm, who is his opponent in this star field? Thinking of this, Zilong broke out in a cold sweat and became more determined to kill Yongkai. There was a sound of howling ghosts and wolves behind him, and Zilong knew that it was the ghost ancestor who followed him, so he turned around abruptly and opened his mouth to spit out a purple mysterious light. Tai Purple Profound Energy, one of the supernatural powers attached to the purple Qi Changju, a wisp of Tai Zishuanqi needs 200 years of cultivation to form. Zilong has worked extremely hard, and there are only 3 wisps. But in order to resist Ghost Ancestor's ultimate move, he had no choice but to use it. As soon as the purple mysterious light came out, Ghost Ancestor's face changed drastically, because he felt the terrifying fluctuation of power from it, and he didn't dare to be negligent at the moment. But the Tai Zishuanqi was still powerful, and rushed directly into the 10,000 souls banner. In an instant, countless ghosts were killed on the spot, making Guizhu's distressed heart twitch. But at this time, he didn't care too much. While urging the Wanyun banner to defuse the attack of Tai Zishuanqi, while rushing towards Yongkai, he was afraid that Yongkai would be wiped out by Zilong's blow. Soon he came to Yongkai's side, his figure reappeared, and asked worriedly, "Are you dead?" Yongkai covered his chest and glanced at him while coughing, and said with a wry smile, "What do you think? It's good if you don't die, I really scared the old man." Guizhu couldn't help but put down the big stone in his heart, blinked his eyelids and looked at Yongkai. His face gradually became shocked. He found that Yongkai's injuries were not too serious, the power fluctuations in his body were still stable and powerful, and his complexion was not so-so. Ghost Ancestor swallowed his saliva, as shocked as Zilong. This kid is really a monster. How on earth did he do this? Moreover, the multicolored glow on his body and the arm that turned into a dragon's arm are obviously some incredible secret techniques. In particular, the dragon arm Ghost Ancestor covered with scales actually felt the coercion from it that made his heart palpitate. Long Wei. Guizhu was taken aback by the thought that came to his mind. He restrained his mind and stopped thinking about it, but said, "Boy, do you accept it as soon as you see it or what? I listen to you. Naturally, we have to cut grass and roots." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked forward coldly. "Okay." Ghost Ancestor squinted his eyes and nodded heavily. "In this case, I will accompany you crazy. Since I came out of the mountain, I have never fought against the Void King realm. I didn't expect that the person who fought for the first time, it's such a guy, Jia. While speaking, Ghost Ancestor had a strong fighting spirit. On the other side, Zilong, who repelled Yang Kai with one blow and then forced Guizhu away, didn't intend to pursue, but sacrificed a secret treasure in the shape of a round bowl to cover the dead Zidong. An extremely soft light radiated from the round bowl, pulling Zidonglai's body. Under the shroud of light, Zilong looked dignified. In the dark, something was pulled out of Zidonglai's body and gathered into the round bowl. Soon, an illusory figure appeared in the center of the round bowl, and that figure was the dead Zidonglai. At the beginning, this figure was ethereal and invisible, as if it would be blown away by the wind, but with Zilong's continuous efforts, this figure became more and more gazing, as if Zidong came out of his body. And the pupils of this figure gradually cleared up. Finally, as Zilong spat out a mouthful of blood, Zidonglai's figure trembled, and when he woke up, he turned his head and looked around in a daze, and soon understood what happened. "Father, please avenge the child was killed by that bastard." The figure of Zidonglai stood in the round bowl, crying loudly, but as the manifestation of the soul, he did not shed a single tear. Trash. Zilong's face was livid, and after a reprimand, his complexion gradually softened, nodded and said, "Don't worry, father will make decisions for you, and you stay in the soul-fixing bowl until you return to Zixing. I think a way to reshape your physical body." Yes. Zidonglai was overjoyed, and disappeared in a flash. Only then did Zilong carefully put away the soul-fixing bowl, turned around, and stared at Yang Kai's direction coldly. "No matter what, this kid must die no matter what, even if he is seriously injured, he must be killed here. If such a person is left alone and allowed to grow up, it would be too terrifying." "Ziyao Xinghe," Zilong shouted suddenly, and the purple light all over his body quickly receded. On the contrary, there appeared in his hand a shocking long sword made of purple light. With zigen in his hand, Zilong's aura sword, a breath that made hundreds of millions of living beings tremble, he looked at Yang Kai coldly, and shouted, "Boy, no one can save your life today. You will die if you don't speak big words. My life is here, if you have the ability to take it yourself." Yang Kai took a step forward without fear. Zilong didn't say a word, the sword light flashed, and the whole body was wrapped in the sword light, and it spanned several miles in an instant, directly attacking Yang Kai. "Exile." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the front, and the space disintegrated in an instant, forming a black hole-like existence. Zilong was coming so fast that he almost rushed directly into the black hole, so frightened that he turned around quickly to avoid it. "Moonblade." Yang Kai's voice sounded again, one after another crescent-like impact, hitting Zidong like money. Zidonglai was suddenly forced into a panic, and could only jump up and down, not daring to touch these attacks condensed by pure space power. God knows what will happen after touching it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Old thing, you can't even get close to me, just because you still want my life. In the next life." Ghost Ancestor watched from the sidelines, sweating coldly, sighing secretly that there are talents from generation to generation, a new generation replaces the old one. He claims to be a strong man in the Void King realm, and there are not many people in this star field that can make him fear, but how has he ever seen such a strange method of Yang Kai? He put himself in the situation and thought that if he was Zilong, the situation would not be any better, and he would only be forced by Yang Kai to be unable to get close. Purple chi coming from the east. Zilong shouted suddenly, and his already extremely terrifying aura increased again. The next moment, he did not dodge or dodge, facing countless moon blades, and slashed towards him with a single sword. This sword can be said to be earth-shattering and weep ghosts and gods. It contains Zilong's endless anger and the connotation of his own martial arts. He didn't even think about it, he directly threw out the 10,000 soul banner, turned into a black curtain, and stood in front of himself and Yang Kai. Rumbling. The moon blade was cut open, and even the Wanyun banner could not resist the light of this sword. The attack came straight to the top of Yang's head, and it seemed that he would be dismembered in the next moment. Yang Kai grabbed the ghost ancestor, and with a wrong footstep, the space power around his body circulated, and he disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had come to the back of Zilong. Zheng. The keel sword was unsheathed, the holy yuan was poured in, and the green keel sword suddenly turned into a giant dragon, shaking its head and tail, and devoured it towards the purple dragon. Ghost ancestor also made a leisurely move, pinched the spell in his hand, and a huge ghost head suddenly appeared. The ghost head had a blue face and long fangs, it was dark, light as nothing but fast, followed closely behind the dragon bone sword, biting at Zilong back. Zilong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw Yang Kai and Guizhu disappear, he realized what was going to happen next. He retracted the sword light in an instant, and swung the sword backhand. This sword hit right on the green dragon and the ghost head. The sound of the dragon's chant came out, a blow full of Zilong's whole body cultivation, and the green dragon flew far away. The ghost head seemed to be having a hard time, its entire face was distorted, and it was directly split in two. Although defusing Yang Kai and ghost ancestor's joint attack, Zilong's aura that had climbed to the peak suddenly slipped, and his face paled slightly. Obviously, defusing such an attack was not an easy matter for him. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1815 Dharma Body Dispatched. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Yang Kai and Guizhu are so smart, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Immediately, they all used the means against the sky and blasted towards the Zilong whose momentum had dropped sharply. Countless moon blades flew together, and a large number of ghost heads rushed, directly devouring the place where Zilong was. From there came the sound of a violent energy collision. Yang Kai and ghost ancestor stared at the front without blinking their eyelids, and their expressions gradually became dignified. After a while, the shocking movement gradually dissipated, and Zilong's figure reappeared. At this moment, the owner of the purple star looked rather sluggish, as if his vitality was seriously injured, and he looked extremely embarrassed, but he was not in danger of his life, because at some point, a purple-red battle armor appeared on his body. The halo of the battle armor circulated, exuding extremely strong fluctuations of secret treasures, and it was nothing ordinary at first glance. The battle armor that can withstand the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu must be at least a mid-grade void grade. This level of defensive secret treasures is rare in the entire star field, and it can be said that they are invaluable. For example, Kongfa's Imperial Chiming Bell is nothing more than a low-grade defensive secret treasure. Compared with Zilong's armor, it can be said to be a world of difference. Although his life was safe, there were many gaps in the purple-red battle armor, and a distressed look flashed in Zilong's eyes. This purple armor is a treasure handed down from generation to generation by Zixing, and each generation of Zixing's owner will keep it close to him. It has gone through tens of thousands of years of vicissitudes, and has witnessed the evolution of history and Zixing's countless ups and downs. But today, it has been damaged, and it is extremely serious. This battle armor is a secret treasure left over from ancient times. With the methods of today's craftsmen and the materials that can be found, it is impossible to repair it. How can Zilong not feel sad? However, being attacked by such an attack, Zilong's mind was much clearer. Just now he was angry that his son was beheaded, so his blood rushed to his head. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but he miscalculated the situation, causing himself to suffer a great loss. Now he understands that Yang Kai cannot be killed no matter what with his own strength alone. Not to mention that Yang Kai is proficient in the power of space, and he can escape if he can't fight, but the combination of Guizhu and Yang Kai is enough to suppress him. If one is not good, his life will be thrown here. So Zilong has the heart to retreat. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Anyway, his son's soul has been taken into the soul-fixing bowl by him. After returning to Purple Star, as long as he gathers all the materials, he will be able to reshape his body. At that time, he will activate the power of the entire Purple Star. Yang Kai carried out the siege. After thinking up to this point, Zilong took a deep breath and said coldly, "Boy, I hope that next time we meet again, you can still be so rampant." Want to leave? Ghost Ancestor's face changed, wishful thinking. While speaking, the sound of howling ghosts came out from the banner of Wanyun, turning into a black curtain and covering Zilong. This seat wants to leave, none of you can stop it. Zilong's complexion did not change, and with a pinch of the spell in his hand, his whole body turned into a purple long rainbow, breaking through the envelopment of the 10,000 soul banner in an instant and heading towards the star field. Fiery shot. Yang Kai looked at the direction of his escape, raised his brows, and a gloating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yang Kai, this guy is about to run away, why don't you chase after him? Seeing Yang Kai not moving at all, Ghost Ancestor became anxious. Let this person go, there will be endless troubles. If he fled to another direction, I might have to spend a little effort to chase him, but he ran in this direction. Well, he is looking for a dead end. The expression on Yang Kai's face was extremely strange. What do you mean? Ghost Ancestor listened in a daze, completely unaware of what Yang Kai was talking about. But the next moment, his eyeballs popped out, because he saw a scene that made him shudder. From somewhere in that star field, a huge slap suddenly appeared strangely, without warning, as if this slap came out from the void, and the location was exactly where Yang Kai walked from the hanging continent, out of place. What kind of slap is that? It is as big as a room, and although the slap looks inconspicuous, there is an inexplicable meaning flowing in it, which is something that even a strong man of Guizu's level can't understand. The mystery of this is a level that has surpassed the realm of the Void King Realm Warrior. The slap waved and covered the Zilong. It seemed extremely slow, but the strength of the slap made the void even unstable. Zilong turned pale with shock. He was injured now, he just wanted to stay away from this place. How could he know that such a giant palm suddenly appeared halfway to block the way? Sensing the terrifying power fluctuations from the giant palm, Zilong dared not neglect in the slightest, frantically mobilizing his own strength, mobilizing the prestige of the domain, trying to resist one or two. A scene that shocked him appeared. His own domain had just been pushed out, and it was beaten to pieces, as invisible as a flower in a mirror, and the giant palm was slapped towards him at an unabated speed. As carelessly as swat a fly. Zilong was so frightened that the souls of the dead trembled, and the shattered purple armor on his body once again exuded a dazzling purple light, and a thick layer of holy element protection appeared outside his body. Boom! The giant palm slammed on Zilong's body, and the next moment, Zilong was swept away like a rag sack. He was in the void, bleeding countless times, and his body plowed out dazzling sparks in the air. Hiss! Ghost Ancestor gasped, although he had guessed the power of that giant palm's blow to the greatest extent, but in the end he found that he had underestimated a little. That palm was unremarkable, but extremely powerful. What the hell is this? A slap is so big, what about the body? Before finishing this thought, Ghost Ancestor got his wish, and the owner of that slap suddenly walked out of the void. Guizu was stunned for a moment, then looked at the owner of the slap stupidly, then looked at Yang Kai, and said in astonishment, "Is this guy your brother? Or your son?" He suddenly discovered that the owner of that slap was a stone giant with a height of 30 feet, but the appearance of this stone giant was somewhat similar to Yang Kai himself, especially the facial features, which had the same charm. "Elder Supreme, don't be so humorous, okay." Yang Kai had black lines on his face. What the hell is this? Ghost Ancestor is going crazy. He doesn't know what the stone giant in front of him is, but he can be sure that Yang Kai absolutely did not have it a few months ago, otherwise he would have. I won't run away either. With such a gigantic, indomitable stone giant, who can take it lightly? Dharma body, Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Dharma body? Ghost Ancestor frowned, and immediately became shocked. The rumored incarnation outside the body. The one you used in Medicine Valley. You actually know such a shocking secret technique. No wonder this stone giant looked a bit like Yang Kai. It turned out to be Yang Kai's Dharma body. Is the Dharma body like this? Ghost Ancestor has also heard of this kind of secret technique. Generally speaking, the Dharma body of a warrior is exactly the same as his own body, inheriting part of the strength of the body, the character and thoughts of the body, and acting with the will of the body. And this Yang Kai's Dharma body in front of him, is it a bit too curious? Yang Kai. Ghost Ancestor suddenly revealed a fiery look, looking at Yang Kai eagerly. Wait until I kill this guy. Yang Kai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. Okay. Ghost Ancestor nodded sharply. Yang Kai grinned, staring coldly at Zilong who was coughing up blood not far away. His killing intent was like a wave. After being hit by the Dharma body, the purple-red battle armor on Zilong's body has been completely shattered. Although this battle armor is a mid-level defense treasure of the virtual level, it has been damaged after being hit by him and the Ghost Ancestor. Boom, how can it be saved? The Dharma body was finally formed after devouring and refining the entire suspended continent. In other words, the current Dharma body is the suspended continent. That blow was a blow for the entire continent, full of the power of the law of heaven and earth of the suspended continent. No matter how powerful a warrior is, how can he fight against a continent with a radius of 200,000 to 300,000 miles? With that kind of power and law, even Xiao Xiao, who is also a member of the Stone Puppet clan, can't match it. Zilong was not killed on the spot, which is already a manifestation of his profound strength. But now he is definitely at the end of his strength. Yang Kai didn't take it lightly. For a veteran Void King two-layer powerhouse like Zilong, no one can guarantee whether he has any trump card, so he waved his hand, and Stone Puppet and Firebird jumped out. Kill him. Yang Kai pointed forward. The Stone Puppet Firebird got the order and immediately rushed forward. On the way, Xiao Xiao has transformed into a stone giant, but compared with the Dharma body, this 10-foot-tall stone giant is simply the difference between a father and a son. And Lu Yan turned into the form of a fire bird, with purple and red lingering around his body, carrying thunder and fire to block the huge space. The Dharma body moved its huge body and walked towards Zilong step by step. However, this guy is too big, and it is inconvenient to move, which is why Yang Kai didn't release it at the beginning. The law body is strong, but it is not flexible. That's why Yang Kai let it hide in the void all the time, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. He didn't expect that Zilong would pass by Dharma body while escaping. Zilong's back of luck made Yang Kai worry about him. If Zilong had fled from another direction at that time, he might have tried his best to catch up. Although he could catch up, it was definitely not as easy as it is now. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan rushed to the top of Zilong's head. Xiao Xiao held the Tiantian pillar in his hand, let out a roar, and smashed it down fiercely, while Lu Yan opened his mouth to spit out a lightning-like flame, burning void, wrapping towards Zilong. There was a look of despair in Zilong's eyes. As Yang Kai observed, he had been attacked one after another, and he was at the end of his strength, and a random Void King stage would be enough to kill him. What's more, it's Xiao Xiao and Huo Nao's joint attack, and Yang Kai Guizhu and Dharma Body are watching covetously. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wei Hi Sheng Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1816 Self-Destruct. Chapter 1816 Self-Destruct. It was almost a certain death situation right now, and Zilong knew that he could not escape no matter what. A look of resignation flashed in his eyes. He stared at Yang Kai's direction with incomparable resentment, and immediately pinched the spell in his hand. His face flushed suddenly, his whole body swelled up like a balloon, with veins twitching on his face. The ups and downs looked terrifying, and at the same time, extremely violent energy fluctuations emanated from Zilong's body. No, this guy is going to explode himself. Guizhu's complexion changed drastically, and the soles of his feet began to cramp. Although he is 10 miles away from Zilong at the moment, the self-destruction of a virtual king at the second level cannot be evened out by this distance, to be swallowed up. Guizhu couldn't guarantee that he would be safe and sound in such a situation. He immediately knew that Zilong was really driven to a dead end, otherwise how could a Void King two-layer powerhouse choose such a decisive approach? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai's expression was also very dignified. He stretched out his hand a little, and a light blue bead was sacrificed, and immediately, he crazily poured his own Saint Yuan and the power of divine consciousness into it. In just a short breath of time, Yang Kai's whole body seemed to be wilting, but the light blue beads only glowed faintly. Go! Yang Kai flicked his finger on the bead, and an electric arc as thin as a cow's hair flew out from the bead, directly attacking Zilong. Cold sweat dripped down Guizhu's forehead, his eyeballs were about to pop. He stared at that seemingly insignificant electric arc stupidly, his heart trembled wildly. Because he felt an aura of destruction from it, which was a force that made him unable to resist. This kind of power seems to have surpassed the Void King realm, and seems to dominate this piece of world. Is Qian Donkey at the end of his game? Even if I die, you guys can't even think about it. Zilong smiled bitterly, looking at the weak electric arc that hit Yang Kai sarcastically, thinking that Yang Kai was powerless. But he only saw Yang Kai staring at him with mocking eyes. Zilong frowned. At this moment, the thin electric arc rushed towards him suddenly, and disappeared in his eyes. The next moment, Zilong felt his whole body go numb, as if he had been added to his body by the nine heavens god thunder, and his whole thinking froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw countless lightning arcs floating around his body, like a spirit snake, and under the destructive power of those lightning arcs, the Void King's second-level physical body that he was proud of began to collapse frustrated, his strength melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. His bulging body also shriveled at an extremely fast speed. This, impossible, Zilong roared unwillingly. The next moment, the little Tianxia pillar had already been smashed down, and Huo Now Luyan's thunder fire also engulfed him. After 3 breaths, the dust settled, and there was no one in the place where the Zilong was. The owner of the Zixing had no bones left, leaving only his own space ring, which was blasted into the distance under the force of force. Lu Yan turned around, turned into a human form, and chased after the space ring. PFF'd. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale to the extreme, sitting cross-legged in the void, reaching out his hand to take out the spirit pill and plugging it into the entrance, and began to heal his injuries with his kung fu. Gui Zhu stood aside, dazed. He watched the battle from beginning to end. Although he and Yang Kai teamed up to injure Zilong at the beginning, he didn't do anything at the last moment. In other words, if he could kill Zilong, Yang Kai would definitely occupy it. 80% of the credit. Perhaps, even without his own help, Yang Kai could do this. When this thought surfaced, Gui Zhu was startled. A person who has just broken through the Void King realm can kill someone like Zilong. This kid, is he still human? Gui Zhu looked at Yang Kai like a monster. What shocked Ghost Ancestor even more was the light blue round bead that Yang Kai sacrificed at the last moment. It was definitely a great secret treasure, but Ghost Ancestor couldn't distinguish the grade of that round bead. Just when he was dazed, Xiao Xiao and Huo Now returned together, surrounded Gui Zhu from left to right, and stared at him with unfriendly eyes. What are you doing? Ghost Ancestor's mouth twitched. This old man is the elder of the Lingxiao sect, and he is with your master. Don't look at this old man with such eyes, it seems that this old man is trying to harm him. He knew that the reason why Xiao Xiao and Huo Now were vigilant against him was because Yang Kai was healing his wounds here, so he didn't care about it. But Xiao Xiao and Huo Now were unmoved. They still stood where they were, as if the Ghost Ancestor made the slightest movement and would kill them in pain. Don't be rude. A humming sound suddenly reverberated, almost deafening. You two step back for now. Hearing the sound, Lu Yan stepped aside without hesitation, while Xiao Xiao scratched his head, as if he was still a little dazed. Seeing its appearance, Lu Yan stretched out his hand to grab it to his side, and stretched out his hand to touch it. There was a knock on the head. Xiao Xiao drooped her head in a grieved manner. Ghost Ancestor opened his mouth wide, looked up, and saw that he was walking towards him step by step from not far away. Every step of his foot made the void tremble, and the Dharma body like a hill asked in surprise, "Just now, is it you?" Say. After finishing speaking, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, he said in shock, "Can you talk?" "Why can't I speak?" Dharma body hee. The voice was as loud as thunder, and a smile that made people laugh appeared on the face that was very similar to Yang Kai. "Elder Supreme, do you think this body is a dead thing?" "You call me Supreme Elder?" Gui Zhu frowned. "So, you are Yang Kai. Well, I can represent the main body." Dharma body nodded slightly, then frowned and said, "This body is too big, it's very inconvenient to move." "It's a bit big." Ghost Ancestor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, although he knew that this Dharma body was Yang Kai, but seeing such a big guy walking towards him step by step, the expression on his face was still so colorful, still make him stressed. "The main body is just consuming too much. You should be able to wake up in a while. Don't worry about the Supreme Elder." Dharma body seemed to realize that his voice was a bit loud, so he lowered it on purpose. "I'm worried ass." Ghost Ancestor yelled in his heart. He could tell what was going on with Yang Kai at a glance, but in today's battle, he saw too many things that shocked him, so he felt indigestion and confusion for a while. "Boy, didn't your main body just advance to the Void King realm? Why did you suddenly become the peak of the first level? I think if your main body has another chance, you can try to break through the second level." Ghost Ancestor asked indignantly Dao, thinking that he stayed on the hanging continent for 2,000 years, and was promoted to the Void King realm by chance. After that, there was no progress for 500 years, and he was able to break through when he left the hanging continent and became physically and mentally free. Yang Kai went back and forth for a few months, and he reached the peak of the first layer, and he sighed in his heart that the sky is unfair, and the sky is jealous of talents. The situation of the main body has something to do with me. The Dharma body finally moved in front of the Ghost Ancestor, sat down cross-legged, looked down at him, and pointed at himself with a thick finger. "Because of my birth, the main body was promoted. Then there will be a breakthrough." Ghost Ancestor frowned into Xuanzi. Nana said, "It looks so profound." Let's put it this way, I and the main body are both prosperous, and my power can be fed back to the main body." "I understand." Ghost Ancestor rubbed his sore neck, "But your Dharma body is a bit strange, how do you cultivate?" This is what makes Ghost Ancestor interested. Extraterrestrial incarnations only exist in legends, and he also wants to practice. If he can cultivate extracorporeal incarnations in the future, his strength will definitely skyrocket. If the Supreme Elder wants to practice, I can teach you. This is so embarrassing. Guizhu was overjoyed, rubbed his hands together, and said so, but there was no embarrassment on his face. The Dharma body chuckled, and said, "Do you still remember when you let your main body enter the space magic circle to investigate on the hanging continent?" Ghost Ancestor immediately turned pale. It's been a long time ago, why mention that? At that time, his attitude towards Yongkai was not very friendly. At that time, the main body didn't enter the space magic circle, but entered with a ray of distraction. The Dharma body looked at Guizhu with a smile. Ghost Ancestor said thoughtfully, "You mean? That's right, that wisp of distraction is me now." Dharma body nodded slightly. If you want to cultivate Dharma body, you must first practice distraction, and when distraction is strong, you can find a suitable body and become the master. Among them, they can become Dharmakaya. So simple. Ghost Ancestor was astonished. It's that simple. Dharma body smiled slightly, but, although it is simple, it may not be effective. How do you say that? Ghost Ancestor asked humbly. Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to find a suitable body. Even if one finds it, it may not be able to successfully integrate the distraction in the body. After all, this is somewhat similar to seizing the body. For an existence like an elder, the law body probably won't be of much use. But you, Ghost Ancestor didn't know, so although he couldn't figure out the details of Yongkai's Dharma body, judging from the previous attack on Zilong, the fighting power of this Dharma body is definitely not weaker than that of Void King Two-Layer, and possibly even higher. I'm an exception, there are too many coincidences. The law body didn't mean to explain much. The Dharma body was originally just the number 2 golden stone puppet, it hadn't devoured too many minerals, and it didn't have much combat power, and Yongkai had kept it hidden all the time, but this time it devoured and refined the entire hanging continent, making its strength leap forward. There's no way this kind of thing will happen again. So, why does the Supreme Elder still want to learn? Dharmakaya asked. Ghost Ancestor pondered, cultivating Dharma body must be a very time-consuming and energy-consuming thing. After all, this secret technique is powerful, and the more powerful the secret technique, the more difficult it is to practice. For this, is it really worth delaying my pursuit of martial arts? Forget it, don't study for now. If I want to learn in the future, I will come to you again. Ghost Ancestor thought for a long time before opening his mouth. He decided to wait until he was promoted to the 3rd level of the Void King before studying Dharma body. That's good. Dharma body nodded. Well, the main body is about to wake up, let's chat. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1817 The 6th Star Emperor Token. Yongkai woke up, put Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan away, and glanced at Dharma body again, accepting the information fed back from it, and immediately understood what Dharma body and Ghost Ancestor had just talked about. After nodding slightly, he made a formula with both hands, and a huge divine mind gushed out like a tide, enveloping the Dharma body. The next moment, the Dharmakaya disappeared before his eyes. Ghost Ancestor opened his mouth wide again, pointed at Yongkai with trembling fingers and said, You, how big is your space ring? It can even accommodate your own Dharma body." He felt that it was incredible, that Dharma body was a stone giant with a height of 30 feet, and it just disappeared before his eyes out of thin air. Wasn't it being taken into the space ring by Yongkai? Yongkai smiled slightly. I didn't put it into the space ring, I sent it to another place. The place where the Dharma body goes is naturally the world in the mysterious boundary pearl, and the space ring cannot accommodate its existence. Ghost Ancestor slapped his head, and said with resentment on his face, this old man can be regarded as a master. There are not many things in this world that can move this old man, but being with you. Tisk, this old man's heart needs to be hurt from time to time. Stimulate. What he saw and heard during this period of time was beyond his cognition. Yongkai laughed loudly. I'm used to the excitement. This battle was really exciting, especially at the last moment Zilong was about to explode. If Yongkai didn't have an emperor treasure like the Nirvana Thunder Bead in his hand, I'm afraid he would have run away with Ghost Ancestor at that time. Who can stop the self-destruction of a Void King two-layer powerhouse? Only a blow from the Nirvana Lightning Bead can completely annihilate it. However, that blow directly emptied Yongkai's strength. Although the effect was not cheap, it was too hurtful to use this thing. Recalling the feeling of the power in his body disappearing and being weak, Yang Kai felt a little lingering. Forget it, let's not talk about this, let's see what we have gained this time. Yang Kai changed the topic, stretched out his hand and turned it over, and 4 space rings appeared on the palm of his hand. These 4 space rings are all extremely high-end rings, and they were naturally owned by the 4 people who had been killed by Yang Kai and Guizhu before. When Ghost Ancestor saw it, his eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands with anticipation. He likes this kind of killing and stealing things the most. Although he hasn't done it many times, he has gained a lot every time. What's more, among the 4 rings now, 3 belong to the Void King realm, and although the other one belongs to the Void Return Mirror, but Zidonglai is the young master of Zixing, how can the things in the ring not be rich? Yang Kai picked up a ring casually, his spiritual mind turned around in it, his face suddenly sank, and he cursed, which bastard's ring is this, why are there no good things? So poor. Isn't it? Ghost Ancestor was stunned for a moment, took the ring from Yang Kai's hand, swept away his spiritual sense, and also cursed. Damn, how dare you come out to mess around if you're so poor? I don't know who this ring belongs to. There are only tens of thousands of holy crystals left in it, and some miscellaneous things that don't have much value at first glance. There is Shu Wei's aura, it seems to be that old thing. Ghost Ancestor curled his lips and said angrily, it's really not a pity to die. How did they know that all the good things in Shu Wei's ring were divided up by Zilong and Zidonglai, so it's strange that there is something that catches their eye. Hey, this is not bad. Yang Kai inspected another ring, and suddenly became overjoyed. Obviously, there is a lot of storage in it, so he threw it to the Ghost Ancestor and said, look at the elders, if there is anything you need, you can use it yourself. Take it, you take the rest and give it to me. The suzerain is too generous, ha 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 ha, the old man is disrespectful. Guizhu has been alone all this time, and it is difficult to find any good training materials. Now that there are so many good things in front of him, he can't help it, grab them that ring, I rummaged through it, and looked for it with joy. Tisk, it's actually eternal Venus star sand, this is a good thing, if you use it for refining, you can definitely refine the Void King level secret treasure. It is said that this thing is only available and there is only a little output in the spine of the galaxy, it seems that this is Kong Fa's ring, hiss. A lot of medicinal materials, this old guy has gained a lot in the Lost Land. Don't move the medicinal materials, when you return to Ling Shaozong, I will have someone refine it into a pill for you to take. Yang Kai said casually. The old man knows. Guizhu grinned. A moment later, Yang Kai threw another ring over, and Ghost Ancestor searched again, and returned the rest to Yang Kai. There's only one left, it looks like the ring of the purple dragon. I'm really looking forward to it. Lord of the Purple Star, you must have some good things on your body, right? Guizhu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed green. Yang Kai checked briefly, and said with a strange expression, there are indeed many good things, but there is still this. While speaking, Yang Kai reached out and took out a secret treasure in the shape of a round bowl. The round bowl looked unpretentious, but there was a breath of comfort in it. Isn't this what Zilong sacrificed just now? Ghost Ancestor looked at it with wide eyes. My dear, it was actually made of soul-cultivating wood. No wonder it can collect the spirits of the dead. Zixing is really not to be underestimated. Watch for. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, and said lightly, after all, it is one of the top powers in the star field, if there are no 2 brushes, I am afraid it will be annihilated. While speaking, his eyes flashed, and a stream of pure spirit power poured into the soul-fixing bowl, and he sternly shouted, get out. The next moment, a miserable howl sounded from the bowl of the fixed soul, and an illusory figure appeared in the bowl. It was Zidong. He endured the pain in his soul and looked around in a daze. When he saw Yang Kai and Guizhu smiling at him lewdly, his complexion suddenly changed. Why are you? If it's not us, who else could it be? Ghost Ancestor squeaked, causing Zidonglai's spirit body to shake, as if it was about to collapse. Where's my father? Where is my father? Zidong yelled in panic. He hid in the soul-fixing bowl. He thought that the next time he came out, it would be when his father rebuilt his body. See these 2 hideous faces? The 3 souls who were suddenly shocked almost had only 1 soul left, and their hearts were half cold. Since we are safe and sound, what do you think of Zilong's fate? Yang Kai sneered. Zidonglai's complexion changed, and he said in horror, impossible, this is impossible, my father is the Lord of the Purple Star, and a strong man at the 2nd level of the Void King. There are not many people in this world who can kill him, it depends on you, it is absolutely impossible for the 2 of you to do such a thing. While speaking, his confidence seemed to be built up, and he pointed at Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "You don't want to lie to me." "Ha," Yang Kai sneered, "I lied to you, it's no good. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you, Supreme Elder, your ghost streamer should need ghost nourishment, right? Is you? Gia, no problem." Ghost Ancestor smiled strangely, and took out the 10,000 soul banner. "At any rate, it is a third-layer void returning realm, and after refining, it will be of some benefit to the old man's 10,000 soul banner." While speaking, countless distorted human faces appeared on the banner of 10,000 souls, and they all roared ferociously, as if they smelled some delicious food. They rushed to Zidong, baring their teeth and claws. Zidonglai was frightened out of his wits, hid on the side of the Dinghun bowl, and shouted, don't kill me, I am the young master of Zixing, I have something to discuss, what benefits do you want? I can give you all. Boy is really stupid, what benefits can you give this old man now? Obediently come into this old man's 10,000 soul banner. Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly, unmoved. Star Emperor token. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, with ecstasy on his face. He took out a token from Zilong's space ring, looked it up and down, left and right, and laughed loudly. It's really the order of the Star Emperor. Ghost Ancestor looked at him in astonishment. Why are you so excited, old man? Don't you remember that I gave you a piece of Star Emperor's token back then? This piece seems to have been unsealed long ago, so it's useless. The joy on Yang Kai's face remained undiminished. He glanced at Ghost Ancestor and said, the Supreme Elder doesn't know something. It is said that this Star Emperor token hides a big secret. If you can collect 9 yuan, you can use it. The secret is unraveled. The big secret? Ghost Ancestor looked unfazed. Can this old man reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Perhaps, maybe it is possible. A weak voice came over. Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor stared at Zidonglai. What he said just now was exactly what he said. What do you know? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. This guy is the Purple Star Young Master. Maybe he really knows some secrets about the Star Emperor Order. Zidonglai settled down, and looked at Guizhu beseechingly. Senior, can you put away this secret treasure first? I'm so scared. Useless things. Ghost Ancestor snorted coldly, stretched out his hand to put away the Wanyun banner. Only then did Zidonglai fall down and sit in the Dinghun bowl, wiped the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, panted a few times, and asked cautiously, if I tell you, can you let me go? Elder Supreme, swallow him. Yang Kai shouted loudly. I can't ask for it. Ghost Ancestor sacrificed the Wanyun banner again. Don't. I said, you two, don't do anything. Zidong was about to cry. Bad. Yang Kai curled his lips. Hurry up and say it. Ghost Ancestor also kept threatening at the side, urging Wanyun banner's hostility from time to time, causing pressure on Zidonglai's heart. Zidonglai had a crying voice on his face, and he broke down in tears and said, Woo. Actually, I don't know much. But when I heard my father chatting with some elders, I occasionally talked about the Star Emperor token, Wu Kuei. The Great Emperor's secret. Yang Kai and Guizhu's bodies were shocked. Is this true? Yang Kai stared at Zidonglai. That's what I heard. Moreover, it is said that the Emperor himself said this. You probably don't know that my Zixing's ancestors had some interactions with the Emperor tens of thousands of years ago. Woo-woo, that's all I know, don't hurt me, I don't want to die yet. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update group at Woai Xiaoniang T. If you like this work, welcome to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1818. With Ghost Ancestor's Wanyun banner waiting for the opportunity, Zidong dared not hide anything, so he immediately told everything he knew. Collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens, and you can get a glimpse of the Emperor's secret. Although this matter sounds absurd, it is very attractive to every martial artist who pursues martial arts. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Yang Yan did tell him that the collection of 9 Star Emperor tokens would trigger some secrets, but Yang Yan didn't answer the specifics, and this secret made Yang Kai feel itchy all the time. If Yang Yan didn't say anything, there must be her reasons, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't go to the bottom of it. But now, the Star Emperor token in his hand is worth 6 yuan, and he is not far away from collecting all 9 yuan. This may be the biggest secret in the star field, so Yang Kai can't help but be tempted. Even Ghost Ancestor fell silent after listening, with a dignified expression. That's all I know. You two, can you let me go first? Zidonglai asked nervously. Let you go? Yang Kai snorted coldly. You are now the body of the soul, and your physical body has long been destroyed. The reason why you haven't dissipated is because of this round bowl's secret treasure. If I let you go, where can you go? Zidong was stunned when he heard the words. He just thought about quickly escaping from these two hideous guys, but he didn't expect that in his current state, it was impossible to act alone. The effect of cultivating the soul can't resist too much damage at all. If the Imperial emissary travels through the star field with the fixed soul bowl, I'm afraid it won't take half a day before it will be devoured by the star field storm. Thinking of this, Zidonglai's whole soul became sluggish, his eyes became dull, and he murmured, "This game is over, this time is really over." Yongkai gave Guizhu a look. Guizhu understood, chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, I will find a good place for you." Saying so, he began to urge his Wanyun banner, and there was a sudden attraction from the banner, wanting to absorb Zidonglai's soul body into it. "Don't!" Zidonglai turned pale with shock, and quickly shouted, "Don't devour me." Although staying in the soul-fixing bowl is not a good end, it is definitely better than being swallowed by the banner of thousands of souls. The ghosts on the banner have lost their sanity and only know the existence of killing. How can Zidonglai be willing to become like this thing? "Don't devour me, please don't devour me." Zidonglai struggled hard, but still couldn't resist the pulling force from Wanyun banner. "Boy, don't resist obediently, there is nothing to resist." Ghost Ancestor snorted. "No, I don't want to go in there." Zidonglai yelled, suddenly seemed to remember something, turned to look at Yongkai and said, "My friend, if you are willing to let me go, I can take Zixing the piece of Star Emperor token the first gave you." "Wait," Yongkai quickly raised his hand to signal Guizhu. Ghost Ancestor stretched out his hand, Wanyun banner immediately fell silent. Yongkai stared at Zidonglai, and said in a deep voice, "What did you just say?" With lingering fear in his heart, Zidonglai glanced at Guizhu with fear, and then said, "I said I can give you Zixing's Star Emperor's token, and I, Zixing, also have a Star Emperor's token." "Isn't this one?" Yongkai raised the Star Emperor token in his hand, "You have 2 pieces from Purple Star." "No," Zidonglai shook his head hastily, "this Star Emperor token does not belong to me, Zixing, it was originally Shu Wei's property, but I found it in the Lost Land and gave it to my father." "Shu Wei also has this thing?" Yongkai was shocked. "I heard from him that he got it from his early adventures." Zidonglai explained weakly. "So, do you really have a Star Emperor token in your Purple Star?" Yongkai's face became ecstatic. "I guarantee with my life, this statement is true." Zidonglai hurriedly swore, lest Yongkai would kill him if he became impatient. "You're already dead, so where's your life?" Ghost Ancestor looked at him mockingly. Zidonglai wailed, "What I said is true. Please believe me." "Well, I believe you." Yongkai nodded. "Sovereign, don't you really want to collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens? This kind of thing has not been done for tens of thousands of years, how many do you have now?" Ghost Ancestor looked at Yongkai puzzled. "If I say that I have $6, would you believe me?" Yongkai looked at Guizhu sternly. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and flipped over, and the 6 Star Emperor tokens were neatly placed in front of Guizhu. "Hiss!" Ghost Ancestor gasped, his heart shook violently, and his eyeballs almost popped out. 6 pieces are in my hand, Zixing has 1 piece, as far as I know, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has another piece. If these 2 pieces are obtained, then only the last piece is missing. Yongkai licked some hot lips. "The last piece is in Sword Union," Zidonglai said softly. Yongkai suddenly turned his head to look at him. Zidonglai shrank his neck. "I didn't lie to you. Although few people in the top 3 major forces knew about this kind of thing, I heard it from my father. The news is absolutely reliable." Yongkai and Guizhu looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. 9 pieces of the Star Emperor token scattered in the star field, 6 pieces are in hand, and the whereabouts of the remaining 3 pieces are now known. It is really possible to collect them all. You're still a bit useful, kid. Yongkai glanced at Zidonglai, and Zidonglai was encouraged by the approving eyes, and quickly said, "Don't swallow me into that thing, I can take you to Zidonglai. Xing, take out that piece of Star Emperor token. Take you to Purple Star so that you can call someone to take revenge." Yongkai sneered. "How could it be? I can only stay in this soul-fixing bowl now, so one don't have any ability to call people." Zidonglai called out, "I just want to live." Yongkai nodded gently. "Tell me, where is your Purple Star's Star Emperor token? How can I get it out?" Zidonglai calmed down his mind, and said, "It's okay to tell you, because it is impossible for the 2 of you to succeed, you must be guided by me." The Star Emperor token of my purple star is stored in a secret room among them. The key to the secret room is in my father's space ring, and only I know the way to open it. Speaking of this, Zidonglai suddenly seemed to realize something, and panicked. Don't force me, even if I tell you how to open it, I have to lead the way to find the secret room. Don't worry, you cooperate obediently, I promise not to hurt you. Yang Kai put on a warm smile on his face. If this matter can be accomplished, it is not impossible for me to let you go. Don't lie to me, Zidonglai said dejectedly. You killed my father, how could you let me go? I just asked you not to let my soul fly away. Yang Kai was stunned, then chuckled and said, the boy has become smarter now. Since you have spoken out, I can also give you a guarantee. I may not let you go, but as long as you cooperate obediently, you will definitely won't kill you. Do I have the right to refuse? Zidong smiled wryly. I like to cooperate with smart people. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, rummaged through Zilong's space ring, found a golden key, took it out and asked, this is the key to open the secret room, right? Well, if you really arrive at the main star of the purple star, call me out again, and I will tell you how to get in. I'm so tired, I need to rest for a while. While speaking, Zidonglai's figure gradually dimmed going down, obviously hid in the soul-fixing bowl. Yang Kai put away the key and the soul-fixing bowl together, and meditated. Sect Master, this matter is really promising. Ghost Ancestor suddenly became concerned about this matter. The reason why he didn't care about it before was mainly because it was too difficult to gather the Star Emperor order, but now that he sees hope, he can't help but I was a little excited. If you have this kid's help to get Zixing's Star Emperor token, it's not difficult to get it. As for the piece from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, considering your relationship with that little girl, it might not be too difficult for her to take it out. Xiaonizi is the future successor of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce but the part of the Sword League. I have a relationship with Jiyu Jianxin once, maybe I can start from him. Yang Kai thoughtfully, the Star Emperor token is precious, but everything has a price. As long as I set the starting price, the Sword League may not be without it. Willing to sell. Then let's go to Purple Star now. Ghost Ancestor asked impatiently. He also wanted to know what would happen after collecting all the 9 Star Emperor tokens. No rush, this matter is not in a hurry. I have to go back to my homeland first, and then back to the sect. After everything is settled, it won't be too late to deal with it. Alright, listen to you, anyway, the old man has been homeless, so I will follow you from now on. Guizhu grinned. In Zilong's space ring, besides the Star Emperor's token and the golden key, there are many genius treasures found in the Lost Lands, and even his huge reserves. The space ring of the Lord of the Purple Star is simply a treasure trove. Especially the empty shuttle, although it was somewhat flawed in refining, it was a good choice for traveling. After Yang Kai spent a few days refining it, he entered it with Guizhu, identified the direction, and rushed towards Tongzhan continent. The reason why Yang Kai wants to return to Tongshuan continent is also very simple. He wants to arrange a super space magic circle on this piece of homeland, and link it with Gloomy Star. In this way, if you want to return to your homeland in the future, it will be very easy, and you only need to go through a few ultra-long distance cross-star field teleportations to arrive. Only he can do this kind of thing. Chaos Abyss is not too far from Tongshuan continent. Back then, Yang Kai arrived at Chaos Abyss after flying for a year and a half with his cultivation base of the Saint Realm. Now he is using the space-breaking shuttle, which is extremely fast. After 2 months of effort, they landed on the Tongshuan continent. This is your homeland. Ghost Ancestor frowned after coming to Tongshuan continent. The aura of heaven and earth here is too thin, right? How did you cultivate in this kind of place? In any case, he never imagined that the homeland of such a monster as Yang Kai was actually such a continent. He originally thought that Yang Kai's homeland was a land full of birdsong and flowers, full of aura. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Weizhou Sheng. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you like this works, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 18-19 Outsiders. Originally, the spiritual energy in this place is thinner. Yang Kai smiled slightly, felt the surrounding area carefully, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Ghost Ancestor asked when he saw the strange expression on his face. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai showed a suspicious look on his face. The spiritual energy of this continent should not be so thin until now. It has been so long, it should become much richer. The reason why Tongshuan continent's aura was thin in the past was because of the seal of the great demon god, which isolated this cultivation star from the star field, and could not accept the infusion of external aura, and the second was because the origin of this cultivation star's star was getting thinner. But after the little senior sister refines her original power and becomes the star master of Tongshuan continent, she is bound to change this place. The stronger the little senior sister is, the more feedback Tongshuan continent will get. After such a long time, no matter how bad the Tongshuan continent is, it is impossible for it to still only have such a little spiritual energy. This is not a spiritual mountain or great river, maybe there is not enough spiritual energy in the first place. Ghost Ancestor glanced at the surrounding terrain and said casually. Yang Kai nodded slightly, agreeing with his point of view. Let's go back to my previous sect. Yang Kai greeted, identified the direction, and rushed towards the direction of Nine Heavens Holy Land with Ghost Ancestor. He decided to arrange the super space magic circle in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, where there is a large natural formation with 9 peaks gathered, which is a rare place of aura in the entire Tongshuan continent. With his current method, he only needs to set up a prohibition barrier nearby, is enough to cover the existence of the space magic circle. I believe that with the level of warriors on the Tongshuan continent, they will never be able to break through it even if they are given 10,000 years. In a flash, 3 to 5 days. Yang Kai and Guizhu who were flying in the sky frowned slightly, looking down from time to time. Elder, did you find anything wrong? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The aura of your homeland is passing away very badly, it's like a balloon with holes leaking everywhere. You feel it too. Yang Kai's expression sank. Before realizing that Tongshuan continent's aura was thin, Yang Kai felt that it was wrong, but the place where he settled down was not a place where Zhongmin was so beautiful, so Yang Kai didn't care. But now, after flying for 3 to 5 days, there is no place full of spiritual energy in the places they pass. Whether it is towering mountains or rushing rivers, they all appear lifeless. This discovery made his heart suddenly heavy. There are 2 possibilities for such a situation. One possibility is that there is something wrong with Tongshuan continent itself, and the second possibility is that the Star Master Shaning Shang has an accident. No matter which possibility it is extremely detrimental to the little senior sister. Yang Kai suddenly regretted coming here, and now he can't wait to return to Gloom Star to see if little senior sister is okay. But after thinking about it, the little senior sister is extremely safe staying in the Ling Shaozong, so there shouldn't be any problems. So something happened to this continent. But what exactly can make the entire continent look so lifeless, and the aura that is not strong at all becomes thinner and thinner? What the hell are these guys doing? Ghost Ancestor suddenly noticed something, pointed down and said. Yang Kai immediately paused and looked down from the sky. I saw a huge valley below, and in that valley, there was a bright hexagram-shaped magic circle in motion. Around this magic body, there were countless warriors standing densely, each of them pinched their hands and struggled to maintain it. With the operation of the magic circle, from time to time some fighters could not hold on and fell down, but others immediately stood up. Around the magic circle, there were still some warriors in black who ignored them coldly, occasionally yelled loudly, and even beat people with their hands. Each of these men in black was full of breath, but they did not participate in maintaining the operation of the magic circle, but seemed to be supervising it. Void Return Mirror. Yang Kai frowned, and said in amazement, how is it possible? How could there be a Void Return Mirror expert here? Since ancient times, the most powerful martial artist born in Tongshuan continent is the Great Demon God, but even the Great Demon God has only touched the mystery of the Saint King realm, territory. The little senior sister refined the origin of the stars, and by chance, she was promoted to the level of the Virtual Return Mirror. But now, Yang Kai noticed the aura of 2 Void Returning Mirror warriors in the passing valley. Although it is only at the level of 1 level, it is indeed a Virtual Return Mirror without a doubt. You haven't returned to the Virtual Mirror before in your hometown? Ghost Ancestor asked. In the past, the most powerful one was the 3rd level Saint Realm. In this way, they are from outside. Ghost Ancestor said, pointing down, and look at the formation below, it seems to be devouring the aura of the surrounding world when it is working, and they seem to be using this formation to refine what? Foreign. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with anger, looking for death. At this moment, he suddenly understood. The reason why Tongshuan continent has been safe and sound before and has not been intruded by strong stars in the star field is entirely because of the enchantment restriction arranged by the Great Demon God back then. The entire cultivation star escaped from the star field. But his enchantment was finally broken by Yang Kai, allowing Tongzhong continent to reintegrate into the star field. Decades have passed, and finally a star field expert discovered the existence of Tongshuan continent, and thus invaded here. Yang Kai left Tongshuan continent back then, firstly to find Su Yan, secondly to pursue higher martial arts, so as to prevent his homeland from being eroded by others but unable to resist. The bone race invasion back then is the best example. If it weren't for the great demon god with his hands and eyes, this continent would have been enslaved long ago. And now, this kind of thing really happened again. The formation arranged by those people below draws the aura of Tongshuan continent, which is tantamount to strangling Shanning Shang's cultivation path. Yang Kai was suddenly enraged, and his figure fell downward like a meteor, wrapped in endless cold air. In the valley below, at least 1,000 people gathered. 99% of the warriors looked resentful and unwilling, but under the threat of their lives, they still had to participate in maintaining the operation of the formation. They were miserable, but they did not dare to resist, because the resistance people were all killed by those guys in black. The origin of these people is unknown, but each of them has amazing strength, and it is not something that warriors from Tongshuan continent can resist. There were less than 10 people in black, and they all stood aside with their hands behind their backs. There was only one young man sitting on a grand teacher's chair, and beside him were 2 beautiful girls who were attentively serving them. The 2 girls didn't know where they came from. When he was caught, he looked sincere and fearful when serving him, for fear of being punished for making mistakes. The young man was holding a simple teapot in his hand, half closed his eyes, and looked leisurely, but from time to time, strands of light burst out from those eyes, circulating endlessly among the thousands of enslaved people. Yudi, his eyes lit up, he stretched out a finger, and pointed in one direction, "Bring that woman here." As soon as these words came out, the 2 young girls standing beside him trembled, showing panic, and looked at each other, with worried expressions in their beautiful eyes. The young man looked at the words and expressions, squinted at the 2 maids, and snorted coldly, "It seems that you guys know something." The 2 girls were shocked and fell to their knees on the ground with a plop, their delicate bodies trembling, not daring to say anything. HMPH, that woman purposely wore loose clothes and covered her face with dust to hide her figure and appearance. But she thought she could escape this young master's eyes. I have read countless girls, is it the best at a glance? It can be seen, looking at you like this, the woman must have an extraordinary status in your Tianmu mansion, otherwise, what are you worried about? The young man talked eloquently, causing the 2 girls to sweat coldly on their foreheads, and one of the girls boldly said, "Master, that girl is really ugly and unsightly, so please leave her alone, let the slaves serve you well." While speaking, she squeezed out a charming smile. Because of fear, that smile was a little stiff, but I felt pity for it. A lewd smile appeared on the corner of the young man's mouth, he stretched out his hand and hooked the girl's chin. The girl didn't dare to move. With a bang, the young man slapped it out, and the girl screamed miserably, flying far away. "I need you to tell me how to do things." The young man snorted coldly, showing displeasure on his face. Immediately, he looked at another girl kneeling in front of him with a smile, and said lightly, "Before you make a move, you are already dead." The second girl's delicate body trembled, and the strength secretly gathered suddenly disintegrated, and she didn't dare to move again. She understood that the strength of people like herself and this young man was far too different, otherwise the entire Tianmu mansion would not have been enslaved by people and had no power to resist. There was a look of despair in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman who was staying in the magic circle to keep the magic circle running was brought to the young man by a man in black. This woman was wearing extremely loose clothes, her face was in a mess, she couldn't tell whether she was beautiful or not, but her eyes were extremely bright and energetic, as if she could speak, which was eye-catching. "Let go of me, you bastards." The woman struggled endlessly, how could she break free from the shackles of the man in black who was at the Saint King realm despite her cultivation at the Transcendent realm? The young man looked at the woman with a smile, carefully stared at her face, and then turned around her body. The aggressive gaze made the woman feel uncomfortable, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth and glaring at her. "Okay, very good." The young man laughed loudly. "Finally, I found someone that this young master has a little interest in. Do you want to know how you were targeted by this young master?" The woman remained silent, the anger in her beautiful eyes almost condensed into substance. The young man didn't care, and said indifferently, "Because the stupidity of your companions betrayed you. Their cultivation base is obviously higher than yours, but they are very respectful to you. If my guess is correct, you should have a status in the Tianmu mansion. Isn't it low, or is it the daughter of your palace master?" His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears, and immediately made a group of masters in the Tianmu mansion feel ashamed and angry. They never expected that it was because of their attitude towards the lady that she was targeted by this bastard. If they knew this earlier, how could they be careless? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read.